Welcome to the BN Review channel, everyone. If this is your first time here, help us out with a like and subscribe so you don't miss our future videos and help us stay hyped to keep the content coming. Big thanks to all of you for the support. Today I'm introducing you all to a brand new series. Our protagonist's name is Chen Yuan. No, not that guy. This guy right here. He was born into big money, basically royalty, and the second he stepped into campus, the campus goddesses were already simping for him. Then his family went bankrupt and his girl immediately ghosted him. But that's exactly when the system activated, dropping quests that would give him the ultimate life. With unlimited cashback and a legendary weapon, he's about to turn these toxic girls into his target practice. No more stalling, let's jump straight into the story. The campus is buzzing, and out of nowhere, this insane red supercar pulls up. A suave, high-class dude steps out of the ride. The moment the girl students see him, they swarm in, pulling out their phones to film him like he's a celebrity. Chen Yuan, the top-tier rich heir on campus, is rocking a new whip again. Chen Yuan walks over to open the passenger door, and a babe decked out in designer gear steps out, legs for days. The guys around are clearly salty. One blonde dude grinds his teeth and says, "The guy hasn't even stepped into the building, and he's already bagged the top goddess from the flight attendant department." This Chen Yuan is a menace. The guy behind him adjusts his glasses and replies, "Bro is a top-tier heir with the looks to match. Of course he gets first dibs on the best girls." The dude with the crew cut jumps in. It's not just first dibs, he's basically monopolizing the entire school at this point. Rumor has it even the freshman goddesses are all chasing after him. With the crowd looking on in a mix of jealousy and awe, Chen Yuan struts into the school with his beauty. Looking down from above, two girls are checking their makeup and gossiping. The one holding the mirror says, "Doesn't Yuan Ting have a worse figure than me? I just hesitated for a second and she beat me to the punch. How annoying. Do you think I still have a chance?" The girl applying lipstick replies, "Opportunity favors the prepared. Don't let that Chu girl win." Somehow, all that tea reached Chen Yuan's ears. He looks back and flashes a smug grin. But that was just the vibe during his freshman year. Fast forward 3 years, and Chen Yuan reflects on how his golden days of endless spending and being the center of attention hit a brick wall. Because a massive catastrophe hit, his dad's 3 companies went bust, and they ended up $1 million in debt. The tides turned so hard that even his classmates stopped giving him the time of day. "Hey Zhang, going out for a night run?" The guy called Lao Zhang snaps back. "Chen Yuan, I don't think we're that close, are we?" His roommate chimes in with pure disrespect. "You think you're still that big rich heir? You think we're just gonna jump every time you call and leave every time you want us to?" Chen Yuan continues his story, explaining how all his party friends bailed and started dodging him. What else could he do? His parents and sister were forced into a tiny rented room. You who used to rent luxury hotels every night are now stuck living back in the school dorms. Living like this, forget splurging like before. I don't even know if I can keep my head above water. It wasn't until this exact moment that Chen Yuan remembered that day, with his girlfriend standing there waiting for him. Her name is Chu Ting, Chen Yuan's current girlfriend, and the same flight attendant student from before. As soon as she sees him, she drops the bomb. "Chen Yuan, let's call it quits. Don't contact me again. I hope you find a girl who is more understanding." Hearing that felt like a lightning strike. Chen Yuan was frozen in place. Family bankrupt, girlfriend left him. Talk about hitting rock bottom. He widens his eyes, asking in total shock, "Yuan Ting, our 3 years of history, you're just going to end it like that? Are you seriously being this heartless?" Chu Yuan Ting replied coldly, acting like she's some kind of pure, selfless soldier for love. "Don't you know how much we've been through? Are you really that clueless?" With that, she turned around to walk away. "And one more thing, stop calling me Ting. It sounds so cringe. If we ever cross paths again." She paused for a second and let out a dramatic sigh. "Actually, let's just hope we never meet again." Hearing this, Chen Yuan could only sigh in resignation. Having said her piece, Chu Yuanting opened the car door and said, "I'm heading out. My ride is here." Right at that moment, Chen Yuan reached out to block her. "Hold up." Yuanting looked back, startled. "Is there something else you want?" Chen Yuan smirked and said, "Those luxury bags I bought you, I figured you probably won't be using them anymore. So how about you hand them back?" Seeing him play the breakup refund card, Yuanting shrieked in rage. "Chen Yuan, have some shame. I wasted 3 years of my life with you, and you only got me a few cheap bags. Now you want them back?" Seeing her refuse to cough them up, Chen Yuan scoffed. "If you're that desperate to keep them, fine, keep the cash too. Consider it a parting gift for the memories." Yuanting gritted her teeth and spat, "Get lost." Just then, a middle-aged guy poked his head out of the car and said, "Ting, get in. No need to get all worked up." "Hey kid, where are you planning on heading now? Need me to give you a lift?" Hearing the way he spoke, Chen Yuan gritted his teeth, thinking, so, me calling her Ting is cringe, but this guy calling her Ting is fine? Classic double standard. Hilarious. He replied, no thanks, my place is super close. Hearing that, the guy decided to throw some shade. Ting and I have things to do. I'm just worried you're taking this breakup hard. Mental health check. Kid, I really think I should drop you home safe and sound. Hearing this, Chen Yuan's blood was absolutely boiling. What the hell? Trying to rub salt in the wound while pretending to be nice. If I don't clap back, he's gonna think I'm a total pushover. He leaned in and said with a fake smile, Big brother, you're a stand-up guy. I appreciate the offer, but I'm literally right around the corner. Walking is faster. He then politely opened the car door for Yuanting and said, Yuanting is a great girl. I hope you take good care of her, pretending to be the supportive ex. Chu Yuanting was left speechless. The middle-aged guy smirked, feeling triumphant. Yeah, don't worry about it. Ting is in good hands. Just as it seemed like things were wrapping up smoothly, Chen Yuan suddenly went on a rant. We're men, we gotta give our women the absolute best, right? Yuanting has a lot of habits, bro. First off, she loves using Okamoto 001. Secondly, she prefers fishnet stockings that aren't too high quality. Because if the quality is too good, it's just not convenient. Oh, and nurse or police uniforms. Those are her go-to outfits for when we get busy. Holy crap, the guy finally realized this dude wasn't being nice. He was just trolling him hard. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Losers always have a big mouth, and slammed on the gas. Watching him speed off in a panic, Chen Yuan sighed in mock regret. Aw, bro, I was just getting to the good parts. Chu Yuanting, I guess you made the right choice, right? Watching them vanish, he looked up at the blinding sun through his fingers and muttered, whatever, they're not my problem anymore. Hope that choice of yours actually leads you to a perfect life. Right on cue, a voice replied, indeed, everyone should strive to live their own perfect life. A golden screen materialized in the air, perfect life system downloading. Host Chen Yuan, age 21, height 182 centimeters, weight, net worth 87, health 72, eyesight 75, skills none. Where the heck did this random screen come from? Chen Yuan stared blankly, thinking, wait, am I the host? I didn't even ask for this. Am I having a psychotic break? That yellow holographic window kept flickering with a bunch of weird scrambled text. Perfect life system successfully downloaded and initialized. A perfect life isn't just about stacking bread, it's about mastering the art of rizzing up the opposite sex. Limited time mission activated. Spend cash on a female peer with over 60 favorability points and earn her genuine appreciation. Mission reward. Every cent spent on her gets refunded at a triple rate. Bonus. If her favorability jumps by at least 3 points during the spending spree, you get a double refund on top of that. Note, only bank transfers or cold hard cash count for the system. No way, this is real. Chen Yuan shook his head violently, trying to snap out of it. Do I actually have a cheat code system? Am I hallucinating or just losing it? Get lost, visual glitch. Just as he was spiraling, someone called out to him from behind. A girl with some serious assets walked up and said, a man should act like one. Is getting dumped really enough to make you mope like this? This was his academic advisor, Le Xiao. She stepped closer to comfort him, adding, I saw everything that went down earlier. You know what the guys usually say in situations like this, right? There's always more fish in the sea, and the next one is always better, right? He was still reeling from the glowing yellow screen in his vision. Hearing her voice, Chen Yuan couldn't help but look at her suspiciously. Huh? Suddenly, a little heart icon with the number 65 floated right above Le Xiao's head. Chen Yuan was shook. As he stared at her, that golden system window popped up again. Le Xiao's favorability toward the host is currently 65. At that moment, Chen Yuan realized this wasn't some fever dream. The number above her head and the system prompt proved that the perfect life system was legit. Le Xiao smiled encouragingly. Come on, Chen Yuan, cheer up already. Chen Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. I'm fine, really. Miss Le, he thought to himself, I think I just activated my main character plot armor. Remembering something, Le Xiao asked, oh, right, what did you decide about that tuition support I mentioned before? The paperwork is already submitted. It's the least I can do to help you out. Chen Yuan waved her off. A few $1,000 is like a drop in the ocean compared to my family's mountain of debt. You should probably give that scholarship to someone who actually needs it more, Ms. Le. Le Xiao didn't want to push him, so she just sighed. Well, if you say so, I won't force you. She looked at him with genuine sympathy. If you ever hit rock bottom again, just come find me, and that includes any relationship drama. With that, she waved. I'm heading out now. Remember to come find me if you need anything. She turned around and walked away. Staring at her back, Chen Yuan muttered, Ms. Le is the perfect candidate for this limited time mission. Can I really get triple the money back? Right on cue, the system pinged him again. Limited time mission activated. Spend cash on a female peer with over 60 favorability points and earn her genuine appreciation. Mission reward. Every cent spent on her gets refunded at a triple rate. Bonus. If her favorability jumps by at least 3 points during the spending spree, you get a double refund on top of that. Note, only bank transfers or cold hard cash count for the system. Seeing this, he got a brilliant idea. Time to test this system out. Action follows thought. Chen Yuan grabbed Liao's arm and said, Ms. Le, thanks for looking out for me. Wait right there, let me buy you a milk tea. She looked a bit confused. Le Xiao blushed. You really don't have to be so formal, Chen Yuan. Miss Le. Before she could finish, Chen Yuan was already sprinting toward the shop nearby. A moment later, he jogged back and handed her a cup of milk tea. Ms. Le, here you go. She took the milk tea, blushing as she replied, thanks so much. Just then, a notification sound dinged. Chen Yuan checked his phone, and a deposit notification from the bank popped up. Your account ending in 0098 received 18 yuan at 1640 on the 10th. Account balance, 99 yuan. Reading the message, he muttered to himself. My balance was 87, I spent 6 on the milk tea, leaving 81. Now with the 18 yuan deposit, it's back up to 99. The double refund system is actually legit. Watching this play out, Chen Yuan was shook. As long as Teacher Li's favorability stays above 60, I can just keep spending money on her and collect infinite system refunds, right? Thinking about it, he was buzzing. The family debt is totally clearable. Play this right, and we'll be richer than ever. Chen Yuan, I gotta get back to the top. No, I'm gonna surpass my peak. Right now, in his eyes, every gorgeous girl is basically a walking ATM. A moment later, Chen Yuan fell into deep thought. But my current capital is only 99 yuan, that's way too broke. The immediate priority is to stack up some capital and find the right girl to invest in. And then, start dropping that cash on them. With that, he scrambled into a corner. After speed running some loan apps, he muttered, credit limit maxed at 8,000. The JB app gave 20,000. Business loan at 21,585, plus the 44 yuan I had earlier. Total cash in hand right now is 49,84. Money secured, Chen Yuan started plotting his next move. To her, I'm just a broke student from a bankrupt family. If I want her to accept a fancy gift, I need a strategy. A moment later, at a public trash bin, he tossed in the luxury packaging, tags, and the brand's letter. Chen Yuan grabbed the designer bag. It cost 39,800 and is this year's spring collection. I have to tell her it's a high-end knockoff so Teacher Le will actually take it. He headed to Le Xiao's apartment and knocked, his heart racing. Hope she doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Hearing the knock, Le Xiao opened the door, looking surprised to see him. Chen Yuan, why are you here? Chen Yuan replied, Teacher Le, sorry to bother you. Are you cooking? Le Xiao asked, confused, is there something you need? Chen Yuan held the bag with both hands, his voice dripping with fake sincerity. Teacher Le, you were so good to me during my 3 years of college. I just thought I was supposed to be helped back then. Today I finally realized how precious and warm your support really was. This is just a small token of my appreciation, you have to accept it. Seeing the bag in his hands, Le Xiao started sweating bullets, thinking this thing looks way too expensive. No way, this is too much. She replied, I'm a teacher, that was just my job. There was no special favoritism, I treat all my students the same. You don't need to go borrowing money everywhere for this. If I don't take it, I'm toast. Chen Yuan quickly went into performance mode. This bag is just a high-end knockoff. It only costs 200 yuan. Teacher Le, you know my family situation. How could I have extra money to throw away? You helped me so much. If I don't do something to thank you, would I even be a decent human being? Even if this bag isn't worth much, it's just my small gesture. If you don't mind it, please just take it. Hearing that, Le Xiao was in a tough spot. He put it like that. If she didn't accept, she'd be insulting his feelings. I can't hurt the kid's feelings during a moment like this. Thinking that, she reached out and took the bag, saying, all right, I'll keep it for now, but on your birthday or next holiday, I'm getting you a gift back. Right then, a burnt smell drifted from inside the house. Le Xiao panicked and rushed back in. Oh no, my fried pork is burning. It's burning. After saving the meat, she poked her head out and said, Chen Yuan, you haven't eaten yet, right? Stay and have some dinner. Hearing that, Chen Yuan chuckled internally. As long as she didn't have a boyfriend, staying for a meal was totally fine by him. After all, close contact is the only way to boost that favorability meter and rake in those system rebates. Just as he thought that, his phone pinged. His bank account ending in 0098 just received a cool the wonder 19,400 yuan at 6:45 p.m. on May 10th. Current balance, a 120,200. Seeing that notification, our boy was absolutely hyped. The funds finally cleared. Look at the balance, Chen Yuan felt like he was about to pop off. That 39,800 handbag triggered a triple rebate of 119,400. So after subtracting the cost, he basically pocketed 80k in pure profit. It's not like he's never spent 80k before, but earning it himself for the first time? That hits different. This is the peak of youth. This is what winning looks like. Seeing him standing there like a total NPC, Le Xiao started setting the table and nudged him. Sit down and eat. Chen Yuan, why are you standing there like a statue? Startled, he replied, oh yeah, just the two of us eating tonight? Her boyfriend. Huh? Li Xiao said while fumbling with her apron strings. What are you talking about? I don't even have a boyfriend. Why can't I get this thing off? Chen Yuan saw her struggle and jumped up. Miss Le, let me help you with that. Le Xiao quickly dodged. No need for that. But by now our boy had already maneuvered behind her. He reached out to untangle the knot behind her back and said, It's all good, I've got it. Right at that moment, a flight attendant dragged her luggage through the front door. Seeing the scene, she shouted, What exactly do you two think you're doing? This gatecrasher was none other than Le Xiao's sister, Le Meng. Hearing that roar, Chen Yuan broke into a cold sweat and stuttered. Nothing, we aren't doing anything. Seeing her sister, Le Xiao asked, Why are you home so late today? Come over and grab some food. She then walked over, linked arms with her sister, and introduced them with a smile. This is my little sister, Le Meng. Hearing the intro, Chen Yuan gave a cringy wave and said, Hi there. Watching his awkward vibe, Le Meng retorted coldly, I'm not really feeling it. Chen Yuan just froze right there. After a second, he scratched his head and stammered, Miss Li, I actually ate before I got here, so I'll just head back to campus. He said that and dipped toward the door, making a quick exit. Watching him bounce, Le Xiao couldn't help but look confused. He said he ate, but he clearly wanted to sit down for dinner just a second ago. As soon as Chen Yuan left, Le Meng chirped, Sis, that guy definitely has ulterior motives. Le Xiao defended him immediately. He's just my student. Le Meng scoffed in annoyance. Yeah, right. A student who's trying to get handsy with his teacher. Hearing that, Le Xiao blushed and snapped, Don't talk nonsense. Just hurry up and eat. Meanwhile, after leaving the teacher's place, Chen Yuan was walking and frowning, wondering who he should throw money at next. On one hand, the teacher-student dynamic is tricky, and on the other she isn't some gold-digging snake like Chu Yuanding. But while he was deep in thought, some blonde dude walked by and shoved his shoulder. Startled, Chen Yuan looked back and asked in surprise, Old Huang, what's with you? This guy was Chen Yuan's roommate. Huang Haibao looked like a total zombie, his voice shaking with pure despair. He grabbed Chen Yuan's arm and cried, Brother Yuan, my goddess Fang Minwei just went to the movies with that loser Li Jiangpeng. Hearing that, Chen Yuan suddenly remembered who this girl was. Fang Minwei, the school idol of the international business class of 2020 and the absolute queen of Old Huang's heart. The two of them had zero history, they hadn't even shared a single sentence. So Chen Yuan just shrugged and said, That's it? Huang Haibao was triggered and whined, Brother Yuan, what's with that look on your face? You aren't laughing at me, are you? Just then, something caught Chen Yuan's eye and he pointed. Stop crying, look at who that is. Following his gaze, Huang Haibao's eyes lit up like high-beam headlights as two curvy, sexy girls walked by sipping bubble tea. It was like Huang Haibao was brought back to life, his cheeks flushing as he whispered, She only went to see a movie with Li Jiangpeng. Brother Yuan, they didn't go to a hotel, I'm so happy, I still have a chance, right? Seeing his boy this pathetic, Chen Yuan felt a pang of pity, thinking how sad it is to simp for a girl until you lose all your self-respect. Old Huang, if you keep simping like this, you're never gonna taste the sweet fruit of success. Just as he thought that, Chen Yuan's gaze suddenly locked onto something. Above Fang Minwei's head, a heart icon with the number 72 appeared. Chen Yuan couldn't help but curse. Holy cow, she's got a stats bar too, and it's even higher than that other girl's. As they walked past them, the girl next to Minwei started gossiping. Minwei, did you hear? Chen Yuan just got dumped by his girlfriend. The girl looked genuinely surprised and let out a confused, huh? Her friend clicked her tongue and continued, That Chen Yuan, honestly, what a disaster. Hearing his name, Minwei turned her head to get a look at Chen Yuan. She remembered trying to slide into his DMs a while back, but sadly it was a total fail. The friend kept running her mouth. During military training, I told you not to bother chasing him or giving him water. Having that typical rich kid ego is one thing when you're rich, but being broke and still acting cocky, no wonder his girl dumped him. Lucky you two never dated, otherwise you would've wasted 3 years of your prime. Hearing that, Minwei let out a disappointed sigh. And just like that, the favorability meter above Minwei's head started tanking. 72, 71, 69. Chen Yuan realized that since she was a rare high-value target, he couldn't let his potential points just vanish like that. So he grabbed Huang Haibao and asked, Old Huang, if I were to date Fang Minwei, would you mind? Would you be bothered? He thought for a second and replied, The real problem is, you can't even pull the school out. You think you're still that rich heir driving a BMW 4 Series? But honestly, I don't care, as long as she isn't with Li Jiangpeng. I don't care who she's with. Hearing that, Chen Yuan grinned. My man, that's all I needed to hear, I'm going for it. Huang Haibao was totally stunned. Brother Yuan, you're actually serious? Before he could finish, Chen Yuan walked right up behind Fang Minwei and called out, Minwei? The girl turned around, looking totally caught off guard as she let out a, huh? Her friend rushed over to block the way. Chen Yuan, what do you want with our Minwei? Chen Yuan played it cool and said, I was just wondering if you're free tomorrow. I booked a table at Star Sushi Kai. Wanna join me? Minhui looked shocked, her cheeks turning a bright shade of pink. Chen Yuan actually asked me out for dinner. Her friend chimed in immediately. Sushi? That place where the average meal is over 1,000 bucks. You even got the cash for that? Chen Yuan ignored her, scratched his head and said shyly, we can walk around afterwards too. I need some help picking a birthday gift for my little sister. Let me know by tomorrow, alright? Without waiting for a response, Chen Yuan turned around and waved, I'm heading out. Let's talk tomorrow. As soon as he left, Minhui turned to her friend, I just went to a movie with Li Jianpeng and now going to dinner with Chen Yuan. Is that okay? Her friend didn't even blink. Why wouldn't it be? That's a top-tier Japanese restaurant, girl. At this point, her attitude did a full 180, and she started playing the logic card. Chen Yuan might be a bit stuck up, but at least he's a total visual. Li Jianpeng is just a spoiled rich kid, but if Chen Yuan's family business bounces back, he'd leave that guy in the dust 10 times over. With that, she snatched the phone out of Minhui's hand and said, don't waste the invite, it's just food and window shopping. It's not like we're doing anything crazy. I'll reply for you later tonight. Minhui hesitated for a second before saying, alright then I guess. Time flew by until the following evening. By now, Chen Yuan and Minhui were already at the Japanese restaurant. As they sat down, a waitress in a kimono brought over their food and said, welcome, Mr. Chen. Here is the course menu you ordered. Enjoy your meal. Once she left, Minhui smoothed out her dress, sat down and whispered, Chen Yuan, I heard your family is going through a rough patch. You really don't have to waste money like this. Chen Yuan let his eyes wander down to Minhui's curvy silhouette and replied, it's fine. This place has top-tier food. Totally worth it. His eyes were glued to her curves while he spoke. He muttered to himself, it's been 2 months since I've had any action. Stay calm, brother. Stay calm. Right then, Minhui turned to ask why he'd suddenly invited her out to dinner. Chen Yuan, is it really just to pick out a gift for your sister? Chen Yuan quickly looked away, took a sip of tea, and replied, I've always wanted to treat you, just never found the right time until now. Minhui just let out a meh, while the favorability meter floating above her head started plummeting, 69, 68, 67, 66. Chen Yuan started sweating bullets thinking, damn, was that the wrong answer? The favorability rating is dropping again. Our boy quickly cleared his throat to fix things. Back during military training, you were always buying me water and texting me at night. I've never forgotten that. Hearing that, her favorability score spiked by 1 point and she looked up in surprise. You actually remembered? Chen Yuan scratched his ear and replied, how could I ever forget that? Hearing this, Minhui was clearly moved and her favorability meter started climbing back up. Seeing things were back on track, he took a sip of tea thinking, stay cool, keep it steady. 40 minutes later, after finishing their meal, the two headed to the register. The receptionist chirped, welcome, your total comes to 2,920 yuan. Since you're a member after the discount, it's 2,774 yuan. Chen Yuan pulled out his QR code to scan and said, sure, thanks. Watching him drop that cash without even blinking, the favorability meter above Minhui's head surged again. She couldn't help but compare. Her own monthly allowances is only 3,000, so he just spent an entire month of her budget on one meal, unlike Li Jianpeng. That guy wants to go to the movies but complains about eating at the school cafeteria, then drags his feet on going out to eat. He's got money but acts like a total cheapskate. Right after the payment went through, Chen Yuan's phone pinged with 2 notifications from the construction bank. The card ending in 0098 received a deposit of 832 yuan at 1910 on May 11th. Current balance is in 25,778 yuan. Construction bank. Your card ending in 0098 received 5578 yuan at 1910 on May 11th. Current balance is a 131,356 yuan. Chen Yuan was left feeling pretty confused. He pulled up the system interface to check the limited time mission. Spend money on a member of the opposite sex with favorability over 60 and gain their genuine respect to receive a mission reward. Money spent on the opposite sex will be refunded at triple the amount. If their favorability increases by 3 points during the transaction, you get a double refund on top of that. Seeing this, Chen Yuan looked back at her. Minhui's favorability was now at 76. It finally clicked. She was at 72 when they met, and now she's at 76. So that's how it works. This feeling of earning 10,000 yuan just by having dinner is absolutely insane. Minhui was already feeling the vibe, looking at Chen Yuan with flushed cheeks, thinking, he's actually looking better and better. Maybe this is the power of money. She reached out and grabbed his arm, smiling. Let's go, Chen Yuan. We still need to hit the international mall to pick out that gift for your sister. A while later, Chen Yuan and Minhui arrived at the mall, only to run into that green tea snake Chu Yuanting and her middle-aged sugar daddy. Seeing him, the guy spoke up, hey, Yuanting, why is this loser here? She looked genuinely shocked. Chen Yuan just tilted his head in confusion, wondering why is this guy here too? Bro broke up with me yesterday, and today she's already out on a date with her new toy. Her boyfriend gritted his teeth, looking at me with pure disdain. A broke student like you dares to come here and pretend to shop? Pathetic. He's talking big, but deep down he's absolutely seething. I worked my tail off, buying countless bags just to simp for Chen Yuan, and this loser is still getting girls despite being flat broke? Total BS. Over here, Chen Yuan couldn't be bothered with these NPCs, so he turned to Minhui and said, Minhui, let's just head to a different store. She just nodded and said, sure. The guy over there couldn't help but stir the pot. Chen Yuan, since you're already at the door, why not come in and take a look? Looking doesn't cost a dime, right? That green tea snake Yunting chimed in, sounding all annoyed. Chen Yuan, what are you even doing here? And who is she? Chen Yuan replied with total indifference. What a coincidence. I'm just here to pick out a gift for my little sister. The guy snapped his fingers, looking down his nose. Ha, if you're buying gifts, try the discount toy bin at the market. You think you can afford anything in here? Yunting stepped right up to Minhui and started acting fake nice. Honey, I don't know who you are, but let me give you a heads up. Don't let this bottom feeder scam you. Chen Yuan stepped in, blocking her path and said, what's it to you? And what exactly do you mean by scam? Who am I scamming? You? The boyfriend decided to pour some more salt on the wound. Chen Yuan, don't talk to Yunting like that. A real man should have some class. Besides, she's your ex, man. We all know your situation. You're bankrupt and drowning in debt. No need to LARP as a rich guy. Nobody's gonna laugh at you for being broke. Listening to this clown duo feed off each other, Chen Yuan felt the cringe factor hit an all-time high. Honestly, these two were made for each other. Total trash. Just then, the system popped up. Time-limited quest unlocked. Spend money on a female with a favor ability rating over 60 and trigger negative emotions in nearby people for a massive reward. If the target's negative emotion score increases due to the host, for every 5 points gained, the host gets a 2x cashback refund on all money spent. Note, this quest stacks with the standard cashback bonus for spending on female leads. Along with the quest, floating red numbers appeared over the heads of those two losers. Favorability 30 and 35. Seeing this, Chen Yuan grinned like a boss. He thought, I was gonna let you two keep a shred of dignity, but since you're begging to be humiliated, who am I to say no? Now that the system dropped a quest, there's literally zero reason not to flex on them. With that, he grabbed Minhui's hand and said, alright then, let's head inside and browse. As soon as they walked in, the salesgirls recognized him, and one whispered to the other, Chen Yuan is a regular here, you go handle him. The other girl waved her off immediately. Nope, not happening. Why serve a bankrupt rich heir? Not worth my time. Last time, the one who tried to scam us was handled by you, and he didn't even buy anything. It's your turn. The first girl glared at her and hissed, I told you to go, so get moving. A moment later, Chen Yuan grabbed a designer bag, marched up to her boyfriend, and said, June, I've made up my mind, we can head to the register. The sales girl, seeing a big spender, turned to her colleague with a smug look. Right away, Miss Chu, give me 1 second. Watching the sales girl's attitude, the other clerk felt a sting of jealousy. The high-paying customers always go to her, while I'm stuck with the broke losers who don't spend a dime. Just then, another salesgirl rushed over with a display case, looking all sycophantic. Miss Chu, you have such an eye for fashion. It fits your vibe perfectly, unlike some people in here who have zero taste. Miss Chu, this jewelry set matches the bag you picked. Want to try it on? It looks stunning when worn. It's just a bit pricey. The whole set is around 100k. As she opened the box, it revealed 2 teddy bear keychains crafted entirely from exquisite 24k gold. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan and Minhui stopped in front of the bag counter. Chen Yuan spoke up, Minhui, don't worry about the price tag, just pick what you like. Minhui pointed at a bag and said, I think this one isn't bad. The style is super youthful. I bet your sister would love it. The nearby salesgirl, looking bored, sighed. Those two combined are over 50k. That's way out of your league. Over there, Chen Yuanting's boyfriend is breaking into a cold sweat thinking, 10,000? This girl is a total money pit. I thought I could satisfy her with that 2,000 bag. Damn, now she's aiming for a set worth 10,000. Yuanting leans in, whispering, just swipe the card, Jin. Chen Yuan is still watching. Hurry up and show off your big boss energy. The guy named Jun's face turns pale, thinking 10,000 is my big boss energy? My card balance is nowhere near that. Just then, Chen Yuan speaks up, loud and clear, Miss, I'll take both bags, and throw in those accessories the lady mentioned earlier too. As soon as those words dropped, the toxic power couple looked like they'd been struck by lightning, staring back in shock while Minhui covered her jaw-dropped mouth. But the most shook person was the sales clerk, who thought to herself, wait, what? He wants the accessories too? Wasn't this guy broke? She scrambled to her calculator and said, Mr. Shen, that's 131,000 in total. Hearing the number, Chen Yuan smirked. Interesting, after the system refund, this will basically be free. He tossed his bank card over and said, "Here, swipe it." She snatched the card, stammering, "Yes, yes, I'll get these packed for you right away." She was practically crying tears of joy, thinking, I thought this was a dead-end lead. But he's not just buying the bags, he's taking the accessories too, 130k payday. She never expected Mr. Shen to be even more generous and go harder than he did before. That's when Chen Yuan exploded, shouting, "Chen Yuan, didn't your family go bankrupt? Where are you getting this kind of cash?" Her boyfriend chimed in, "Yeah, you didn't just take out a predatory loan, did you?" Chen Yuan tilted his chin up with a mocking grin. "Believe whatever helps you sleep at night. You don't look short on cash, why not buy Yuanting another bag? It's only 20,000 more. Honestly, that's just spare change for a guy like me. A man's gotta have style and generosity, right? That A8 you're driving is worth at least 600-700k. You shouldn't care about a little pocket change like this, should you?" Hearing that, Yuanting's boyfriend started sweating bullets. Not wanting to lose face, Yuanting turned around. "Jun, show him your real power. Don't let him walk all over us." At that moment, Jun thought, my A8 is on a payment plan. I can't let Yuanting find out. This brat is making me want to blow a fuse. He pretended to pull out his phone to stop Hopper. Hold on, I need to take this call." Yuanting looked frustrated. "How Jun, why are you?" How Jun hurried out of the store, pretending to yell into the phone. "Who gave you the right to make that decision? Didn't I tell you no deals over $1 million without my approval?" Realizing he was pulling a runner, Yuanting turned back to Chen Yuan, grinding her teeth in pure salt. "Chen Yuan, just worry about yourself." "Whatever." With that, they stormed off, their favorability dropping hard, -45 and -35 respectively. Chen Yuan chuckled to himself, farming negative emotions is way too easy, right? Whatever, I'm too lazy to beef with them, as long as the mission is complete. He turned to Minhui and handed her the bag. "Minhui, take it, it's a gift for you." She waved her hands in panic. "No way, Chen Yuan, this is way too expensive." Chen Yuan shoved the bag into her hands. "It's nothing, just a bag. Sorry for dragging you into this drama. Getting roasted and insulted by those two jerks because of me, I feel bad. Think of it as my apology. Just take it, I'm begging you." Seeing how insistent he was, Minhui finally caved. "Is that so? In that case, thanks, Chen Yuan." As soon as she finished, Chen Yuan shoved the rest of the items into her hands. "Don't thank me yet, there's more. Everything else is for you too." Minhui looked genuinely stunned. "Huh? Isn't this supposed to be for your sister?" Chen Yuan put on his best gentleman act. "I don't know if she'd like it, but I know at least you like this bag." Internally, he was laughing at the absurdity. "Are you kidding? Actually buy stuff for that little devil Shen Xuan? She wouldn't just call me a waster, she'd immediately snitch to our parents. From the very beginning, these bags were always meant for you. Just take them, I only get my cash back after you accept the gifts." Holding the pile of gear, Minhui couldn't help but hesitate. One gift was already over the top, but accepting the whole set, wouldn't that give him the wrong impression? She looked flustered and replied, "I can't, Chen Yuan." Before she could finish, Chen Yuan grabbed her hands, gave a charming smile and said, "It's fine. This is just the beginning. We've got plenty of time, so just take it. If you refuse again, you'll break my heart." Right on cue, the system notification popped up. "Congrats, host, mission accomplished. This mission rewarded you with 15 negative points, granting you a 3x rebate on your spending, plus the bonus for spending on the opposite sex. That brings the total cashback to a massive 6x multiplier." Then came the sound of pure sweet profit. Construction bank notification. Account ending in 098 received 786,000 N at 9 p.m. on May 11th. Current balance, 786,356. He gripped Minhui's hand tighter, thinking, "Minhui is my personal ATM now, I gotta protect this asset, can't let her favorability drop again." Even though he wanted to make a move, he knew he couldn't rush it. Letting things happen naturally was better. He said, "Minhui, you should head back to campus, it's getting late." Hearing that, Minhui was genuinely pleased. Chen Yuan was nothing like Li Jianpeng. He didn't even mention going to a bar, which was a huge relief since she actually wanted to head back. After a while, Chen Yuan finally made it back to the guy's dorm. As he walked up, a group of dudes in streetwear approached, one of them sucking up Zanpeng. "I'm so jealous of you, bro. You stayed low-key and actually bagged the class goddess. Here we are, still out here struggling as single losers." Another dude chimed in, "For real, can't believe you were the one to make the first move." The guy in glasses pushed up his frames and added, "This calls for a celebration. You gotta treat us to a meal and make it something high-end." Seeing Chen Yuan walk by, Li Jianpeng intentionally raised his voice. "Sure, let's invite the whole class to keep the hype going." As soon as Chen Yuan opened the door, his roommate turned around, clearly annoyed. "You heard all that, right? That piece of trash, Li Jianpeng. He went on one movie date with the class goddess, and now he's acting like the whole school needs to know. He's clearly targeting our room, 503. He really thinks he's something." Chen Yuan patted his shoulder and said, he won't be soaring for long. Feng Minhui isn't going to stick with a guy like that. His roommate looked at him with disdain. Stop capping, bro. Minhui went to the movies with him tonight. Who knows what else they did? Besides, didn't she turn down your date request today? That basically proves she's already with Li Jianpeng. Chen Yuan didn't say another word. He pulled out his phone to check his loot, thinking, making bank already, not bad. Maybe I should head home tomorrow and see what's up. The next morning, Chen Yuan returned home to find guests already there. It was his uncle. Chen Yaodai saw him walk in and chuckled, hey little Yuan, you're back? His dad quickly urged him, we're in the middle of a discussion. Go to your room for now. Your uncle and I need to talk business. Back in his room, Chen Yuan quietly stood by the door to eavesdrop. His dad said, brother, I understand your position, but I really need you to give me a little more time. The shipment in my hands is about to be cleared, and I'll be able to pay you back a portion then. Outside, Chen Yaodai crossed his legs and retorted arrogantly, a portion won't cut it. I've been struggling with my own turnover for the past 2 days. You need to pay me back in full right now. Chen Yuan's mom heard this and snapped. Chen Yaodai, you have no shame, do you? When you didn't have money for your car wash, who lent you 300,000? Did we ever once pressure you to pay us back? Now that we only owe you 200,000, you've been here 3 or 4 times to harass us. What is your game? His dad tried to de-escalate. Keep it down, he's having a hard time too. Only he knows how much he's struggling. I already asked your wife, you haven't had any business turnover issues at all. His mom replied. Chen Yaodai looked annoyed, gestured with his hands, and said, paying back is only natural. It's a shame we're family, otherwise we could have kept things civil. If it were a stranger, you'd know exactly how debt collectors work. Hearing this, Shen Yuan's mother was so furious, she could barely breathe. Oh, is the uncle trying to use force to collect debts now? Oh my god, you Shen family members are nothing but cold-blooded snakes. What was the point of treating you well in the beginning? His father hurriedly reached out to stop him. What are you saying? Aren't there still some pieces of jewelry left? Go into the room, look for them, and take some to sell. I'll buy you more once we have money again. His mom replied, stop it honey, no more buying things. Let's just pay off our debts first, then we can talk. Standing by the side and hearing the whole thing, the system suddenly popped up. A perfect life shouldn't have debt. Time-limited quest. Pay off your family's debt. Quest reward. The amount used to pay the debt will be double refunded to the host. First repayment of 200,000 yuan will net you 1,000,000 yuan, specifically for a luxury car. Seeing the quest, Shen Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Whoa, this quest came at the perfect damn time. Even without the quest, I was planning on helping the old man pay off some debt today anyway. Just then, his mom went into the room and brought out a jewelry box, saying, the jewelry you gave me over the years is all here. No matter how hard things got, I couldn't bear to sell them. They're worth a few tens of thousands, let him take them. I think 2 gold rings went missing when we moved house. Shen Yuan was about to knock, but hearing this he felt a wave of self-reproach. Back in freshman year I was short on cash for a bag for yunting, so I took mom's 2 rings to sell. I really was an unfilial brat back then. Thinking of this, he boldly opened the door and walked in, saying, Dad, Mom, I have money. His parents turned around and said sternly, now is not the time to joke. You can see the situation our family is in. Isn't that little bit of money supposed to be for your cafeteria card? Don't mess around anymore. Shen Yuan scratched his head in confusion and said, I really have money. Old man, listen up. Did you hear the notification sound? Right after he finished speaking, a ding sounded. His father pulled out his phone to check, and both of them were left speechless. 200,000? Kid, where on earth did you get that much money? Shen Yuan cleared his throat and made up a story. You guys gave me a lot of pocket money before, so I invested in some crypto with a friend. He wouldn't let me touch it. He said it had huge growth potential and it only just converted into real cash these past 2 days. He thought to himself, this excuse should work. They really did give me a lot of allowance back then. Hearing that, his mom gave him a thumbs up. Well done, son. You've solved a huge worry for our family. His father urged them on. Alright, let's pay the debt first and get rid of this pest. Immediately after, they walked back to the living room and transferred the money to Chen Yaodai. Yaodai, we've paid off everything we owe. His mom pointed straight at the door. You've got the money, now get out. Let's never see each other again. The old guy got the money, but hearing those words left him confused. Hey sister-in-law, you can't just. Before he could finish, Shen Yuan's mother glared at him. Can you not understand human language? I said, get out. She pushed him out the door. Chen Yaodai thought anxiously. His cousin owes nearly 100 million outside. I thought he'd have even less money later, so I wanted to collect early. How could they pay it back so fast? Did his new business venture actually make money? Is he about to hit it big again? Thinking of this, he slapped his own face. Why the hell did I act like that today? How am I supposed to see them again? Damn it, why did I even come here? As soon as he left, the system popped up. Quest complete. Repayment target met. Distributing rewards immediately. Construction bank alert. Your card ending in 098 just received 400,000 yuan at 11:39 a.m. Current balance 118,635. Construction bank. Your card ending in 0098 just received 1 million yuan at 11:39 a.m. Current balance 2,063,060. Seeing the notification, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel hyped. Setting aside the cash specifically for his new ride, his personal account is now sitting at over 1 million. Who would have thought a quick trip home would not only solve his parents' money woes but also net him such a massive payday? But if he really wants to clear out all the family debt, he's gonna need way more. So, dumping the whole million on old Shen right now would be a total waste. The Giga Chad move is to use this capital to flip more profit, so he decides he can only slide old Shen another 200k for now. He leans in and says, "Old Shen, I actually still have another 200k that I haven't withdrawn yet. Do you guys need it urgently right now?" His mom waves her hand. "I think we can hold off for now. The other debts aren't exactly knocking down our door." His dad clears his throat. "Wait a second." Looking a bit bashful, he says, Chen Yuan, how about you give me 50k first? Chen Yuan can't help but chuckle. "That's it, old Shen, that's the vibe." He recalls the past, and his dad's current expression is exactly how he used to look when begging for pocket money. Genetics are honestly pretty funny sometimes. Fast forward, Chen Yuan is back at school, hops off his ride, sees Le Xiao and greets her. "Hey teach, you're back." Le Xiao walks up and replies, "Yep, no classes this afternoon." Chen Yuan leans in closer and asks, "You free tonight? I want to treat you to dinner. You bought me a meal last time, so it's only right I return the favor." As soon as he finishes, a cold breeze hits him from behind, and a gaze sharp as a razor blade cuts through him. The owner of that gaze? None other than her younger sister. Le Xiao is startled. Lemeng? Seeing her, Chen Yuan gets chills thinking, this sister of hers is basically my natural enemy. Cannot mess with her. Definitely cannot mess with her. She walks right up to him without saying a word, just staring him down with pure intimidation. Chen Yuan immediately looks for an exit strategy. "Oh, teach, I just remembered I have some stuff to handle at school. Guess I'm busy tonight after all. Let's save that dinner for another time, yeah? I'm out." As soon as he bolts, Lemeng speaks up. "I told you that kid has ulterior motives." Le Xiao sighs and waves it off. "It was probably just a normal dinner, and even if he did have other ideas, I wouldn't say yes anyway." Back outside under the scorching sun, Chen Yuan sighs. It's way too hot. Driving around with Chu Yanting in the air-conditioned luxury car was honestly such a flex. Thinking about it feels good. Along with these thoughts, an image of him cruising in his supercar while chilling with Yanting pops into his head. Then it hits him, wait, I've got that cash set aside for a car. It'd be disrespectful to the system if I didn't spend it, right? He pulls out his phone and texts Minhui. "Minhui, you free this afternoon? Let's go car shopping with me." Minhui replies, "Sure, I don't have any afternoon classes anyway." Her roommate, who caught a glimpse of the text, jumps in to tease her. "Ooh, look at you two going on a car shopping date. Moving fast, huh? Are we not even going back to the dorm tonight? Tell me. Spill it." Minhui blushes. "Stop talking nonsense, we aren't even dating yet." Her friend hugs her and mocks, "Our Minhui is so lucky. Snagged a golden turtle who's rich and more importantly, a total hottie. That kid Chen Yuan is getting a steal." She then lands a playful sneak attack on Minhui. Minhui shrieks, "Ah, you're so annoying." Time flies to the afternoon, and Chen Yuan and Minhui are already at the dealership. A staff member walks up from behind and says, "Hey guys, welcome. Are you here to check out some wheels? Which models are you interested in?" As soon as he gets closer, he recognizes her and says, "Minhui, what are you doing here?" Minhui turns around, surprised. "Oh, Senior Qin Yang." She thinks to herself, "Why did I run into this guy who used to chase me back in high school?" Qin Yang points at Chen Yuan and asks, "Minhui, who is this guy?" Chen Yuan replies, "I'm her classmate." Shen Yuan. Qin Yang, hearing this, says, "Oh, I see. Nice to meet you. Are you guys here to buy a car? What kind of car are you looking for?" Shen Yuan points to the car beside him and says, "I want to check out this M9. Qin Yang waves his hand toward the other side, smiling. "The showroom is over there. Feel free to browse around or just sit inside if you want." He's smiling on the outside, but inside he's gritting his teeth in contempt, thinking, the M9 starts at 500k, so it's gonna be over 600k on the road. This kid looks like a broke nobody. Ha, if you don't have money, just admit it. Dragging a goddess to a 4S dealership just to LARP as a rich guy? What's the point? He looks at Minhui and thinks thirstily. Minhui is still as gorgeous as ever. She deserves to be the goddess I used to simp for. Then he starts coping. "I'm not the same guy I was back then. I make over 10k a month, I'm a top sales performer, and I drive a 200k Honda Accord to work. Girls are so materialistic these days. A guy like me is obviously their top-tier choice." He steps toward Minhui and makes his move. "Minhui, long time no see. If you're free tonight, let's catch up on old times." Minhui rejects him instantly. Sorry, senior. I'm actually tied up tonight, I've got plans. Just then, Chen Yuan sitting in the car shouts out, Hey, can we schedule a test drive? Seeing this, Chen Yang can't help but get annoyed. I'm trying to pick up Minhui here, what are you interrupting for, you little brat? If you can't afford it, why are you wasting my time with a test drive? He sneers and says, Sorry, our demo car was taken out by the manager today, no test drives for now. Noticing his attitude, Chen Yuan immediately sees through his BS. It's not like he's clueless about how car sales work. I saw the M9s in the showroom before we even walked in. If he can't handle it, I'll just find someone else. Chen Yuan steps out of the car, walks over to the front desk and says loudly, Excuse me, can you assign me a different sales advisor? I want a test drive. As soon as he finishes, a lady in a super sharp professional suit walks over and says, Hello, my name is Chen Na. I'm a sales consultant here. How can I help you today? Seeing her figure, Shen Yuan's eyes widen. Someone else walks over, seeing Qin Yang not dealing with the client, and asks, Qin Yang, wasn't that your customer? Why did you let Chen Na take over? Qin Yang replies with a disdainful tone, I didn't feel like dealing with him. Let Chen Na do the grunt work for free. A college student saying he wants to buy an M9 and asking for a test drive? That's just cap, isn't it? The other guy says, what if he's actually loaded and buys it? Don't come crying to me if you lose the commission. Qin Yang snorts, buy it? Yeah right, just another broke loser showing off to a girl. I see these types every day. Back at the car, Shen Yuan is already being taken for a test drive by Chen Na. Chen Na introduces the features. Sir, this car features an intelligent cockpit design and is equipped with a 192-line laser radar, allowing for full self-driving. How does it feel? Shen Yuan glances at her, thinking, she's professional, and her looks are on par with Minhui. But you know how the auto industry is. You always hear those spicy rumors online about female sales staff trading favors for sales with male clients. As he thinks this, he pictures Chen Na in a revealing outfit, sitting on a customer's lap with a sales contract in her hand. Seeing Shen Yuan stay silent, Chen Na asks, Do you have a clear understanding of the car's specs now? What's your budget looking like? Shen Yuan replies, Do you have one in stock? I want to take the car home today. Hearing this, Chen Na is completely stunned. Even our most serious clients usually check the car out a few times before pulling the trigger. This guy just finished the test drive and is already ready to buy without even haggling over the price. If he's actually loaded, why did Qin Yang give up on the lead? She checks her system on her phone and replies, I'm sorry, we don't have any in stock right now, but another branch had an order canceled due to financing issues. If you need it, we can have it transferred to this store within a week. Shen Yuan nods, that works, I'll put a deposit down today. Chen Na thinks to herself, impressed, that's a 600k purchase and he bought it just like that. Is this the legendary angel customer? Or does he have some other agenda? With a smile, she replied, just head inside and take a break, sir. A 50,000 deposit is fine for now. Let me go grab the paperwork. As soon as she walked back, that fraud Qin Yang sarcastically chimed in, Chen Na, what's the move with that guy? She kept it professional while grabbing the contracts. He's buying it. The other coworker was stunned, poking his head in. Wait, what? He's buying it, like, already? Qin Yang scoffed, acting like he knew better. He's definitely faking it. Watch, he'll ghost us the second he has to pay. We see losers like that in here every day. His buddy nodded in agreement. Facts. I've been selling cars for years, and I've never seen anyone move that fast. Fed up with their chatter, Chen Na coldly interrupted. I said Mr. Chen is buying it, and he's planning to pay the whole thing up front. Hearing that, the guy practically shouted, no way. He immediately turned to Qin Yang and barked, you just lost us a massive commission, didn't you? That's a huge L for the store. Qin Yang just stood there speechless, looking like a total clown. A few minutes later, Chen Na returned with the paperwork. Once the deposit was processed, she was all smiles. Mr. Chen, if you run into any issues later on, just hit me up. Are you heading somewhere else now? Need a ride? Minhui looked annoyed and cut in. Not necessary. We'll just grab a taxi. Chen Na started sweating bullets. She panicked, thinking she'd been too pushy and offended the girlfriend, so she quickly backpedaled. Got it, no worries. Shortly after, Minhui and Chen Yuan arrived at the mall. Chen Yuan was scrolling on his phone and said, Hui, let's go grab something to eat. Minhui replied, Seeing how icy she was, Chen Yuan side-eyed her, realizing she was straight up jealous. She looked away, blushing, I'm not. Chen Yuan chuckled. Stop capping, your face tells a different story. She and I just have a client-salesperson relationship. There's literally nothing else going on. Minhui pouted. Who knows? You guys were laughing it up, and you were stalking her social media for ages. Chen Yuan scratched his ear, laughing awkwardly. Haha, honestly, that's just a habit. I check everyone's profile when I add them. Minhui hesitated before saying fine, but don't do it again. She thought to herself, it's not like we're dating, so why am I acting so jealous? Guys who throw money around like he does are total magnets for other women. I need to figure out how to lock him down. Yeah, I need to keep him on a tight leash. Hearing that, Chen Yuan laughed. Won't happen again. Let's go eat, then we'll hit the luxury boutiques to get you some gifts. He smirked internally, thinking, yeah, I'm not exactly as innocent as I'm pretending to be, am I? Hearing about more shopping, Minhui thought, as much as I want the gifts, it feels wrong to let him spend this much. What if he starts thinking I'm just a gold digger? She hesitated, but you already bought me 2 bags yesterday. Chen Yuan smiled. It's fine. A girl can never have too many bags. 7 days in a week means you need a different one for every outfit. He secretly grinned, knowing that spending money on girls triggered a triple cashback system. The more she spent, the faster he got rich. Soon enough, they were seated at a restaurant. Chen Yuan slid the menu over, smiling. Hui Hui, want something hot or cold today? She turned bright red, thinking, is he asking if I'm on my period? Is he actually trying to... She stammered, I'll take the cold one. Seeing her reaction, Chen Yuan was low-key confused. What was that face for? Alright then, where is her mind at? It had been 2 months since things happened with Chu Wanding, and honestly, building up this much misunderstanding might actually make things more interesting. 3 hours flashed by, and after grabbing a bite, the two lovebirds finished their shopping spree with a pile of new loot. A watch for 12,800 yuan, a designer bag for 5,500, and a bracelet for 20,800. Our boy is flexin'. Meanwhile, Minhui's favorability meter has climbed all the way to 81. She looked over at Chen Yuan, her heart literally doing backflips. The way Chen Yuan spoils her feels totally unreal. He dropped over 100,000 just now and almost 140k in just 2 days. Suddenly his phone pings with a notification. CCB bank deposit alert. 252,000 added to card ending in 098 at 11:39 a.m. Total balance now 2,254,256 yuan. Seeing those numbers, Chen Yuan couldn't help but grin like a maniac. This double cashback system mechanic is legit, no cap. Even after dropping 50 grand on that car for old Shen, he's already made it all back, and then some. Even after subtracting the 600k for the car, he still got over 1.6 million yuan burning a hole in his pocket. Feeling like a total boss, he turned to Minhui with that signature Rizzler energy. Hui Hui, don't head back to the dorms tonight, yeah? She turned red instantly and gave him a shy nod. Half an hour later at the Grand Fortune Hotel, room 80, Chen Yuan is just wrapping up a shower, scrubbing off the day to get ready for some serious late-night gaming. Outside the bathroom, Minhui is staring at her phone, totally spiraling. Chen Ling keeps texting her, asking why she isn't back at the dorms. What's she supposed to say now? Telling her she's literally hanging out with Chen Yuan is way too embarrassing. Right on cue, Chen Yuan steps out, drying his hair while looking down at her. Hui Hui, you ready yet? Minhui sighed to herself. Sorry Ling Ling, he's just treating me too well to walk away. She tapped out a quick message on her screen. Ling Ling, not coming back tonight. Tell anyone who asks that I'm visiting some relatives. Immediately after, Chen Yuan snuck up right behind her. He leaned in, taking a deep breath to soak in her perfume. Minhui let out a soft moan. Chen Yuan, I haven't showered yet. Chen Yuan just smirked. Doesn't matter, I love your natural scent. Then he flipped her over and started adjusting the volume on her twin peaks, turning it all the way up to 11. Minhui is completely melting, and as they get lost in each other's rhythm, we'll leave the rest to your imagination. Let's keep it PG-13, shall we? After a 30-minute boss fight, Minhui lay in his arms, smiling, thinking it wasn't as scary as Chen Ling made it sound. Shen Yuan, on the other hand, is completely wiped out, thinking he's seriously out of shape if he's gassing out this early. He hasn't even recovered his stamina bar when Minhui already starts crawling back up. Shen Yuan, can we go again? Shen Yuan almost fell off the bed in pure shock. Wait, what? Hui Hui, give your boy a minute to recharge. She just licked her lips, totally insatiable. Nope, I want it now. The next morning, after an absolute marathon of a night, Shen Yuan finally rolled back into his dorm. He checked his bank account balance, feeling like he'd just cleared a high-level dungeon. The system even gives him cashback for paying off his debts. Absolute meta move. With his loans and credit cards totaling 52,000 yuan, he decided to wipe those clean first. Still gotta keep that 100k he owes Li Yuhong in mind though. Back when his family went bankrupt, everyone ditched him except for Li Yuhong, who held him down without asking for anything. After settling the debts, the notifications kept hitting his phone. CCB Bank again. Card ending in 098 received 104,000 yuan at 7:46 a.m. on the 13th. Current balance is 2,356,000. UNCCB Bank notification again. Card ending in row 98 received 200,000 yuan at 7:46 a.m. Current balance now 4,006,256. Still staring at his phone in a daze, his roommate walked over. Yo, third brother, where'd you vanish to last night? You didn't even sleep in your bed. Did you even check the class group chat? Everyone's hanging out tonight. You coming or what? He shoved his phone right in Shen Yuan's face. Inside the class group chat, Li Zhanpeng just flexed a photo of a new whip. He's like, The weather is decent this weekend. Everyone should touch grass and go for a stroll. Some NPC immediately jumped in to glaze him. Damn, bro, you actually went to pick up the whip? This is the 3.25 million model. Bro, you're straight up loaded. Another dude chimed in. Man, we could graduate for 10 years and still not be able to afford a ride like that. Anyway, was the sales girl at the 4S dealership hot or what? The class president DM'd me saying we should all link up for a night out, then added, that dog Li Jianpeng booked a spot. I bet he just told the class president to set it up so he could show off solo. It's honestly so cringe, but if I don't go, I'm wasting my 200 yuan class fund. Chen Yuan replied, this Li Jianpeng guy is really working overtime to look cool. It's almost cute. You guys go ahead. I'm passing. Right on cue, a message from Li Yuhong popped up. Yuan, it's been a minute. Come over for a meal tonight and just let loose. Immediately the system dropped a notification. Quest, a perfect life isn't just about having the Riz, it's about securing the bag and building a career. Limited time mission. Host receives 1 million in startup capital. Spend the entire 1 million reward within 1 week. Any income generated from these business activities will be doubled as a return. Seeing the mission, Chen Yuan was hyped out of his mind. He thought to himself, a career-based mission this time? Right on time, I was just thinking about how to launder this much cash sitting in my account into a legit revenue stream. Li Yuhong's bar is under renovation. Maybe I can drop an investment there. Settled, Chen Yuan replied, send the location, I'll pull up tonight. That evening at the Basin bar in the Chenglong VIP room, Li Yuhong's crew was already in full force. The guy in the floral shirt is Lin Guangyao. He had his arm around some girl, asking impatiently, young Master Li, who are we still waiting for? I'm literally starving to death here. The guy in the fancy suit is Xie Haiji. He threw in his 2 cents too. Aren't all the important people already here? The hip-hop style guy is Zhao Zhengjiang. He agreed, yeah, real MVPs don't pull up this late. Hearing them whine, Li Yuhong just shrugged. What's the rush? Isn't there fruit and snacks on the table? Just stuff your faces for now. Chen Yuan is almost here. Lin Guangyao looked surprised. Chen Yuan? Didn't his family go bankrupt? He's not even in our tax bracket anymore. Why invite him? Li Yuhong replied, I'm the one paying, not you, so why are you so pressed? Chen Yuan is my day one, we're not the same. Lin Guangyao scoffed, while grabbing his girl, and replied nonchalantly. Whatever you say, boss, we'll keep waiting then. He then turned to Xie Haijie and asked, cousin, didn't your girlfriend say she was coming tonight? Why isn't she here yet? The girl next to him blushed, ugh, brother Yao, you're so annoying, you won't date me, but you keep grabbing me like that. Xie Haijie replied with a grin while texting, she's on her way, but traffic is a nightmare, give it another 10 minutes. Watching him, Lin Guangyao thought in disgust, my cousin's family has always lived off mine. If he didn't rely on us, he wouldn't even be qualified to attend a gathering like this. No idea how he got lucky enough to bag such a top-tier goddess. In his head, he imagined a girl with a god-tier body, specifically that tight skirt and white shirt combo. That level of seduction, no man could resist. Anyway, they aren't married yet, maybe I still have a shot. At this moment, Chen Yuan pushed open the door and walked in, wearing some ragged clothes. Seeing the crew, he flashed a bright smile, and said, hey guys, what's up? Li Yuhong looked concerned and asked, bro, why are you so late? Chen Yuan replied, traffic man. I suspect the driver took the scenic route just to rack up the fare. Li Yuhong gave him a light punch on the shoulder and laughed, damn, are there seriously drivers that scummy out there? You should report him, bro. Lin Guangyao heard this and scoffed internally, imagine calling a taxi. Everyone sitting at this table drove their own luxury whip here, right? And this loser actually called a taxi? No wonder he got stuck in traffic. With that he mocked, you're lucky man. Everyone here drove their own cars, didn't expect you to be out here catching a cab. Just then Chen Na pushed the door open and said, sorry guys, rush hour traffic was a nightmare, that's why I'm late. Xie Haijie stood up immediately and gestured, everyone, this is my girl, Chen Na. She's a sales rep at a 4S dealership, so if you boys need a new ride, hit her up. Thinking his girl was way hotter than anyone else's, he smugly thought, I might have less cash than you rich kids, but my girlfriend is a total goddess compared to yours. As soon as she walked in and locked eyes with Shen Yuan, Chen Na was stunned. That's Mr. Shen, the guy who bought the car yesterday. Since he's not saying anything, I'll just act like I've never met him before. With that, she walked straight past him toward Xie Haiji. 40 minutes later, with everyone feeling buzzed, Li Yuhong stood up with his glass and said, now that we're stuffed, let me drop some news. I'm trying to level up my bar business. You guys are all my day one bros. Want to hop in on this investment and get this bread together? The budget is around 2.4 million. I'm offering a 30% stake, which means you'd need to pony up 700k. He looked a bit nervous and asked, so, what do you guys think? Hearing this, the girl next to Lin Guangyao rolled her eyes, ready to watch the drama unfold. Lin Guangyao ignored him and thought, young Master Li's family rakes in millions a year, why is he begging for a measly 700k? He definitely failed his last few business ventures, so his old man cut off his allowance. Xie Haiji stayed quiet, thinking, I can't touch that, it would take me 2 years to save up 700k. Zhao Zhenggang also felt annoyed. We're just here to eat. Why are you pitching a business deal? Not Li's style. The other guys lowered their heads, knowing that anyone who spoke up now would look like a total clown. Seeing the absolute silence, Li Yuhang felt his heart sink. These dudes usually let me pick up the tab and borrow cash without a word, but the moment I need a little support, they ghost me. I get why Chen Yuan is struggling, but the rest of you guys are acting like you're dead. He said in a low voice. Well, did you guys lose your voices after dinner? Say something at least. Lin Guangyao finally spoke up. Look, young Master Li, I don't think it's at the level where it needs investment. If you're short on cash, we can just chip in a few thousand each to get it started. Just pay us back once you start turning a profit. Xie Haiji chimed in with a fake smile. Yeah, exactly. We're just joining in mid-game. It wouldn't be fair to you. Doing it this way means you won't take a loss later. Right, guys? Seeing them act like total snakes, Zhao Zhenggang rolled his eyes. Everyone knows Li's track record. His last KTV project went up in flames, and now he wants to open a quiet bar? It's basically throwing money into an abyss. The others side-eyed Lin Guangyao, thinking, this guy has the cash to lend privately. Why is he dragging us all into this mess? Geez, we all rely on our parents for money. Our allowances aren't even enough to cover this. Hearing their excuses, Li Yuhang felt disappointed. He wanted to build something together, not turn this into a loan sharking session. I really overestimated these friends, especially that loser Lin Guangyao who never does anything useful. I clearly said it was an equity investment, but they keep twisting it into me asking for a handout. He set his glass down and said, forget the money then. If you guys aren't into it, just drop it. Lin Guangyao raised his glass and laughed. Now that's what I'm talking about, young Master Li. Trying to drag us into investments kills the vibe. Everyone, let's keep eating and drinking. Cheers. Li Yuhang turned away, feeling empty, and said, keep drinking your booze, I'm out. Chen Yuan watched this display, feeling nothing but pure cringe. Where were all these people when he went bankrupt, huh? Why does Li Yuhang still expect any actual help from this squad of losers? These guys are bottom feeders who only have cash because they mooch off their parents. Thinking this, he spoke up, how about I invest that 700k instead? As soon as he dropped that, the whole room went dead silent, eyes popping out of their skulls. What? Lin Guangyao laughed like he'd just heard the joke of the century. Chen Yuan, stop clowning around, we've known each other way too long for this act. Ha 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 ha. The other dudes nodded in agreement. Facts, stop capping, it's not a good look on you. Zhao Zhengxiang, sitting right next to him, patted his shoulder mockingly. Why don't you hit the bathroom and splash some water on your face to sober up? Li Xiao is clearly stressed out right now. He doesn't have time for your broke boy fanfiction. The Xie Haijie brothers and Lin Guangyao all started clowning on him too. Xie Dahai chimed in, bro, I'm older and have more life experience than you. You really need to learn how to stay in your lane. This isn't even about staying in your lane anymore. It's just straight up delusional clout chasing. Lin Guangyao gave him a knowing wink. For real. Chen Yuan, don't forget how you even got here tonight, remember? Want me to pay for your cab ride home so you can stop embarrassing yourself? Chen Na watched this and thought, if brother Shen wants to buy 30% of the shares, why is everyone acting like he's just talking trash? He literally just ordered a 600k car yesterday, so investing 700k sounds pretty standard for a baller like him, right? She sat there, lost in her own thoughts. She wanted to back brother Shen up, but as an outsider, she didn't want to make things awkward or get in his way. How should she handle this? Meanwhile, Chen Yuan grabbed his phone and looked at Li Yuhang. I just sent the 700k over, check your balance. Li Yuhang pulled out his phone, his expression shifting from doubt to pure shock. Chen Yuan, you're looking at a text from the bank. Account ending in 5854 received 700,000 at 7:42 p.m. on May 13th. Seeing his reaction, Lin Guangyao leaned in. Li Xiao, everything good? Li Yuhang held his screen up to him and replied, see for yourself. Looking at the text, Lin Guangyao's face went pale as he thought, no way, is this for real? This is a transfer from Chen Yuan? Why are there so many zeros? Let me count this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Holy Mother of God, it's actually 700k. Watching the mood shift, Chen Na couldn't help but smirk. The winds have definitely changed. Another guy stood up, looking confused. Lin Xiao, what does the message say? Lin Guangyao stammered, something just came up at home, I got a dip, catch you guys later. Xie Haijie was stunned. He stood up and asked, wait, what are you talking about? Lin Guangyao turned back. Stop asking questions. You should leave too, your parents are looking for you. Xie Haijie looked like a total NPC. What? They didn't even call me. Seeing this absolute idiot, Lin Guangyao cursed under his breath. This cousin of mine is a total airhead, whatever. I'm done dealing with him, but that snake Chen Yuan. If he had this much cash, why the hell was he riding in a taxi like some commoner? He totally stole the spotlight for the whole night. God damn it. Seeing the panic, Zhao Zhengjiang got suspicious. Why is Lin Xiao tweaking so hard? He walked over and asked Li Xiao what's in the text. Let me see. One look was all it took for him to scramble toward the door. I just remembered something urgent at home. I'm out of here. The rest of the crew started jumping ship one after another. Yeah, me too, Li Xiao. Let's hang out another time. Xie Haijie was standing there, completely clueless about what the hell just went down. He shouted, "What are you guys doing? What is even happening right now? Why are you all just leaving?" Watching him act like a total clown, Chen Na couldn't help but feel disgusted and urged, "Let's just go." Hearing her explain the situation, Xie Haiji was stunned. "Wait, what did you just say? How did you know they were checking their transfer notifications earlier? You didn't even look at your phone." Chen Na replied coldly, "Yesterday Chen Yuan ordered an M9 through me and paid for the whole thing in full." Hearing that, he grabbed Chen Na's arm and asked, "Wait, what? Are you for real?" She snapped back, "Why would I lie to you? I've still got his car purchase contract right here in my hands." Hearing this, Xie Haijie fumed. "Nah, I'm not trying to lecture you, but for a wealthy heir like that, if you knew his status, you should have told me immediately. You handled this so poorly." Before he could even finish his sentence, Chen Na yanked her arm away and walked off, saying, "Next time? There is no next time. Xie Haiji, I finally realized what kind of person you are today. Consider this a bad investment on my part. Don't ever contact me again." Back inside the room, Liu Hong sat down, threw an arm around Chen Yuan, and said, "If I knew you were this loaded, I wouldn't have even bothered with this gathering. Total waste of cash." Chen Yuan poured a glass of wine and replied, "Well, you know, now, none of those people are reliable. They're fine for a quick hang, but when it actually comes down to business, they're useless." He then pivoted, "So, let's talk about your vision for the Bajing shop. Even if I'm just a small shareholder, I need to be in on the planning phase." Liu Hong grinned, "Bet, let me break down the plan for you first." For the next half hour, the two of them went deep into the weeds, discussing interior design and operational strategy. Hearing his insights, Liu Hong couldn't help but gasp. "Damn, bro, you really didn't waste your time in college. Your business sense is actually cracked." Chen Yuan stretched and replied, "That's just what you call a business prodigy. But I don't have the time to babysit the shop every single day. Since you're tied up too, we definitely need to find a new store manager." Liu Hong nodded, "You're the boss, whatever you say goes." An hour later, Chen Na made it back home. After changing into her pajamas, she messaged Shen Yuan, "Mr. Shen, the car you ordered is arriving at the dealership soon. You can come in on Friday to settle the final payment." Shen Yuan texted back, "No rush. Are you free tomorrow night? I've got a few specific questions about the car I want to ask you in person." Reading the message, Chen Na felt a bit suspicious. Mr. Shen, this is..." On the other side of the screen, Shen Yuan thought with a devious smirk, "Minhui is currently a cash printing machine, but the cashback limits are real. I need to expand my reach to fully utilize this sugar daddy system. Besides, Chen Na is a top-tier waifu in terms of looks and status. Spending a little cash on her isn't exactly a loss." Thinking that, he replied, "Tomorrow, 4th-floor tea house, International Mall." The next day, Chen Na arrived at the meeting spot right on time. She grabbed a drink and sighed, "Mr. Shen isn't here yet. Did I get here too early?" Just then, a middle-aged fat guy walked in. Seeing Chen Na, he thought in surprise, "Chen Na, what is she doing here? And she's wearing her dealership uniform? I never had a chance to slide into her DMs at work, but today, I finally caught her." That guy was the general manager of the 4S dealership where Chen Na worked, a guy named Zeng Xianyong. Thinking this over, he turned to his entourage and said, "You guys find somewhere else to eat today. I've got some business to take care of." Hearing that, the whole group immediately got the hint and replied, "You go handle your business, General Manager Zeng. We'll head out first." As they walked out, they kept whispering and giggling. One guy said, "Think Chen Na is gonna fold for the GM?" Another one replied, "Nah, I don't think so. Chen Na doesn't seem like that type of person." The first guy countered, "You never know. Would a girl come to a place like this to eat all by herself?" "What are you implying?" the other guy asked with a skeptical look. The first guy leaned in and whispered, "Maybe she's here for a coincidental meeting, trying to get Zeng Xianyong to notice her on purpose." The other guy nodded in agreement. Chen Na usually acted so professional, but they had no idea that Xie Haijie had been lurking nearby and heard every single word they said. He wondered, who exactly is Chen Na setting up a meeting with? Going back to the top floor. Right now, Zeng Xianyong is walking over to Chen Na to start some trouble. "Chen Na, what a coincidence you're here to eat too. Dining all by yourself. Mind if I join you?" Chen Na replied coldly, "Director Zeng, my apologies. I'm already here with someone." Hearing that, Zeng Xianyong started delusional maxing, thinking, is this little girl playing the hard-to-get game again? He scoffed, "Chen Na, I'm your superior after all. Who cares if you have a friend here? Let's just eat together." Chen Na frowned and firmly refused. Sorry, I would appreciate it if you maintained a professional distance. You're a married man, you shouldn't be acting like this. Ignoring her completely, Zhang Xianyang pulled up a chair and leaned in. Oh, so you're worried about me being married? That's easy to fix, I'll just get a divorce. Meanwhile, downstairs, Xie Haijie was acting like a total rabid dog, scouring the place because Chen Na dumped him, only to find her clinging to another man he despised. My annual salary is 400 to 500,000. I've even got a car worth over 300,000. What the theft? What could he possibly have that I don't? After a while, he finally spotted where Chen Na was sitting. Seeing that fraud CEO Zhang Xianyang sitting next to her, he couldn't help but curse. Oh damn it, I'm losing out to this fat pig? Consumed by rage, he burst into tears and charged over screaming. You two scum, so you've been cheating behind my back this whole time. Hearing this, Chen Na's jaw hit the floor. Huh? What on earth are you talking about? Zhang Xianyang looked annoyed and asked. And who the hell are you? No sooner had he finished speaking than Xie Haijie lost it, landing a direct punch that rearranged the CEO's face. I should be the one asking who the hell you are. Zhang Xianyang stood up, triggered and swung back. Where the hell did this rabid dog come from? You actually dared to hit me? Right on cue, the two of them started brawling like toddlers. Just then, Chen Yuan walked over, looking at the scene with pure confusion. Xie Haijie, what the hell is going on here? He figured this fat guy was just a convenient meat shield, otherwise that punch would have been meant for him. Chen Na finally decided to dip. The moment she reached the exit, Chen Yuan grabbed her hand and pulled her away. Miss Chen, let's go. Forget about those two losers, we need to get out of here. A moment later, they were both in Chen Na's car driving away. She started whispering an explanation of what just happened. Honestly, Xie Haijie and I only started dating half a month ago, and it wasn't until that meal that I realized he was a total scumbag. Luckily, I broke up with him that same night. Chen Yuan replied, keeping it mid-tier nonchalant. People like him? It's better you saw his true colors early. It's over now, so let it go. Chen Na shook her head. It's not over. Zhang Xianyang is my boss. He got beat up for no reason. I don't know how he's going to target me later. Chen Yuan spoke up, unimpressed. A boss like that isn't even worth working for. Just quit and find a new job. Chen Na sighed. It's not that easy to find a new job right now. If I switch to another store, I'll have to start from zero. All the customers I've built up over the years would be a total waste. Just then the car drove past a flower shop. Chen Na stared at it, venting. Honestly, sales is exhausting. I've always wanted to do something else, like opening a cafe. If I'm feeling good, I open shop. If I'm not, I close. How nice would that be? It's a shame that opening a cafe costs 300 to 400,000. Who knows how many years I'd have to save for that? Chen Yuan asked. You want to open a cafe, but you're broke? No worries. What if I told you there's an investor interested? He did the math. After dropping 700k on Liu Hong's family, he still had exactly 300k left for his investment fund. She didn't think he was actually serious. Chen Na laughed and replied, well, if that were true, I'd quit my job and work for you in a heartbeat. Chen Yuan kept a straight face and said, bet, quit tomorrow. I'm investing 300k to open a cafe, and you're going to be my right-hand woman. She froze, her favorability meter suddenly flashing the number 64. Wait, what? Seeing those points climb, Chen Yuan was hyped. He'd been stressing all day about how he couldn't get her favorability to budge. Looks like a brand new money printing machine. Just walked into his life. After a brief brain lag, Chen Na asked, no Chen Yuan, are you actually joking? Chen Yuan looked her dead in the eye and said, I'm 100% serious. Well, don't want to work for me? Once the cafe is open, I'll pay you 12k a month plus a cut of the profits. Stay for 3 months, and I'll toss in a 200k car as a bonus. Your current ride is a total relic, time for an upgrade. Hearing this, Chen Na started daydreaming about being in Chen Yuan's gilded cage, free from all that corporate performance pressure. A car for 3 months of work? That would push her annual salary well over 300k. Wait, is Chen Yuan trying to sugar baby her? She blushed and said, Chen Yuan, you're doing way too much for me. Recalling the drama with Min Hui, she thought, the offer is insane, but I don't want to be some trophy bird in a cage, especially not as a side chick. Reading her mind, Chen Yuan crossed his arms and said, don't overthink it. I'm trying to launch a coffee chain, and this shop is just a pilot project. We're strictly boss and employee, that's it. Chen Na paused, looking stunned. Oh, is that so? Well, let me think about it. Just then, Chen Yuan's phone pinged with a message from Min Hui. She wrote, Chen Yuan, you free tonight? If you're not busy, let's go grab some cold drinks. Reading that, Chen Yuan started sweating bullets. Cold drinks? Is Min Hui's demand really that high? He typed back, drinking is fine, but Chin Shu, you need to chill out a bit, then turned to Chen Na. Miss Chen, I've got some business to handle, I'm heading out. Give it some thought and get back to me ASAP. A while later, Chen Yuan pulled up to room 80 at the Dafu Hao Hotel. The second he stepped in, Min Hui lunged at him from behind. Chen Yuan, I missed you. Chen Yuan turned around, ready to sweet-talk her, but before he could, Min Hui's expression hardened. Hold it, you smell like another woman's perfume. Chen Yuan checked himself, looking confused. Huh? You gotta be kidding me, right? He whispered to himself, is it because I rode in Chen Na's car? That perfume really stuck to me? Min Shui pushed him away and interrogated. Tell me the truth, are you seeing someone else behind my back? Chen Yuan quickly pulled her into a hug. How could you even think that? You're the only one for me. I just spent the day at the 4S dealership sorting out the car paperwork. That's where the scent came from. You know how it is. The salesgirls at those dealerships always drown themselves in perfume. Min Hui looked at him seriously. Fine, but if you see other women in the future, you tell me first. Also, keep your distance from that staffer, got it? Chen Yuan nodded. Of course. He chuckled bitterly, thinking, this isn't about loyalty. My system literally forces me to spend money on other women. I'm chasing that cashback life. I definitely can't just stick to one tree. With that, Min Hui turned away. Alright, I'm gonna shower first. Chen Yuan grabbed her hand. Wait for the shower. He buried his face in the nape of her neck and took a deep breath.
Wait, what?
Min Hui shivered, whispering, I haven't showered yet. I'm not clean. Chen Yuan smirked and slid her shirt off. I don't care, I love the natural scent. Min Hui turned beet red and muttered, guess we're the same then, Chen Yuan. Actually, I love how you smell too. Chen Yuan lunged like a wild animal, pinning her down, sniffing her neck and whispering, is this not the line you were supposed to say? Hui, you've seriously ignited a raging fire inside my soul. Min Hui's whole body trembled as she let out a soft moan. Yuan. Chen Yuan slid his hand down her dress, ripped off her panties, and soon the room was filled with nothing but hushed moans. Chen Yuan, I really like you. 2 hours flashed by in a heartbeat, and after an intense round of combat, Min Hui blushed deeply, shyly saying, Chen Yuan, I still want more. Our boy panicked a bit, saying, wait for me to shower, I'm all sweaty and sticky, it's super uncomfortable. He scrambled up, his legs actually shaking as he walked away, thinking to himself, Hui's stamina is even crazier than Wenning's. She's having the time of her life, but I'm literally being drained dry. Seeing her favorability meter hit 90, Chen Yuan thought in shock, does this kind of physical workout really boost her affection that fast? Last time it only hit 86 in one night, and today, 2 rounds later, we're already at 90. Just then, the system dropped a series of notifications. Host has reached 90 favorability with a female lead, quest completed. Reward, 1 million in lottery winnings, a 1 million prepaid card, and a passive buff ability. Looking at the loot, Chen Yuan couldn't help but be hyped. 1 million from a lottery ticket is way easier to explain than random cash, plus I can finally pay off the family debt. Wait, a passive buff ability? The system actually gives out stuff like this? Doesn't this mean I'm about to become an absolute menace in the sheets? Thinking this, Chen Yuan looked at Min Hui with a smirk. Sorry, Min Hui, but the king is back, you're not the one bullying me anymore. From now on, I'm the one in charge. He then wandered into a corner to claim his rewards. As soon as he clicked accept, a surge of raw explosive power started radiating from his lower half, leaving him speechless. Damn, I can literally feel the energy surging between my legs right now. These 90 favorability rewards are top tier. Looks like the system is actually practical and gives me exactly what I need. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan wondered about Le Xiao and Chen Na, but hitting 90 favorability with them is another story. Even though Le Xiao is at 60, getting her to the level of Hui is gonna be a massive grind. Chen Na with the long legs and black stockings is also over 60, but I gotta take this one step at a time. Chen Yuan chuckled to himself, not sure when the next 90 favorability girl will show up, but for now, let's test out this new system buff, that's the main event. With that, he headed back to the bed. Hui, she looked up, surprised, what's wrong? Chen Yuan, didn't you go to shower? Chen Yuan grabbed Min Hui's hand and replied, nope, I changed my mind. He flipped her over and said, alright, let's try it like this. Chen Yuan held her hands steady and started going all in. She shivered and cried out, ah, Chen Yuan, why does it feel so different? Meanwhile, at Chen Na's place, she was lounging on the sofa, venting over the phone. Qianqian, this guy said he'd drop 300k to open a shop for me, and if I stick with him for 3 months, he's buying me a 200k car. Do you think he's trying to keep me as his sugar baby? But he already... On the other end, Qianqian cut her off immediately. Nana, are you sure you aren't getting scammed? Chen Na shook her head. No way, I've met him a few times already. He even bought a car from me a while back. Qianqian asked, how old is he? I remember you saying your clients were usually middle-aged men. Chen Na replied, he's only 21. Qianqian was shocked. That young and he's already driving luxury cars? So, is he at least hot? Chen Na sat up, blushing a little. He's actually pretty handsome. Hearing that, Qianqian said, he wants to drop 300k on a shop for you, plus a 200k car. A guy who's rich, handsome, and young? Girl, what are you even worried about? Chen Na walked over to the window, looking out, but I'm like 5 or 6 years older than him. Qianqian jumped in and cut her off. What's even the big deal about that? Everyone says that when a woman is older, she comes with a dowry of gold and silver. Since he's basically a walking gold mine, isn't being with him like hitting the jackpot twice? Chen Na sighed, looking depressed, but he already has a girlfriend. Qianqian shrugged and said, a girlfriend isn't a wife, girl. Are you actually brain dead, nah? With a catch like that, even if he were married, it wouldn't even matter. Besides, given the current vibe, you could totally steal him away. She was stunned and asked, wait, what did you just say? Qianqian laughed. If you're that conflicted, just hand this little rich boy over to me. I'll take the bullet for you. Chen Na asked, don't you already have a boyfriend? Qianqian replied, so what if I have a boyfriend? If I actually found a sugar daddy like that, I'd be single again in a heartbeat. Chen Na scoffed, stop messing with me. Qianqian said, alright, my boyfriend's home, let's chat later, and then she hung up. Mulling over the advice, Chen Na stared at the night sky, picturing Chen Yuan, and whispering his name to herself. Chen Yuan. Back to Chen Yuan after 40 minutes of intense cardio, Minhui lay sprawled on the bed, looking satisfied. Chen Yuan, how come this time felt different? He smirked confidently. Different how? Was it because I was stronger? Minhui pulled the blanket over her nose, blushing. Yeah. She thought to herself, he went 2 rounds in just 40 minutes. Shen Yuan leaned in, looking mischievous. Liked it? How about we go for one more? Hearing that, Minhui shot up in shock. Shen Yuan, you've still got gas in the tank? Shen Yuan laughed. Hui, I remember you mentioned wanting to be on top. Why don't you take the lead this time? Minhui replied shyly. I'm going on top? But I don't know how. Shen Yuan pulled her into his arms. You can't learn if you don't practice. Isn't experience all about field research? Minhui whispered a soft response. Yeah, she immediately revealed her porcelain skin, showing off her impressive riding skills. The next morning, after the marathon session, Minhui headed back to campus, leaving Shen Yuan alone in bed thinking, no morning classes, I can snooze a bit longer. Suddenly remembering yesterday, he grabbed the lottery ticket and his phone. Hold on. Let me check that ticket from the system. He hopped onto the lottery site to compare his lucky numbers. 3, 4, 22. The last blue ball was a match. Everything hit. Holy cow, 6.8 million. Shen Yuan ripped the blanket off and leaped up. 6.8 million. I need to tell mom and dad right now. Ever since we went broke, they've been living in poverty for way too long. A little while later, Shen Yuan arrived home. He sprinted inside shouting, Mom, I'm home. Seeing him act like a wild child, his mom put her hands on her hips. I see you. Stop yelling and don't wake the neighbors. Shen Yuan asked, where's Dad? Call him out here, Mom. I've got some huge news for him. His father walked out. What's so important that it couldn't wait? Did you stir up trouble again, you brat? Shen Yuan pulled him toward the couch. Chill out. Dad, what are you thinking? This is actually good news. Come on, everyone take a seat first. He pulled out the lottery ticket, beaming. We're rich. I just hit the jackpot for 6 million. Hearing this, his mom looked worried and asked, Son, has school been putting too much pressure on you lately? His brother chimed in too. Look kid, just focus on your studies. Dad will handle family's debt, so stop worrying and overthinking things all day. Chen Yuan held up his phone with the lottery results already pulled up and said, Old Chen, take a good look at this before you keep talking. His dad adjusted his glasses to take a closer look. 3, 4, 14. A second later, he dropped his jaw in shock and shouted, Honey, we actually won. His mom jumped, asking, For real or are you capping? His dad replied with conviction, It's definitely 6.8 million. Seeing their reaction, Chen Yuan continued, Even after the 20% tax cut, we're still clearing over 5 million, and with this cash flow, we can pay off all the debt and finally give this family a serious glow-up. His mom put her hands together in joy and said, Son, your contribution is going in the family hall of fame for sure. No cooking lunch today, we're eating out to celebrate this massive W. At that, Chen Yuan scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. Oh, and by the way, I'm a junior now and graduating in a year. I want to start my own business to get some real-world experience. His dad nodded and said with a gentle smile, Running a business isn't easy, but having that ambition is a major W. Young people need to hustle, and since it's your prize money, it's better for you to manage it. Though I suggest we help you hold on to a portion, just in case you take an L, we'll have a backup to help you bounce back. Chen Yuan rubbed his cheek and replied, Old Chen, Mom, I'll just keep 1 million. You guys hold the rest and use it however you see fit. His dad agreed, saying sounds like a plan. His mom nodded in total agreement. Go for it, son, we've got your back. Cut to the 4S dealership where Chen Na works. The fat slimeball, Zheng Xianyang, pointed to the scratches on his face and said, Chen Na, I think you know exactly why I called you in here, right? Take a good look. This is the masterpiece your boyfriend left me. Chen Na stood tall, chest out, and replied, Manager, I already broke up with him. We have 0 ties now. If you have an issue with those wounds, go take it up with him. Zhang Xianyong gave a creepy smirk and said, Chen Na, that's not right. Every debt has a debtor. If it wasn't for you, would I have been jumped for no reason? He thought to himself, this girl is fire. If I use this as leverage, I can definitely bag her. Seeing him being such a sleaze, Chen Na glared and snapped, your fight has nothing to do with me. Plus, yesterday when I sat down, I told you I was already meeting someone else. You were the one who insisted on sitting there. Hearing this, Zhang Xianyong's face turned sour. Shut your trap. You left your post yesterday afternoon, leaving the floor unattended for customers. As punishment, you're banned from handling clients for the rest of the month. Come back to me when you've learned your place. Chen Na was furious and challenged him. On what grounds? I already requested that time off yesterday. He let out a mocking laugh and replied, haha, good question, on what grounds? It's not your first day in the real world, is it? Simply because I'm the general manager of this dealership, and every damn thing here goes my way. Hearing his arrogant power trip, Chen Na was left stunned. The fat creep smiled smugly, thinking that cutting her off from clients meant killing her commissions. If she only gets her base salary for a month, that's only 1,200 yuan, not even enough to cover rent. Defying his expectations, Chen Na turned around in anger and said with pure disdain, acting all high and mighty just because you're a small-time GM? It's just a job, you know. At worst, I'm just quitting this trash-tier place. With that, she walked straight out. The fat man panicked, jumping up to yell after her, Chen Na, don't walk away. I suggest you rethink your decision. But she didn't even care anymore. Her mind was currently filled with the image of Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan might look young, but he's built different. He's got his life together, and regardless of what his plans are, helping him out is a much better path than this. Thinking this, she replied without looking back, no need to think, I'm done, and I'm out for good. Half an hour later, stepping out of the office, Tran Na immediately messaged Chen Yuan. I've already prepared everything. Are the words you said yesterday still on the table? Chen Yuan replied, congrats on escaping that pit of misery and choosing a bright new path. If you've got some free time, go check out some retail spaces, and if you find a good spot, we'll seal the deal immediately. Our boy thought to himself, nice, looks like I don't need to hunt for another project to dump that remaining 300k from the investment mission. A moment later, Shen Yuan headed to the faculty office, pushed the door open and said, Miss Le, I'm here. Le Xiao was carrying a box and turned around upon hearing him. Shen Yuan, I'm so sorry to bother you. I have to move offices, but there's just way too much stuff for me to handle alone. I was originally going to call the class monitor, but she's busy and had to take leave. Shen Yuan pointed to the pile of stuff on the shelf and said, no worries, I don't have a morning class, and I'm free anyway. Let's get all this cleared out. Le Xiao wiped the sweat off her brow and smiled. Yeah, I could handle the books and files myself, but this desk and the filing cabinet are way too heavy. As she spoke, she tried to reach for the stack of books on top of the cabinet, saying, let me get these books down first, or they'll fall over during the move. While she was struggling to reach them, a hand stretched out from right behind her. Shen Yuan stood pressed against her back, reached up for the files and said, Miss Le, let me help you with that. At the same moment, Le Xiao's curvy backside was pressed firmly against the bulge in Shen Yuan's pockets. She thought nervously, Shen Yuan, this is even closer than last time. Recalling what happened previously, she couldn't help but blush. Does Shen Yuan actually have feelings for me? Her voice trembled as she asked. Is it done? Shen Yuan stepped back and replied, yeah, we're all set. Right at that moment, 2 other students walked in, and one of them shouted, Miss, we're here to help you move. Seeing the awkward scene in the room, the guys couldn't help but look suspicious. Wait, why is Miss Le Xiao's face so red? Seeing them standing there like NPCs, Shen Yuan spoke up, hurry up and start moving stuff. You guys take that filing cabinet to the next room. Hearing that, the 2 guys rolled up their sleeves and jumped in. On the other side of things, after what just went down, Le Xiao couldn't help but think, thank God these 2 arrived a few seconds late, otherwise they would have totally seen it. That would have been embarrassing enough to make me want to crawl into a hole. Shen Yuan is getting bolder by the day. Fine to act like this at home, but he's really daring to mess around right here in the office? She touched her chest, feeling her heart pounding like crazy, and thought to herself, but why on earth did that feel kind of thrilling? No way, Shen Yuan is my student, this absolutely cannot be happening. But that was just her internal monologue. The favorability meter floating above her head couldn't hide her true feelings for Shen Yuan. He saw the notification and was caught by surprise. Huh? How did the teacher's favorability just jump up to 71? Is it possible that just happened from that little moment just now? Thinking back to the incident, Shen Yuan smirked. It's not that I'm too pushy, it's just that the teacher is too well endowed. If it were a skinnier girl, she wouldn't be able to handle it anyway. Still, I never expected her favorability to go up. I should definitely drop by her place more often to build up the chemistry. Time skips to Friday, at a pink-themed cafe 800 meters from the south gate of the university. Inside, Two girls are chatting with the person sitting across from them. One of them spoke up. Jean Bang, I heard you paid for that car in one go, all 280,000 up front? The other added in an admiring tone, driving a BBA before you've even graduated, you've already surpassed 99.99% of our fellow students. Hearing this ego-stroking praise, John Bong thought to himself, damn right. Feng Manhui tried to play innocent and rejected me, but with my status, I've got no shortage of girls lining up to kneel before me. With that thought, he said, haha, yet some people still have the nerve to look down on these wheels. The girl with glasses was shocked to hear that. No way? Someone actually looked down on this? What kind of background do they have? The girl next to her nodded in total agreement. For real, some people have zero situational awareness. Even if they grinded for 3 to 5 years, they still couldn't afford this car. Suddenly, Li Jianpeng's eyes locked onto someone, and the sight of that smoking hot figure nearly made him choke on his drink. On the other side, Chen Na was sitting alone, waiting for Chen Yuan to discuss the shop acquisition. Seeing her there, he couldn't help but gawk. Oh damn, this girl is a total goddess. Those legs are top tier. I'd trade 10 years of my life just to look at them. Wonder what kind of lucky guy bagged a masterpiece like that. While he was busy simping, the two girls across from him looked down at the parking lot and said, look, that self-driving car is super high-end. What kind of car is that? Li Jianpeng took a peek and replied, that's top-tier machinery right there. Suddenly, they realized who was standing nearby. The girl with the glasses said in surprise. Wait, isn't that Chen Yuan? Li Jianpeng was also stunned. No way, why is he driving that car? Didn't his family go broke or something? As soon as Chen Yuan walked in, Chen Na raised her hand and called out, Chen Yuan, over here. Witnessing this, Li Jianpeng was completely shook. His jaw hit the floor seeing that gorgeous girl waiting for Chen Yuan. Over there, Chen Na handed a cup to Chen Yuan and said, the landlady just texted me, she'll be here in a bit. So? How's the car handling? Chen Yuan took a sip and replied, not bad at all. Seeing them chat so comfortably, the girl with the glasses leaned in and whispered, Li Jianpeng, look, it seems like Shen Yuan and that girl have a thing. Li Jianpeng cursed under his breath. That trash Shen Yuan barely broke up with his ex and is already out here rizzing up girls from off campus. A moment later, a young woman walked in and said, hello, Miss Chen, sorry I'm late, had to drop off my kid. This person is Lin Yuchang, the current owner of the cafe. She reached out to Shen Yuan and said, Mr. Shen, you look incredibly young. Shen Yuan shook her hand and replied, actually we're all around the same age, just over 20. Ms. Lin, let's sit down and talk. As Lin Yuchang pulled out a chair, she said, let me get straight to the point. My cafe is doing okay and the student traffic is pretty solid. But I've got way too much on my plate now, taking care of the kid and all, so I have no choice but to transfer the shop. The fee is 300,000. Hearing the offer, Shen Yuan did some quick math. Although he had the 300,000 for the investment, he needed to keep 50,000 back for initial operating costs and Chen Na's first month's salary. He thought for a moment and started haggling. Let's do this. I won't play games with you. Let's settle at 250,000. Lin Yuchang thought to herself, his offer is a bit lower than the 270,000 I wanted, but if I don't take this deal, I might never find another buyer this decisive. Fine, whatever, she said. If that's the price, can we sign the contract and transfer the payment today? Shen Yuan smiled and said, sure, once we sign, I'll wire the 250,000 over. Hearing that, Yuchang called the waitress over and said, Xiao Chu, this Mr. Shen is your new boss. Show him the ropes around the shop later. Xiao Chu stepped forward and bowed. Boss, nice to meet you. Shen Yuan gestured to Chen Na and said, just show Ms. Chen Na the ropes. I won't be here often, so she'll be in charge of everything. Having eavesdropped on the whole thing, the girl with the glasses turned to her friend and whispered, did you hear that? This is just unbelievable. They closed a 250,000 deal in just a few minutes. The girl next to her nodded and said, and it's obvious Shen Yuan only bought this shop for the girl beside him. Sitting there, remembering how he tried to flex on Shen Yuan earlier, Li Jianpeng felt too ashamed to say a word. Just then, Yuchang's phone started ringing. Seeing the caller ID, Chen Na couldn't help but look startled. Yuchang quickly grabbed her phone, stood up and awkwardly said, Mr. Shen, Miss Chen, sorry, I need to take this outside. As soon as she left, Chen Na leaned toward Shen Yuan and whispered, it looks like Ms. Lin is Zheng Xianyong's wife. Zheng Xianyong is the same guy who fought Xie Haiji at the Global Trade Center, the owner of the 4S shop. Shen Yuan was taken aback by this. Is it really that much of a coincidence? He thought to himself, he's got a beautiful wife at home like her, yet he still wants to abuse his power to harass female employees? What a total loser. Shen Yuan, I'm the first one to say hard pass on that idea. Chen Na pondered for a moment, hesitating. I still have the chat logs of Zheng Xianyong harassing and threatening me. I want to use my salary to expose him. I need everyone in the industry to see his true pathetic colors. Should Shen Yuan tell Ms. Lin about this? Ms. Lin is actually a solid person, and I'm worried this might end up hurting her. Chen Yuan took a slow sip of water and replied, I don't think that's the right move. Chen Na was caught off guard and asked why. Shen Yuan explained, once those chat logs go public, Zheng Xianyong is going to know exactly who leaked them. He's a guy over 40, out of a job, and still has a family to support. I'm worried he'll try to pull some shady revenge tactics on you. How about this? Leave it to me. I'll make sure he crashes and burns, and you won't catch any of the fallout. Seeing our boy being so thoughtful, Chen Na felt a wave of relief and smiled. Thank you. Shen Yuan added, I already sent 250k to Ms. Lin, and I sent you 50k. 24k is your first 2 months' salary, and the rest is operating capital for the shop. As soon as the transfer hit, the system popped up a notification, realizing the host had burned through all 1 million in investment capital. First investment mission complete. Investment tier upgraded from newbie to junior investor. Starting the perfect life chain quest. You need to keep stacking that bread and expanding your portfolio. Mission. Host now receives 10 million in dedicated investment capital to keep the expansion going. Reward 1. Any income generated from investments will be tripled automatically. Reward 2. Once the investment is complete, you'll unlock a mysterious business asset. Looking at the screen, Shen Yuan couldn't help but vibrate with excitement. The system sugar daddy is dropping more heat. This time the capital is 10 times larger, plus 10 million to play with, and a mysterious asset to unlock. Okay, now he's genuinely hooked. After hanging up, Du Chang turned back and extended her hand to Shen Yuan. Mr. Shen, I've received the funds. Pleasure doing business with you. I'm off. Let's catch up again sometime. Shen Yuan took her hand, genuinely impressed. Miss Lin's hand was soft as silk, and the vibe was absolutely electric. The forbidden fruit really does taste the sweetest. Instantly, his brain started playing a highlight reel of dark fantasies involving Du Chang. He smirked. Oh, trust me, we'll be seeing plenty more of each other. Half an hour later, after finalizing the shop acquisition, Shen Yuan and Chen Na hit up a fancy Japanese restaurant. As soon as they sat down, Chen Na asked, Shen Yuan, this place is insanely expensive. Do you come here often? Shen Yuan laughed, not really. But today is a special day. Let's celebrate our new partnership. Looking at her in that short skirt across the table, Shen Yuan felt his inner degenerate taking the wheel. Chen Na is a high-level challenge, and no normal guy would be able to keep his cool around her. Thinking about that, he decided to start the riz up. Chen Na, why don't you come sit over here next to me? Chen Na made a soft sound of surprise, then got up and sat right next to him. Seizing the opportunity, he wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her closer. Scoot in a bit more. Internally, he thought, dropping 300k on the coffee shop and paying 12k monthly salary, it's time to start seeing some return on investment. Sensing the vibe, Chen Na's eyes dimmed a bit, realizing that in this world, nothing is free and there's always a catch. Is he planning to squeeze profit out of the coffee shop? Lin Duchang already said just breaking even is a miracle, and this is literally all I have to offer him. By now, Shen Yuan had pulled her fully into his arms. Chen Na blushed. The waiter is going to come in soon. Shen Yuan, don't do this. He leaned into her ear and whispered, service is slow here anyway. With that, his hands began to wander, exploring her silhouette. Chen Na quickly covered her mouth to stifle a soft moan. Stop, please stop. 10 minutes later, the waiter's footsteps echoed from outside the door. Chef Anne is about to bring out the dishes. Seeing Shen Yuan still busy feeling her up, Chen Na whispered a quick warning. Someone is coming, Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan finally pulled his hand away and said, tell them to come in. Once the food was set, he picked up a piece of sushi, fed it to Chen Na, and said, try this, it's the restaurant's signature dish. Watching his moves, Chen Na thought to herself, Shen Yuan is actually really handsome, but his only flaw is being a total player. He's already got such a beautiful girl and still acts like this out in the open. Thinking of this, she let out a sigh and told herself, ugh, unfortunately I'm already on the pirate ship, no point stressing over this now. 40 minutes later, after finishing the meal, Shen Yuan and Chen Na headed to the counter to pay. The receptionist held up the POS machine and said, Mr. An, the total is 652 yuan. Please scan here. Shen Yuan scanned the code, thinking, even though this meal cost 652, the system gives a triple rebate, meaning I basically earned 534 yuan. Making money is way too easy. Standing nearby, seeing his nonchalant attitude, Chen Na couldn't help but marvel. One meal is worth a whole car commission. The life of a rich guy spending 2,000 yuan is like me spending 20. Walking out of the restaurant, Chen Na said, Shen Yuan, I want to go back to the cafe to check the situation with Xiao Chu. I'll be starting there tomorrow. I need to get the lay of the land ASAP. Hearing that, he replied, it's already 8:30. Xiao Qiu gets off at 9. If you go now and mess with her closing time, she's gonna hold a grudge. Just go home, recharge, and head over tomorrow instead. Chen Na blushed and agreed. All right, sorry to bother you a bit more. Just drop me off at home then. Shen Yuan smiled and said, sure. A short while later, the two arrived at Chen Na's apartment complex. She stepped out of the car, waved and said, "Thanks for your hard work today. I'll report back to you once I start working tomorrow. See ya." Chen Yuan stepped out right behind her and said, "I'm feeling a bit thirsty. Mind if I head up and grab a glass of water?" She blushed and replied, "That's not really convenient." She thought to herself, isn't this moving way too fast? The stuff that happened in the private room earlier was already my absolute limit. Chen Yuan stroked his chin, feigning confusion. "Oh, is there another guy inside?" Chen Na replied anxiously, "How could that be? Xie Haiji and I already broke up." Seeing she had walked right into the trap, Chen Yuan laughed. "No worries then, I'm just here for water. What's the big deal?" Chen Na asked nervously, "Are you really just going to drink water and leave?" Chen Yuan put on an innocent face and smirked. "Of course, but if you want to keep me for the night, that works too." Seeing him joke around like that, Chen Na felt a bit annoyed, thinking, "Keep dreaming, buddy." A moment later, Shen Yuan followed Chen Na into her apartment. The second they walked in, he slammed the door shut with one hand and wrapped his other arm around Chen Na's waist. She jumped and let out a little gasp. Chen Na blushed, looking away, and stammered, "Wait, didn't you say you were just here for water?" Shen Yuan caressed her soft curves and replied with a sly grin, "It is water, just not the kind you're thinking of." With that, he leaned in and planted a kiss on her lips. Chen Na seeing this quickly closed her eyes and waited for it. At that same moment, downstairs a car pulled up right behind Shen Yuan's ride. This person was none other than Xie Haiji. He thought to himself, Na definitely still cares about me. I just need to win her forgiveness first, even if we just start as friends, then I'll win Nana back for real. He grabbed a bouquet of fresh flowers and looked up, thinking the lights were off, so she wasn't home, might as well leave them by the door. Roses mean I'll love you forever. She's smart, she'll definitely know they're from me. Just as he reached the door, those familiar, rhythmic sounds echoed from inside. Oh, ah. Xie Haiji's eyes widened in total shock. This is Nana's voice, and she had the nerve to say she had nothing going on with this guy. Holy crap, they are actually doing it. At this point, Xie Haiji was banging on the door like a maniac, screaming, "Zheng Xianyang, get your sorry butt out here right now." Hearing the racket outside, Shen Yuan frowned and thought, sounds like that loser Xie Haiji. Bro, we already broke up, why are you still acting like a simp? Is he mentally ill or something? Still in a daze, Chen Na blinked open her eyes and whispered, "I think I heard someone outside." "Who's knocking at this hour?" Shen Yuan replied, "You're hallucinating, it's probably just the neighbors." With that, he grabbed her round assets, hoisted her up, and said, "Let's go, we're taking this inside." Chen Na wrapped her legs around his waist, whispering, "Shen Yuan, I'm not really ready for round 2 yet, be gentle." Shen Yuan just shrugged and said, "Bet." Meanwhile, outside, Xie Haiji had completely collapsed, sitting on the floor as he muttered, "Looks like Na has already been claimed. It's officially over for me." He choked back tears and whispered to himself, sobbing, "Just make sure he wears protection, man." An hour later, after an intense workout, Chen Na was trembling, panting heavily as she said, "Whew, it feels great, but I'm absolutely exhausted." Right on cue, Shen Yuan flipped her over on the bed. Chen Na panicked. "Ah, what are you doing?" Shen Yuan smirked, "Stay still, it'll be less tiring this way." He went right back to work, thinking how the system's buff gave him infinite stamina. Man, he was literally unstoppable. Chen Na looks all wild and outgoing, but she's actually super conservative. Honestly, that just makes me like her even more. And just like that, they went for round 3. The next morning, as soon as Shen Yuan opened his eyes, the smell of food hit him. He thought, smells delicious, sounds like some eggs and toast. Out in the kitchen, Chen Na was already up. She was busy prepping breakfast for the both of them. Seeing her being so wifey, Shen Yuan thought, Chen Na is so thoughtful. It's a totally different vibe than those hotel hookups with Hui Hui. This feels like an actual home. Right as he thought that, the system pinged. To live a perfect life, a host needs his own crib to make things easier with the ladies. Time-limited mission. Buy a house of at least 100 square meters for Chen Na. Mission Reward 1. Double the cash back on the purchase price. Mission Reward 2. After the purchase, the host gets a secret bonus property. Note, Reward 1 can be stacked based on the girl's favorability points. Seeing the notification, Shen Yuan couldn't help but grin. Damn, the second I had a thought, the sugar daddy system already had it covered. With how generous this system is, that bonus house is definitely gonna be a flex. Maybe the secret place is a massive villa for pool parties? Seems like I need to find more top-tier waifus to keep this luck train rolling. As he daydreamed, he imagined himself chilling in a luxury pool with 2 models. Just then, Chen Na turned around and asked, "Why are you already up? Breakfast will be ready in 2 minutes." Looking at her, Shen Yuan wondered, if Chen Na's favorability hits 90, what kind of crazy reward will I pull? He walked over to her and teased, "Is breakfast the only thing on the menu this morning?" He grabbed her waist and started getting handsy under her shirt. Chen Na blushed. "Huh? Wasn't last night enough for you? Plus, it's literally broad daylight." Chen Yuan replied, you focus on the food, let me focus on my breakfast. As he moved his hands, the spatula slipped from Chen Na's grasp and clattered to the floor. He whispered while grabbing her assets, if you're free later, let's go house hunting, I'm buying you a place. She looked at him in total shock. Huh? She couldn't believe it, thinking, he already spent 300,000 on my cafe, and now he wants to buy me a house? Even if this city isn't top tier, a place like that costs over $1 million. Plus, he's already taken everything from me. I have nothing left to give him. What is he even planning? Did she actually satisfy him that much last night? Seeing her dazed, Chen Yuan planted a quick kiss on her cheek and asked, why so quiet? You don't want to? Chen Na replied, it's not that, it's just all so sudden, plus this is way too expensive, and your money doesn't just grow on trees. Hearing her say that, Chen Yuan chuckled internally. In reality, it basically does grow on trees thanks to the system. The balance on his card for the house purchase is over 3.5 million. If he spends the whole thing, the system's rebate will trigger a 5-fold return, instantly boosting his balance over 17 million. Just thinking about that makes him tremble with excitement. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan pulled Chen Na into a hug and said affectionately, don't worry about saving me money. What's a house for your own woman anyway? Let's aim for something at least 120 square meters. I refuse to let my woman live in anything less than the best. Listening to this top-tier sweet talk, Chen Na couldn't help but tear up, saying, Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan gently wiped the tear from her eye and said, look, we made quite a scene last night, and the soundproofing here is trash, so the neighbors probably heard everything. We really can't keep living here. Chen Na grumbled, and whose fault is that? Chen Yuan interrupted, I'll admit, I'm partly to blame, but you were being pretty loud yourself. She turned away, acting pouty, and said, you're the worst. Suddenly remembering something, Chen Na jumped and said, oh no, Chen Yuan, I almost forgot, I have 2 besties coming to check out the cafe. We planned for 10:30 a.m. Maybe we should look at houses later? Chen Yuan explained, buying a house isn't like buying groceries. You need to pick the right one, handle the paperwork, and one afternoon might not even be enough. We better give ourselves plenty of time. She nodded and said, oh I see. Alright, I'll go tell them. She pulled out her phone to text, Qian, something came up and I can't make it to the cafe. Let's meet up tonight instead. What do you think? Qian read the text and replied immediately. What happened? But Menglu and I are already on our way to the cafe. Right now, Qian and Menglu were already heading to the cafe. After reading the message, Qian turned and said, Lulu, Na said something urgent came up and she can't make it. The girl driving with that elite physique is Chen Na's bestie, a top-tier fitness trainer. Lu Menglu heard the news and asked in surprise, huh? Why? Qian replied while reading the messages, I feel like this cafe story is a cover-up. She might be lying to us. Besides, men aren't that easy to trick, right? How could he possibly drop 300,000 on her, just like that? Menglu disagreed, Na isn't the type to show off, I don't think that's it. Why don't you just ask her for the reason? She thought to herself, it's been years since I've met a man who is both young and loaded. I can't believe Chen Na found one first. I have to meet him no matter what. Qian grabbed her phone and texted again, okay, let me dig a bit more. We don't know what Chen Na replied, but Qian shouted, oh my god, is this for real? She says the guy is taking her to buy a house. Menglu was completely stunned. What? She broke into a cold sweat thinking, that's not just buying a bag or some makeup, that's real estate. Even a tiny 40 square meter place would cost 500,000 or 600,000. Plus the cafe, this guy has spent nearly $1 million on her in less than 2 weeks. Thinking of this, she flipped her hair and smiled to herself, I definitely have to meet this man. Even if Na is with him, a man like that definitely doesn't just have one woman. When it comes to knowing how to keep a man happy, I'm way better than Nana. Nah, I'm sorry this time, but instead of letting those outside hussies reap the benefits, we might as well keep it within our own circle. After thinking about it, she immediately told Qian, ask them which building they're heading to. Tell him we're going over to help him out, we've got nothing going on today anyway, and having an extra set of eyes is better than him choosing alone. Qian heard this and started typing away on her phone, tapping the screen. Alright, let me ask him. 40 minutes later, the two of them arrived at the location Chen Na mentioned, the Songhu Tiandi Trading Center. Looking at the place, Menglu thought to herself, oh wow, Songhu Tiandi, even the smallest unit here costs over $1 million. Imagine getting a house worth $1 million just for being a side piece. When will this kind of sugar daddy luck finally hit me? Menglu was still lost in her daydreams. Meanwhile, Qian had already spotted Chen Na. She waved her hand and shouted, Na, long time no see. Chen Na walked over, shook their hands and said, I know, I missed you girls so much. Seeing Chen Yuan, Qian immediately asked, Na, who's this handsome guy next to you? Why haven't you introduced us? Chen Na heard this and gestured toward the two of them, saying, Chen Yuan, these are my 2 best friends. This is Lu Menglu, a fitness instructor, and that is Hojan Qian, a sales rep for Farala. After that, she turned to her friends to introduce him. Menglu Qian, this is Chen Yuan. Right after the introduction, Menglu immediately moved in to flirt. Nice to meet you, Chen Yuan. Looking at your physique, you're a bit lean. You really need to pack on some muscle. If you have time, feel free to drop by my gym. She thought to herself, I didn't expect Nana's sugar daddy, who looks under 25, to be this rich, young, and handsome. It's honestly enough to make someone die of jealousy. Seeing her attitude, Chen Yuan gave a sly grin. No thanks. If I worked out at your gym, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stay focused. Hearing that reply, Menglu glanced at Chen Na, thinking, if he's not even resisting my flirting in front of Na, maybe they aren't actually in a relationship. Looking down at the scraped knees on the other girl, Menglu couldn't help but speculate. Those swollen red marks on Nana's knees explain everything. Last night must have been intense. She probably kept her sugar daddy happy, which is why he bought her a house. After the two of them finished greeting him, Qian waved and said, nice to meet you, Chen Yuan. If you ever want to trade in your car, come check out Farala. Chen Yuan smiled and replied, sure, if I'm looking for an upgrade, I'll reach out to you. Immediately after, the favorability meters appeared above their heads, ticking up to 67 and 68. Seeing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle mockingly. It hasn't even been 5 minutes since we met, and these two women are already thirsty for me. Oh, nah, are you sure these two are really your best friends? Then again, this is all gain and no loss for me. Having another woman with over 60 favorability just means another walking ATM for the system. A moment later, all four of them walked into the trading center. Watching Chen Yuan, some middle-aged rich heirs nearby couldn't help but feel jealous and annoyed, thinking, buying a house and showing off with 3 top-tier beauties? Yeah, who are you trying to impress? They reached the property display, where a sales associate greeted them enthusiastically. Sir, we are currently selling units in Building 3 and Building 9, with an average price of around 15,000. Why don't you take a look at the model layout first? Chen Yuan waved his hand, no need, my budget is 3 million, just show me a unit and floor that fits that range. Hearing the number, Chen Na, standing nearby, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Seeing that he was a high roller, the sales associate immediately invited them into the private office. Is that so? Well then, sir, please come into the negotiation room so I can give you the details. Behind them, Menglu's jaw hit the floor, thinking, oh my god, what kind of whale is this Chen Yuan guy? Just tossing around 3 million like it's pocket change. I definitely need to figure out how to cling onto this golden thigh. With that, she scrambled to follow them inside. Once inside, the sales agent brought out a catalog and said, based on your budget, I highly recommend this 165 square meter unit. It's south-facing, with a great view. The entire building comes out to a discounted price of 84 million. Hearing that, Chen Na leaned in and whispered anxiously, Chen Yuan, that's way too expensive. Chen Yuan just patted her thigh and replied, don't sweat the cost, babe. If we're gonna live, we live in style. Sitting on the side, Qian and Menglu both thought the exact same thing. She's trying to save him money. But our boy isn't having it. He only wants the absolute best for his girl. Truly, a legendary top-tier king who actually keeps his word. You literally couldn't find a guy like this even if you searched the whole world. Meanwhile, hearing the price, Chen Yuan told himself he still had to haggle, or they'd think he was some kind of absolute clown. So he said, give me the best rate, beauty. I know you guys can shave more off that price tag. The sales agent chirped up, can you seal the deal right here and now? If you can, I'll pull strings to get you an even bigger discount. Chen Yuan replied, we don't want the other perks, just throw in 2 parking spots. It all balances out in the end, doesn't it? At this point, Menglu couldn't hold back anymore. She started flaunting her curves, deciding this man was hers for the taking. Chen Yuan caught every single one of her little moves. He thought to himself, what the heck is Lu Menglu doing? Seeing she had his attention, Menglu pulled her strap down, just enough to reveal her heavy artillery hidden under that red lace bra. Chen Yuan started sweating, thinking, I mean, if you look closely, she's actually top tier. If something were to actually go down with her, the feeling would be absolutely unreal. With that thought, his imagination started running wild with vivid scenes of Menglu riding a stallion. Chen Yuan quickly snapped out of it and told himself, now is not the time to be distracted. Focus on the property deal. Half an hour later, after finalizing the terms, the sales lady brought out the contract and said, all the discounts are applied. It's 2.98 million total. Here is the contract. Please, sign here. Chen Yuan grabbed the pen and said, sure thing. Watching this, both Qian and Menglu were speechless. Menglu bit her lip, insanely jealous, thinking he just dropped 3 million on a house for Chen Na, and he put it only in her name. When is this kind of wealth coming my way? Right after the payment cleared, Chen Yuan's phone pinged with a notification from the construction bank. Your account ending in euro 98 just received 14.9 million yuan at 11:40 a.m. on the 22nd. Current balance, 15.33 million. Looking at those numbers, Chen Yuan smirked, thinking, the balance just crossed 15 million. Even in his prime, old Shen never touched this kind of money. The system is cracked, seriously. If Na hadn't triggered the mission, I'd still be broke. Looks like unlocking new NPCs is the real cheat code. Right on cue, the system popped up another notification for reward Heish 2. Congrats host, you've acquired a luxury villa at Qingju Lake in Lucheng. See the real estate office tomorrow at 9 a.m. to collect. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up thinking, oh my god, a huge villa in one of the top 10 neighborhoods in the city. Sweet. At this point, the real estate agent also wanted to join Chen Yuan's harem, thinking, the property market is tanking, yet this guy just dropped a full cash payment for Miss Chen. And they aren't even married, maybe not even dating. I gotta latch on to this whale. She turned her phone to Chen Yuan and said, Mr. Shen, the contract is done. I'll coordinate the rest with Miss Chen. Can we add each other on WeChat? If you ever need anything else, you can just reach out. Chen Yuan nodded. Sure, scan me. Seeing this, Meng Lu bristled, thinking, where did this green tea snake come from, daring to touch my man? She jumped up and said, Chen Yuan, I've actually been looking to buy a small apartment lately. I'd love for someone with your wealth of experience to help me pick one out. She then marched right up to Chen Yuan, pushed her phone forward and said, plus, if you ever feel like hitting the gym, you can definitely look me up. That's gotta be exactly what he wants to hear, right? Chen Yuan replied immediately, no problem at all. With that done, Chen Yuan stood up, patted Chen Na's head and said, Nana, I've got stuff to do this afternoon, so I won't be joining you guys anymore. It's perfect since I won't be a third wheel to your little group. You guys can go grab a meal or hit a cafe, whatever works. Chen Na smiled and replied, all right then, even though she was clearly hoping to keep him around a bit longer. Meng Lu felt a bit disappointed and thought, huh? You're leaving just like that? You're not even grabbing a bite to eat with us? I already gave him the green light. There's no way he's actually walking away. As soon as he left, Chen Na turned around and said, Meng Lu, Chen, let's go find a place to eat first. Then I'll take you guys to the cafe. Chen laughed and said, you're definitely paying for today. Your net worth is up to 3 million now. Meng Lu and I are dying of jealousy over here. Meng Lu gave a strained smile and agreed, that's right, totally. Half an hour later, Chen Yuan returned to the university cafeteria, and as he walked in, he saw Le Xiao sitting all by herself. He thought to himself, looks like the teacher is flying solo today. Right on cue, Le Xiao's phone started ringing. She picked up, and while we couldn't hear the other side, she replied, got it, understood. I'll prep the documents later. I should be able to finish the report by tomorrow. Of course, I've already done my research. Right now, both the University of Science, the Agricultural University, and the Business School have this foundation. Tomorrow night? I don't have any free time tomorrow night. By this time, Chen Yuan had already walked over, and she glanced at him while continuing the call. Secretary Liu, I'm really sorry, I have something urgent to take care of this time. Yes, goodbye. Chen Yuan set down his tray and sat directly across from her, asking, what's wrong, Teach? Le Xiao replied with a hint of anxiety, the school is about to establish a startup hub for students. I'm part of the team, and that's what they were just calling about. Chen Yuan asked suspiciously, a startup hub? Le Xiao explained, the school plans to support students with business ideas by providing investment, space, and startup mentoring. But we're hitting a snag right now. The investment budget isn't enough, so we have to partner with companies outside of school. Chen Yuan asked again, does our school have any leverage to offer these companies? Le Xiao replied, the only thing the school can offer is access to talent. We send out a batch of top-tier graduates to these companies every year. Chen Yuan continued, so our school doesn't really have any edge here? How could the quality of our graduates even compare to the elite talent from the top universities? Le Xiao answered anxiously, exactly. If the companies can't get what they want, they obviously won't bother investing. As she spoke, the thought of having to go drink with potential investors made Le Xiao feel incredibly frustrated. She thought miserably, a college professor like me getting called out by some Secretary Liu to go wine and dine with some corporate bigwig. Just thinking about it is gross. Over on this side. After hearing Le Xiao's situation, Chen Yuan looked at the teacher's troubled expression and thought, I've got 10 million specifically for investment, but I still have to consider the potential ROI. A project like this actually needs to make bank, and the success rate of these startups needs to hit at least 33%. Our school is lucky if it even hits 20%. Thinking about this, Chen Yuan said, actually, I was also thinking about starting a business. Le Xiao asked in surprise, you're interested? Chen Yuan nodded, a little bit but not much. Hearing that, Le Xiao smiled and said, it's great to have that mindset, but the project isn't defined yet, so it'll probably be tough. Seeing him still hesitating, the system suddenly popped up a mission. A perfect life isn't just about hoarding wealth, it's also about building enough clout and influencing all walks of society. Since you're currently a university student, you need to expand your influence, starting right here on campus. Mission: gain fame to lout by investing in the school's startup project. Mission rewards. Every time you accumulate 500 clout points, you get a lucky spin, with a chance to get stat points and special abilities. Note: clout points are measured by how much people look up to you. It represents the recognition and respect others have for the host. These specific clout points will only be tallied from students and teachers within the university. Looking at the notification, Chen Yuan's jaw almost hit the floor, thinking, so even this can trigger a mission. Plus, the investment money is basically coming from the system anyway. If I can get clout points without worrying about the profit, then this startup hub is actually a perfect fit. It's the perfect timing to help teach out with her current headache. Thinking about this, a brilliant idea just sparked in Chen Yuan's brain. That's right, I'm an investor now, but who exactly should I throw my cash at? Since I call the shots on where the money goes, why not invest in those cute underclassmen starting their own shops? Easy reputation points and I get to skyrocket that favorability meter. And the cashback rewards? Bro, my hand is gonna get a cramp from counting all that loot. I gotta lock this in fast though, before the school tries to snatch my investment funds. Thinking quickly, he asked, Teacher, if an individual or a company wants to invest, does the school decide which student gets the cash, or do we? Le Xiao replied, Technically the school decides, but since we can't secure any funding right now, there's a lot of wiggle room. Why the sudden interest? Chen Yuan said, I want to invest but on one condition, I'm the one who picks which students get the funding. Thinking he's tripping on something, Le Xiao laughed. Chen Yuan, stop joking. Didn't your family go broke? You're literally applying for financial aid yourself, aren't you? Chen Yuan immediately shoved his phone in her face, showing his bank balance. Look at this, teacher. Count the zeros for me. He thought to himself, no need to stay low-key anymore. It's time to farm those reputation points. Le Xiao's eyes went wide as she started counting. 1, 2, 3, 9 figures, over 15 million? She stared at him in shock. How do you have that much money? Hearing her question, Chen Yuan switched on his legendary BSing skills. Back when my family was doing well, I dabbled in Bitcoin and Forex trading. This is just the profit I stacked up. Listening to this, Le Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. This sounds totally unreal. My own student is a secret millionaire? Seeing his opening, Chen Yuan leaned in. Teacher, how about you? Le Xiao asked in surprise. How about what? Chen Yuan stood up, leaned in close and whispered, Come with me. I'll take you around the world. I promise you'll live like a queen. Hearing that, Le Xiao couldn't help but picture herself holding hands with Chen Yuan, strolling along a sunny beach. Shaking it off, she blushed and looked away. Don't talk nonsense. Are you really sure you want to invest in this project? As far as I know, our school's startup incubator barely has any profitable projects. I suggest you think it over carefully. This isn't exactly small change. Chen Yuan said with a serious face, I've already done the math, but it doesn't really matter. I just want to contribute to the school's development. Seeing his attitude, Le Xiao thought, Chen Yuan seems so serious. Does he actually mean it when he asks me to go with him? It felt serious, and with that thought, a very spicy image flashed through her mind. She quickly shook her head to clear her thoughts, thinking, Le Xiao, that's your student. What are you even thinking? With that, she grabbed her tray and stood up. I'll go discuss this with Secretary La. I'm heading out. You finish your meal. Seeing her reaction, Chen Yuan called out, Hey teacher, don't forget to think about my proposal for that world trip too. By 4 p.m., Chen Na sent a selfie with a message. Chen Yuan, this is the coffee I made myself. If you're free, come over and try it. Chen Yuan checked the message and rubbed his chin. The coffee probably tastes like water, but that outfit though. She looks straight up fire, so he typed back, I can tell just by looking that you messed it up. I'll come over and train you myself. Meanwhile, at the mall right below the coffee shop, a girl in a plaid dress appeared. This was Kong Xiaoyi, a student from the international trade class and a classmate of Chen Yuan. Beside her, someone whispered, Xiaoyi, Chen Yuan isn't a rich heir anymore. He's basically a bottom feeder now. Why are you still thinking about him every single day? He probably has to work part-time just to pay his tuition fees now. Hearing this, the short-haired girl next to her giggled. That's all coming from you, Yuping. Haha. But why are you trying to hook up with Huang Haibao, Chen Yuan's roommate? The girl named Yuping looked annoyed. Don't bring him up. I've rejected him so many times, but he still sticks to me like gum. Anyway, when he invites us to dinner later, you guys have to come with me. Saying that, she let out a stuck-up sigh. Ugh, even if it's just a dinner with Huang Haibao, at least I get a free meal. If I went out with Chen Yuan, I'd probably have to pay for him. Xiaoyi, you really need to think clearly before you do anything. Suddenly, the short-haired girl whispered a warning. Shh, keep it down. Look over there. Chen Yuan is coming this way. The whole squad immediately looked down the stairs. The green tea snake Yuping continued her sarcasm. Guess what I just said? Look, there's no way he's actually working a side hustle, right? It's past 3 p.m., perfect timing for the lunch rush prep. The short-haired girl got an idea, giggling behind her hand. Hee, why don't we go check which shop he's working at? If you guys are too scared to ask, I'll go do it myself. Xiao Yi quickly tried to stop her. That doesn't seem right, we're all friends, there's no need to go that far. Before she could even move, Yu Ping stepped forward, puffing out her chest with a stuck-up vibe. Chen Yuan, why haven't we seen you around lately? Busy? With a side job? Which shop is it at? We should all go pay you a little visit. Being blocked and interrogated out of nowhere, Chen Yuan was stunned, thinking, what is this nonsense? A side job? Does this gigachad look like someone who needs to clock in for minimum wage? Forget it. For the sake of old Huang chasing Tian Yu Ping, he wouldn't stoop to their level, but he definitely needed to vent. Yeah, let's troll them a bit. He replied, that's right, I'm working at a coffee shop, you guys wanna go? Let's head over together, it's on me. The moment they stepped into the shop, their eyes landed on two absolute bombshells, Chen Na and Meng Lu chatting away. All three girls were left completely speechless. Those two girls are stunning, the vibe is off the charts, especially the tall one with the flaxen hair in the miniskirt. Is it even possible for someone to have legs straight out of an anime? Is this even real life? The other one's figure is too OP, how does someone even possess those curves? Seeing Chen Yuan walk in, Chen Na and Meng Lu immediately rushed over, beaming. Chen Na asked with a smile, Shen Yuan, you're here? Meng Lu chimed in too. Shen Yuan, didn't you say you were busy this afternoon? So you were out entertaining these three girls? Hearing how they talked, the three girls couldn't help but blush in shock. Shen Yuan turned to his classmates and said, just ran into them on the street, they wanted to grab some coffee. Meng Lu waved her hand and said, oh I see, welcome ladies. Then Shen Yuan turned to Xiao Chu and said, Xiao Chu, ask them what they want to drink my treat. She nodded obediently, you got it boss. Then she turned to Yu Ping's group. Beauties, please have a seat. Scan the QR code on the table. Let me know when you've decided. Now the trio was truly shook. What the heck is going on? She called Shen Yuan boss. Could it be that he's not just some worker, but the actual owner of this place? Realizing they'd messed up, Xiao Yi grabbed Yu Ping's arm. Maybe we should just go. Yu Ping laughed awkwardly, agreeing, right, Xiao Yi's right, we're actually not thirsty anymore. With that, they turned on their heels and speed ran out of the shop. Shen Yuan is such a troll. He's loaded, owns a cafe, and has elite waifusas around him, yet he played it off like a side hustle. That's top-tier face-slapping. Watching them scramble away, Meng Lu asked, Shen Yuan, why did your friends leave so fast? Shen Yuan laughed. I guess they were intimidated by how drop-dead gorgeous you two are. Meng Lu giggled, tugging at her strap. Well, obviously. But keep your head in the game. Don't go getting any funny ideas. A moment later, Chen Na brought over a cup of coffee. It's ready. I wasn't sure how much sugar you wanted, so I made it half sweet for you. Is that okay? Shen Yuan replied with a grin. Anything you make is sweet enough for me. Hearing that cringe-inducing line, Meng Lu thought to herself, what year is it that he's still using such boomer pickup lines? But hey, hearing cheesy lines from a rich handsome guy, suddenly it doesn't sound so cringe anymore. She stared at Shen Yuan with pure intrigue, then asked, Shen Yuan, how tall are you and how much do you weigh? I'll calculate your BMI. For you. Shen Yuan sipped his coffee and replied 182 centimeters, 72 kilos. But honestly, I think I've lost a bit of weight lately. Meng Lu asked, surprised. Huh? Why'd you lose weight? Shen Yuan glanced at Chen Na with a sly smirk and said, the energy consumption is just too high. Chen Na blushed, thinking, why would he say that in front of me? How dare he drop lines like that right in front of her bestie? Hearing the answer, Meng Lu shot a playful, teasing look at Shen Yuan. Oh, no wonder. She pulled out her phone, tapping the screen, and said, well, you definitely need to start training more. You've got barely any body fat, you need to bulk up, gain at least 7 to 10 pounds. Shen Yuan immediately countered, let me guess, you're just trying to sign me up for a gym membership at your place. Meng Lu bumped her shoulder against his, giggling, hee, I gotta hit my monthly KPI, don't leave me hanging. Seeing her pull that move right in front of Chen Na, he couldn't help but say, I'll think about it. After chatting for a bit, Meng Lu stood up, oops, already past 4. Nah, I gotta head out, I've got a class at 5, let's hang again soon. She turned to Shen Yuan and gave him a suggestive wink. Watching her leave, Shen Yuan thought, she's really that bold right in front of her best friend? You little temptress, I'm definitely going to school you sooner or later. As soon as she was gone, Shen Yuan stood up, grabbed Chen Na's hand and said, come on Na, let's head upstairs, I need to teach you something. She asked, confused. Huh? Teach me what? Shen Yuan pushed her along, you'll see when we get there. Once they were up, he pinned her against the chair, tilted her chin up and said, your professional skills are lacking, we need some extra training sessions. Chen Na panicked, we can't do it here, Xiao Chushu is still around. Chen Yuan slid his hand down, smirked and whispered, telling a man we can't do it here only makes him want to go harder. Then he silenced her with one hell of a passionate kiss. Downstairs, Xiao Chu was busy cleaning when the ceiling started shaking. She thought it was an earthquake and panicked. Huh? What's going on? Immediately, the sounds of ooh and ah filled the air. Xiao Chu realized exactly what was happening, turned bright red, and quietly went to flip the closed sign. Just then, Meng Lu rushed back in and was stunned to see the closed sign. Xiao Chu, why are you closing up? Unlock the door, I forgot my bag inside. Caught off guard, Xiao Chu stammered in shock, and seeing her reaction, Meng Lu put her hands on her hips. What are you howling at? Open the door. Seeing the situation, Xiao Chu felt helpless and reluctantly opened the door. As soon as Meng Lu stepped in, she heard the intense sounds and froze, thinking, who does these kinds of things in broad daylight? 10 minutes passed and the intense battle was still going strong. Meng Lu thought, that's wild, he's so skinny, where does he get all that stamina? Her interest in Chen Yuan spiked, so she pretended to leave, calling out loudly, Xiao Chu, I'm heading out, see you next time. Hearing her voice, Chen Na panicked. Oh no, she actually heard everything. Unlike her, Chen Yuan chuckled internally, thinking, a high-quality private lesson needs an audience to make it worth it. That temptress Lu Meng Lu has been eavesdropping for at least 10 minutes. Does she think a show like this is free? Next time I'm definitely charging a fee. Meanwhile, in Secretary Lu's office, after hearing Le Xiao talk about Chen Yuan, he asked suspiciously, are you telling me this student named Chen Yuan wants to invest in a startup? Le Xiao replied, that's right. Secretary La asked again, does this kid actually have the funds to pull this off? Have you verified his capital yet? Le Xiao replied, I didn't believe it at first either, but I saw a balance of 10 million in his account. Hearing that number, Secretary Law couldn't help but freak out. Wait, did you say how much? 10 million. Are you sure that money isn't just his parents' cash? Does he even have full authority to spend it? Le Yu replied, it's all his, he has full autonomy over it. Hearing this, Secretary La couldn't help but beam with joy. Well, that's perfect. If that's the case, we don't have to deal with that third-party company anymore. With that, the old man started acting like the boss. Get this Chen Yuan kid to my office, I want him to give me a formal report. Seeing his attitude, Li Yu had to drop a hint. Secretary, even though Chen Yuan is just a student, if we want him to be our lead investor, shouldn't we be a little more polite? Secretary La smirked and replied, no need to worry about that, just do as I say. He thought to himself, I can't let a student from my own school act all high and mighty. I have to crush his ego right from the start. Right at that moment, while Chen Yuan was busy in the heat of battle, his phone started ringing. Seeing who was calling, Chen Yuan said anxiously, it's Ms. Le, hold on a sec. Chen Yuan picked up and said, yes, teacher, what's up? After hearing everything from Le Hu, Chen Yuan replied, is that so? He thought to himself that the school's attitude toward investors was totally off. They were trying to play him, and if he gave in now, they'd just keep pushing their luck. So he said, teacher, put me on speaker. Let me have a word with Secretary La. Back on Le Hu's side, as soon as she hit the speakerphone, Chen Yuan's voice boomed out. Hello, Secretary La, can you hear me? I'm pretty stacked lately. Got a few other big investments I need to evaluate. Let's catch up when I've got some free time. Miss Lei, just give him my number if he needs anything. With that, he hung up. Old La jumped up, sounding totally rattled. Hey, wait! Seeing this, Le Yu was stunned. He actually dared to hang up on the secretary. She didn't expect him to be so cold and decisive. Watching how the kid handled it, Secretary La felt his blood boil. He hung up on me? Every student in this school grovels in front of me. Does he really think he's special just because he has a little bit of pocket money? Forget it. This project can't be delayed any further. If there's no progress for a long time, Secretary Kong is definitely going to come after my head. Thinking this, he reluctantly waved his hand and said, Ms. Lei, if Chen Yuan really has the cash, just ask him out for a meal. Le Hu heard him and immediately complied. Got it. I'll send the text right now. As the text came through, Chen Yuan had just finished his battle. Reading the message, he chuckled to himself. So he wants to take me out to dinner? Now that the leverage is firmly in my hands, I need to make sure I have total control over this investment deal. Let's see what this La Zhaozhang guy is actually cooking up. Seeing him busy with his phone this whole time, Chen Na stood up, adjusted her dress and said, Chen Yuan, if you've got stuff to do, go ahead, we can just grab dinner next time. Looking at how she handled things, Chen Yuan thought, Na is truly thoughtful and attentive to everything. A top-tier waifu. Right at that moment, his phone rang again. Shen Yuan picked up and said, Minhui? As soon as he spoke, Minhui said, Shen Yuan, what are you doing? You free to go for a walk around the training field? Shen Yuan teased her. Just a walk? I thought you were looking for me to grab some cold drinks. Minhui replied, no way, it's that time of the month for me. Hearing that, Shen Yuan thought to himself, no wonder Hui Hui hasn't been looking for me for the past 2 days. So, that's what it was. On the other end, Minhui blushed and continued, but if you really wanted to, it's not entirely out of the question. Chen Yuan immediately grabbed his pants, stood up and said, health is important, don't say things like that next time. Hui Hui, I'm coming to pick you up at the dorm. A while later, Chen Yuan arrived at the dormitory. As soon as she saw him, Minhui threw herself into his arms. Chen Yuan said caringly, you need to take care of yourself during these days, you hear me? It's no big deal for me to wait a few more days, you need to prioritize your own well-being. Minhui heard this and affectionately planted a kiss on his cheek. Chen Yuan, you're so good to me. The favorability meter above her head ticked up by another point. Minhui looked Chen Yuan in the eyes, blushed, and asked, let me ask you, what exactly is our relationship right now? She thought to herself, I have to get this cleared up today. We've done everything we should and everything we shouldn't, so what girl wouldn't want a proper title? Hearing the question, Chen Yuan thought, this is a lethal trap, but Minhui's favorability points went up again. Seems like she's really into me. He thought for a second and replied, obviously, we're a couple. Hearing this, Minhui couldn't help but be overjoyed as she asked, really? Chen Yuan pulled her into his arms and answered, really. Minhui kept rubbing her cheek against Chen Yuan's face and asked, Chen Yuan, I'm your only girlfriend, right? Chen Yuan replied, yup, but in his head he was smirking wickedly, thinking, the others aren't called girlfriend, they're called sweetie, baby, and my love. Minhui was satisfied, let go, and said, since you're being such a good boy, I'll reward you in 2 days. Chen Yuan grabbed her hand and said, you silly girl, let's go buy you some gifts this weekend, maybe a car and a house. Hearing that, Minhui's eyes went wide with shock. You want to buy me a car and a house? That's way too expensive, a bag or some makeup is enough. Chen Yuan smiled affectionately and replied, no need to save money for me. But since you're at school every day and wouldn't use them yet, we can buy a house first, and when the time is right, I'll get you that car, okay? Minhui leaned on Chen Yuan's shoulder, obediently answering, okay, I'll listen to you. After a while, Chen Yuan said, it's getting late, I'll take you back to your dorm, you need plenty of rest. He thought to himself that he still had to go to Qingju Lake tomorrow to collect his rewards. The next morning, while waiting at a red light, Meng Lu video called him and said, kid, are you up yet? If you're free, come to the gym. Shen Yun frowned and replied, since when is this old man thin? Are you being serious with this video call? Meng Lu heard this and teased, only perverted men would think this is perverted. Tell me, do you have some dirty thoughts going on? She thought to herself, this tone doesn't sound like she considers him an outsider at all. Oh, let's see how many more days you can hold out. Right at that moment, Shen Yuan's ex-girlfriend, Chu Yanting, appeared behind her. She waved and said hello to Tilu. Meng Lu turned around and replied, Miss Chu, you're here. Seeing her mood, Yanting asked, what's got you so happy so early in the morning? Meng Lu laughed and said, nothing, just found a friend who's very interesting. Yanting pulled up a chair and probed, tell me about it. Our training session hasn't started yet anyway. Meng Lu recounted, I have a close friend who hooked up with a sugar daddy, and he's super generous. He gifted her a house worth 3 million. Yanting's jaw dropped in shock. 3 million? Buying a house like it's nothing. His net worth must be at least several tens of millions. Meng Lu replied calmly, that's right, so I'm honestly pretty envious. Wang Ying asked again, with that kind of financial power, that sugar daddy of hers must be super old, right? She thought to herself, even if he's an old man, it's definitely worth it. That cheapskate Hao Quan is getting stingier by the day. He wants the goods but doesn't want to spend a dime. I really need to find myself a better man. Meng Lu shook her head and said, no, he's only in his 20s, even younger than my best friend. Wang Ying was shocked and asked, then what about his looks? Is he super ugly or something? Meng Lu waved her finger and said, he's super handsome, plus he's got the height to match. Wang Ying couldn't believe it and said, BS, then your best friend must be a total knockout, right? To be able to reel in a guy like that, she must be some kind of top-tier goddess. Hearing the question, the image of Chen Na immediately popped into Meng Lu's head. After a moment of comparison, she replied, honestly, we're pretty much on the same level, you could say we both have our own perks. Wang Ying realized if she's on par with her, no wonder she can make men fall at her feet. At the same time, Shen Yuan sent a text, no time to chat, I'm heading to Qingju Lake to pick up my house. Meng Lu asked, you going alone? Do you need a girl to keep you company? Shen Yuan replied, I'm going solo, but if you're free, you're welcome to tag along. Reading that, Meng Lu immediately replied, then you better come pick me up. I'm at the gym right now and just sent you my location. I'll be waiting for you. After reading the message, Meng Lu couldn't hide her excitement. Seeing her expression, Wang Ying asked, what's with the vibe? Got some good news? I see you smiling even brighter than before. Meng Lu stood up and replied, sorry Miss Chu, I have to cancel our session today. I'll pay you back double for today's private training fee. Because that sugar daddy of hers is heading to Qingju Lake in Lucheng to pick up a house and ask me to join him. So sorry about this. Hearing that, Wang Ying was even more stunned. Qingzhou Lake is a super luxury villa complex, one of the most famous spots for the ultra-rich. Wait, isn't that her best friend's sugar daddy? Why is he taking her to pick up a house? Watching Meng Lu walk away, Wang Ying smirked. I get it now, she's absolutely savage. Stealing your best friend's man? Honestly, if I found a guy like that, I wouldn't hesitate for a second either. Just then, a male PT walked in and asked, Meng Lu, where are you going? Don't you have a class coming up? He was a fitness coach named Han Lihai. Seeing him, Meng Lu showed a look of disgust and glared at him while walking past. 10 minutes later, down in the parking lot, an M9 rolled up. Han Lihai asked skeptically, you can pull Meng Lu just by driving an M9? Didn't that member last time drive a Mercedes and still get rejected? Wang Ying spoke up, don't just look at the car. This guy can drop 3 million on a house for his girl whenever he feels like it. Han Lihai broke into a cold sweat. His jaw dropped. 3 million? How many years do I have to slave away to earn that much? The car door opened, and Chu Wanying couldn't help but jump. Wait, why does this guy look so familiar? As the person stepped out of the car, Chu Wanying was completely shook. Chen Yuan. Her jaw hit the floor, realizing it was actually Chen Yuan. The young, tall, and handsome sugar daddy that was mentioned earlier was Chen Yuan. She couldn't believe her eyes, thinking her ex-boyfriend had become a millionaire after she dumped him just half a month ago. She could only hold her head in regret, feeling like a total clown for dumping Chen Yuan just to stay with a loser like Hao Quan. Am I actually losing my mind right now? Seeing her reaction, Han Lihai couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Chu, why are you crying? Is everything okay? Right on cue, a notification pops up. It's a text from Ho Jun. Hey, you're off today, right? You should come over to my pie place tonight. Chu Yunting grinds her teeth in annoyance. Who does this guy think he is? He always skips the small talk and goes straight for the goal. Does he really think I'm that cheap? She fuming types back, get lost. You absolute clown. Ho Jun is stunned and asks, huh? Are you even the real one? Yunting replies, I'm your mother. Ho Jun is completely baffled and tries to reason. Yunting, what is actually wrong with you? He hits send, but the system immediately alerts him that the message failed. The other party has blocked him. Staring at the notification, Ho Jun is in total shock. Are you kidding me? She actually blocked me? What is going on? After cutting ties with Ho Jun, Chu Yunting tries to calm down, wondering if there's still a chance with Shen Yuan. Surely there's still some spark between them, right? The real problem is, does Shen Yuan have way too many girls orbiting him? She starts counting them off. Bilu, that junior he met in the capital, plus Bilu's best friend, and now me. Is this list getting a little long? Back on Shen Yuan's side, Meng Lu speaks up. Shen Yuan, this car of yours is huge. I'm honestly so jealous. It's perfect for off-road adventures. She thinks to herself, off-road adventures, huh? With a top-tier goddess sitting right in your passenger seat, there's no way you aren't letting your mind wander. Shen Yuan chuckles and replies, oh, off-roading sounds fun. Maybe I'll take Na out to test it later. Hearing that, Meng Lu looks a bit displeased. Are you not playing by the rules of the game? Shen Yuan asks confused, what do you mean by rules? Hearing his question, Meng Lu goes quiet, acting all thoughtful. Seeing that, Shen Yuan leans in and says, how about I say it like this? He shoots her a side-eye and grins mischievously. Bilu, I want to play ball. Meng Lu bursts out laughing, taps his shoulder and says, you're such a menace. 30 minutes later, they arrive at the real estate center. This lady here is the property consultant. Guan Shusu spots the two of them and walks over to greet them. Shen Yuan says, hello, I'm here to pick up my property. The name is Shen Yuan. Shusu introduces herself. Welcome, Mr. Shen. I'm your consultant, Guan Shusu. Would you like to view the villa first or handle the paperwork? Shen Yuan waves his hand. Just sign the papers. We can check out the house afterward. Shusu bows and says, understood. After the papers are signed, Shusu follows Shen Yuan and Meng Lu to the villa, observing from behind. She thinks, it's obvious Mr. Shen and this girl aren't a couple, but her figure is literally unfair. As she thinks this, she glances at Meng Lu's curves, then looks down at her own flat chest, sighing. Why is life so biased against women? This kind of woman doesn't even need skills. She just uses her face and a hot body to make guys fall in love and buy her mansions. It's honestly enviable. It's a shame I'm just a plain Jane without those kinds of opportunities. A moment later, the car rolls into the villa complex. Stepping out of the car, Meng Lu can't stop gasping in awe. Wow, Shen Yuan, this place is absolutely stunning. Following close behind, she thought to herself that the life of the super rich is truly on another level. If only she could live here too, so she definitely had to bag Shen Yuan. As they stepped inside, Shusu started the sales pitch. Mr. Shen, this villa is 610 square meters, but with the garden included, the usable area hits 2,000 square meters. It's currently a shell, so you have total creative freedom to renovate. Meng Lu was hyped, saying, this is huge. Before Shen Yuan could even process it, the system notification popped up. Ding! Congrats host, you've acquired your first property. A perfect life needs more than just real estate. The interior decor needs a high-end aesthetic. Host has been granted 20 million for renovation expenses. After reading that, Chen Yuan couldn't help but sigh. System Dad, you're actually built different, aren't you? A house worth 10 million, but a 20 million renovation budget. If the big boss is paying, then I'm just going to follow orders. He turned to Shu Su and asked, Manager Shu, do you happen to know any solid interior design firms? Shu Su replied professionally, Yes, Mr. Shen, there are a few high-end renovation firms in Jingcheng with a solid reputation and elite designs. Once I get back, I'll send their contact info over to you. Chen Yuan waved his hand, dismissing it. Sounds good. Since it's just a shell right now, there's nothing else to see. Let's wrap this up. Seeing him about to leave, Meng Lu asked, Chen Yuan, can I take some photos and film a video for Douyin? Chen Yuan replied, Sure, as long as you don't show my face. Meng Lu winked playfully. With a monk-like aura like yours, I wouldn't dare post you online for those other little succubus demons to thirst over. After filming and snapping some pics, the two headed back to the car. Chen Yuan asked, How many followers do you have? Meng Lu replied, Over 50,000. Chen Yuan asked again, Are many of them local? Meng Lu answered, Most of them are local fans. Why? Is this bad boy trying to sneak a peek at my Kisu videos? Chen Yuan shot back, 50,000 guys have already seen them, so what if I take a look? Meng Lu teased him, You're not like them, they only get to see the standard content. But you get to see the exclusive custom version. Hearing that, Chen Yuan couldn't help but stiffen up, saying, Send me your Kisu handle later. I've got a lounge bar exploration project, if you're interested, we can collab. Meng Lu replied, For real? You're opening a lounge bar? I'll send you my handle right now. Once that was sorted, Chen Yuan asked, Biqiao, where to now? Back to the gym? Meng Lu replied, Yeah, where else? Where else did you want to go? Chen Yuan said with a poker face, I thought you wanted to go play some ball. Meng Lu acted all high and mighty. In your dreams, you men are all the same, nothing but trouble. You bullied my friend there yesterday, I still need to settle that score with you. Hearing that, Chen Yuan slammed on the brakes, causing Meng Lu to lunge forward. He looked annoyed, saying, You dare bring up yesterday? You were there for so long, I haven't even charged you a consultation fee yet. If you feel so bad for Nana, why don't you take her place? Hearing that, Meng Lu looked grumpy. Don't even think about it. Deep down, she smirked, thinking, if a woman gives herself away too easily, she's cheap, and no man will value her. The harder it is for Chen Yuan to get me, the more obsessed he'll be, and the more he'll spend. So, I have to keep stringing him along, dropping little baits every day, until he's desperate enough to do anything just to have me. A short while later, the car pulled up in front of the gym. Meng Lu got out and waved. Bye-bye, Chen Yuan. If you've got time, come by the gym for a workout. Chen Yuan grinned. Bye-bye, Chow. If you've got time, let's play some ball together. As Meng Lu pushed the door open, someone was already waiting inside. That person was the gym manager, Gong Mingba. Seeing her, he asked Meng Lu, What have you been up to? Heard you skipped the club members class this morning. You realize that's a breach of contract, right? Meng Lu replied with some anxiety. I had an urgent matter to handle. Besides, I already told Ms. Chu, I'll pay her back double the tuition fee for today. Gong Mingba said while tapping away on his phone. Even though you agreed to pay double, that lady is still pretty triggered. But don't worry, I already smoothed things over for you. Hearing this, Meng Lu couldn't help but suspect. Why would Miss Chu suddenly give me such a hard time? Oh, looks like she's been played by Gong Mingba. He flexes his manager status to criticize her, then plays the experienced mentor card to talk her into submission. He actually thinks he can bag a queen like her with these low-tier tactics. Laughable. Someone like you couldn't possibly conquer me. You're not even close to my type. Thinking this, she walked past him and coldly said, Thanks, Manager Gong. If that's all, I've got work to get back to. He shot back. It's almost 12. What kind of work could you possibly have left? Since it's that time, how about we grab a bite together? Meng Lu stopped and replied, Sorry, I brought my own meal prep, and I don't touch high-calorie food. She told herself, I'm the top PT in this gym, and the owner's favorite employee. What are you gonna do, fire me? In her mind, the vision of her getting cozy with Chen Yuan in that mega villa appeared, and she thought with resolve, a woman destined for a villa in Qingzhuhu isn't going to let some trash-tier loser get in her way. In the previous chapter, Chen Yuan went to Qingzhuhu to claim his mansion, and left his toxic ex regretting everything. Meanwhile, in the Communist Youth League Secretary's office, Secretary Kong Zongping was being briefed by La Zhaozhang about Chen Yuan's potential investment. Kong Zongping asked, You mean this student named Chen Yuan wants to invest in our startup incubator? La Zhaozhang replied, That's right. Hearing the confirmation, Kong Zongping nodded. That's fantastic news. Have you had a chance to connect with him yet? La Zhaozhang answered, Not yet. I had Ms. Li invite him to dinner, but he hasn't accepted yet. Kong Zongping turned to him and instructed, If we're the ones chasing the investment, we need to show some respect. Don't just treat him like some random kid. Li Zhaozhong bowed. You're right, Secretary Kong. That was my oversight. How about I head over to the dorms this afternoon to invite him personally? Kong Zongping held up a hand. No, that still doesn't show how much our school values him. I'll go with you this afternoon and bring Ms. Li along too. Li Zhaozhong couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The secretary is going to meet him in person? Chen Yuan is just a student here. Isn't this getting a little too big? Cut to 5 p.m. in the men's dorm, Chen Yuan's room, where his roommate excitedly shoved his phone over. Old 3, I've been chatting with Tian Yubing on WeChat forever. Help me check this. Roughly how much longer until I can finally slide into her DMs for real? On the screen, a long chain of messages between the two. Huang Haibao typed, Good morning, should I bring you breakfast? Yubing replied, No need. Huang Haibao typed, It's raining today, remember to bring an umbrella to class. Yubing replied, Okay. Huang Haibao typed good night. Don't keep the AC too low. Remember to wrap up warm. Yubing replied, Okay. Huang Haibao typed, Do you want to go out somewhere this weekend? What do you think about Yuelu Mountain? Yubing replied, Let's see when we get there. Huang Haibao typed, You don't look so good today. Is something bothering you? Need me to buy you some meds? Yubing replied, No need. Looking at this tragedy of a conversation, Chen Yuan was honestly speechless. Old Huang, you're a real saint, but you haven't made a single bit of progress in over 3 years. Meanwhile, Huang Haibao was still feeling smug. Old 3, what do you think? She replies to every single message, which is a massive upgrade from the class goddess from before. I can feel the progress is super steady. Hearing this, Chen Yuan just sighed. Old Huang, if you really think that's progress, I don't even know what to tell you. As long as you're happy, man, but just give it a rest. You should really be asking Lao Cao for some actual dating advice. Hearing this, Lao Huang shot a side-eye at his roommate and spat out in disgust. Lao Cao is a total simp. What could he possibly know about Riz? Lao San, you're the only one in this dorm with actual experience. Lao Cao, who was busy studying, turned around and huffed. Lao Huang, I haven't even done anything to you today. Why are you coming for me? Ignoring him, Huang Haibao leaned in toward Chen Yuan and continued. At least she's willing to reply to my messages and even agreed to go out with me this weekend. Doesn't that basically prove Tian Yubing is low-key into me? You tell me. Lao San, seeing how delusional his roommate was, gave a pained smile and replied, Oh yeah, totally, you're absolutely right. Before he could even finish the sentence, Huang Haibao's face lit up and he let out a giddy shout. Holy crap, even Lao San thinks so, then it's gotta be a fact. Watching the desperate look on his face, Chen Yuan thought with a sigh, Damn, a simp on a copium overdose is actually terrifying. Right on cue, a knock echoed from outside the door. Knock knock knock. Huang Haibao hitched up his pants and yelled, The hell, who is that? Why are you knocking like you're trying to break the place down? The moment he opened the door and saw the group led by Le Xiao, he broke into a cold sweat. Oh, Secretary Kong, Secretary Lu, teacher, why are you guys here? Le Xiao asked with a hint of awkwardness. Is Chen Yuan here? Huang Haibao scrambled to open the door wider, stuttering, Yes, yes, please. Come on in. He thought to himself, oh man, all 3 of these big shots looking for Lao San? Did he commit some kind of major crime? Outside in the hallway, students from nearby rooms had already gathered to watch the drama unfold. One guy asked, Why are 2 student leaders showing up at the dorm? Is something going down? The guy in the purple shirt answered, They're here for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's family is literally bankrupt, but he's out buying cars and dating girls from other schools. You tell me, doesn't it look like he did something illegal? Right then, a guy dressed in Gucci walked up without even checking the vibe, eavesdropped on the gossip, and smugly said, Definitely. Otherwise, where would Chen Yuan get that kind of cash? Something is definitely fishy. Spotting him, the purple-shirted guy turned and asked, Brother Bang, you know the tea on this? Do you have the inside scoop? Spill it, let's hear it. Li Jianbong acted like he knew it all and replied, Chen Yuan's money comes from a shady source, so it's only natural the leaders would show up at his doorstep. They're probably detaining him here first, waiting for the police to roll up. Huang Haibao heard this, poked his head out and barked, Li Jianbong, you trash, what kind of nonsense are you spewing? Li Jianbong laughed smugly. Whether I'm spouting nonsense or not, just wait and see. Cutting to inside the room, Le Xiao gestured and said, Chen Yuan, these 2 are Secretary Kong and Secretary Lu from the student union. Chen Yuan stood up to greet them. Hello, Secretary Kong. Kong Zongping walked forward and said, Student Chen Yuan, I'm Kong Zongping from the student union. Are you free tonight? Let's grab a bite to eat. Chen Yuan replied, Tonight? Sure, why not? Seeing him agree, Kong Zongping said, Great, I'll book a restaurant right now. It's getting late, let's head out together so we can have a proper talk about your startup base. Moments later, the 4 of them walked out together. Watching their attitude, the guy in the purple shirt muttered, They don't look like they're detaining Chen Yuan at all. Honestly, it looks more like they're leaders showing up for an inspection. Li Jianbong immediately retorted, I bet they're just trying to save face for Chen Yuan. Check the news, don't they usually cover a criminal's head when they're being escorted away? Hearing this, Huang Haibao wore a triumphant grin. Keep yapping your mouth. Those two secretaries came personally to invite our Lao San to dinner. Didn't see that coming, did you? The guy in the purple shirt's jaw hit the floor in shock. What? Two secretaries came to invite Chen Yuan to dinner? Seriously, how much clout does this guy have to make everyone act like this? Lao Huang chimed in just to trigger Li Jianping. Right, exactly what kind of big brain move did Chen Yuan pull off? Even the university higher-ups are bending over backwards to invite him like this. The guy in the purple shirt started sweating bullets upon hearing that. Chen Yuan is way too terrifying. He's playing in a completely different league than us now. Hearing that, Li Jianping's jealousy peaked, his face turning a shade of frustrated purple. Cut to the Nancheng restaurant, where a squad of 4 settles into a VIP room. Kong Zongping raises his wine glass and asks, Chen Yuan, what kind of conditions are you looking for in this project? Lay it on me, I want to fully understand the logic behind your plan. Chen Yuan replies, Secretary Kong, if you want me to invest, you'll have to satisfy my 2 conditions. And don't worry, these won't result in any loss of profit for the university. Old Kong chuckles, no need to be formal, just spit it out. Chen Yuan continues, Secretary, I want full autonomy, meaning, when it comes to the startup incubator, who do I invest in? How much do I invest? I want to be the one making those calls. The university can't interfere. Le Zhaozhang looks salty and says, what are you talking about? There's no such precedent. Kong Zongping shuts him down, old La, be quiet, before turning back to negotiate with Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, the university incubator involves way too many stakeholders, especially the Ministry of Education, who will be asking questions. If you do whatever you want as an investor, it's going to be a tough sell. Plus, the university has to care about the success rate of the students we're backing. Chen Yuan picks up his glass and says, Secretary, without capital, that success rate is just empty talk. You have to realize that I'm the one running this show. Success is all about whether the students can actually make bank, and since I'm the one investing, I obviously want them to profit too. Our goals are the same. He takes a sip of wine, thinking to himself that he's speaking the absolute truth. His system's mission is to stack wealth and clout so he can eventually become a true titan of industry. He's definitely going to need a squad of professional talent to manage this empire for him later on. Rather than scouting for help later, he might as well use this incubator to build his network now. And more importantly, the system keeps throwing these NPC side quests at him. Women out in the corporate world are nowhere near as easy to rizz up as college students. Besides, the quality of students here at Xincheng University is top-tier famous. Hearing Chen Yuan out, Kong Zongping raises his glass. I'll have to discuss these conditions with the Ministry of Education leaders before I can give you an answer. Chen Yuan clinks his glass. Understood, Secretary. With the business talk out of the way, they get back to the feast. By midnight, Secretary Kong heads to Secretary La's car. Before leaving, he tells Le Xiao, La, Chen Yuan's been drinking. Don't let him drive. Take him home for us. We're heading out. Le Xiao bows her head and accepts the task. A moment later, after the old guys leave, Shen Yuan and Le Xiao hop into Shen Yuan's ride. She fastens her seatbelt and says, Shen Yuan, this new car of yours is actually spacious. Shen Yuan replies, I was used to driving sedans, but I wanted to try out an SUV for a change. Just as she finishes buckling up, Le Xiao's phone starts ringing. She answers, Lemeng, what's up? She listens for a second, then says, you changed your shift and can't help with the move? It's fine, I'll just handle the moving company myself. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm tied up with something right now. I'm hanging up. Shen Yuan, having eavesdropped, asks, Teacher, are you moving? Le Xiao replies, yeah, in about 2 days. My old lease is up, so I'm moving in with my younger sister. Shen Yuan asks, do you need me to help you move? She replies, that wouldn't be appropriate. You just bought this new car. It's not really meant for hauling boxes. You should probably just call a professional moving service instead. Chen Yuan chuckled. It's no biggie. The car is just a tool, a depreciating asset anyway. Plus, helping a teacher out is just what a student should do. Le Xiao raised her hand to decline. I really shouldn't bother you anymore. The two of us girls have way too much stuff. Hearing this, Chen Yuan doubled down. Come on, teach, don't say no. I'm your student. Helping you move house isn't exactly a monumental task. Seeing him so persistent, Le Xiao finally caved in. All right then, fine. She blushed, thinking, Chen Yuan has a sharp jawline and such defined features. If you put aside the student-teacher label and just look at him as a guy, he's actually pretty high-tier visual material. At that thought, Le Xiao jumped. Wait a sec. He was so eager to help with the move, not to mention that bag he gave me earlier. Maybe Lemeng was right. He's definitely got his eyes on me. Speaking of that bag, he claimed it was a high-end replica, but given his actual hidden wealth, it's probably the real deal. With that in mind, she turned to ask Chen Yuan, that bag you gave me earlier, do you remember it? Chen Yuan replied, I remember, what about it? Le Xiao continued, you said it was a high-end replica back then. Before she could finish, Chen Yuan cut in. Actually, it was the real deal, but it doesn't really matter. Besides, your student isn't exactly hurting for cash, so it's fine to gift it to a teacher I like. Realizing he had just slipped up, he quickly pivoted. Wait, no, I meant gifting it to a teacher I respect is totally normal. Hearing this, Li Xiao confirmed her suspicions. It's definitely inappropriate, one because of the age gap, and two, we have this whole student-teacher dynamic going on. She started to say, Chen Yuan. Before she could finish, Chen Yuan held a finger to his lips and said, Shh, enough of that, just keep driving. Teach. Don't bother with the rejections, I'm not gonna bail on you anyway. A while later, they arrived at their destination. As they stepped out of the car, Li Xiao asked, Are you heading home to sleep tonight? Chen Yuan replied, Nah, I don't have a room there, I'm heading back to the dorms. Li Xiao handed him the keys and said, Alright, I'll leave the car here. You can come pick it up and drive it back tomorrow. The keys? Chen Yuan took the keys, leaned in close, planted a soft kiss on her cheek and said you got it. Caught off guard by the kiss, Li Xiao blushed and thought, he's getting way too bold lately. First that dinner at home, then the office, and now he's daring enough to just kiss me? What a total menace. As she turned and hurried away she called back, Chen Yuan, you're a bad student. The moment she left, Chen Yuan's phone started ringing. He picked up, and Chen Na's frantic voice came through. Chen Yuan, are you at school? Lin Yuchang keeps forgetting her stuff at the cafe. Could you go open up and help her grab it? She's almost there, but Xiao Chu and I live too far away to make it in time. Chen Yuan replied, Sure, I'm on it. A short while later, Chen Yuan walked over to the cafe. Yuchang was already waiting there. As soon as she saw him, she waved. Sorry, Chen Yuan, I've some of the kids' toys at the cafe and forgot to grab them last time. Chen Yuan stepped up to unlock the door. Don't mention it, it's just a small thing. He went inside to turn on the lights, and Yuchang wasted no time, heading straight for the counter. She grabbed a bag and started packing things up, explaining, These are all the toys the kids left behind after playing here. One here, one there, they're just scattered all over the place. Chen Yuan stood behind her, watching the curve of her hips as she bent over, and swallowed hard. Don't rush, no need to hurry, take your time looking. How old are your kids? Yuchang picked up a bottle of wine to put in the bag and replied, 3.5, they're quite the handful. Seeing her pack a bottle of wine, Chen Yuan couldn't help but wonder, wait, is there booze too? Does Lin Yuchang usually come to the cafe to drink alone? Once finished, Yuchang scanned the familiar shop with a look of deep regret and said, Alright, I'm all done. Seeing her expression, Chen Yuan asked with concern, What's wrong? Can't bear to leave. Yuchang reached out to stroke the objects she'd grown attached to and replied, It's not that I'm struggling to let go, I just keep remembering all the time we spent together through the highs and the lows. Shen Yuan figured this might be connected to Zhang Xianyong. Otherwise, why would she be drinking alone at a cafe if she wasn't feeling totally fed up? He thought for a second and said, You can always come back and visit whenever you want. Du Chang replied, Honestly, I don't think I'll ever be back. Shen Yuan pointed to the bottle in her bag and asked, Ms. Lin, if you don't mind, could I join you for a few drinks? Du Chang hesitated for a moment and asked, Do you think that's appropriate? Shen Yuan smiled, What's there to be inappropriate about? A moment later, Shen Yuan pulled out 2 glasses and sat down to pour her a drink. He asked, Is there something bothering you? I'm guessing it has something to do with your family, right? Du Chang looked at him with sad eyes. How did you know that? Shen Yuan poured himself a glass and said, I actually know your husband, Zhang Xianyong. Isn't he the CEO of that 4S dealership? I've heard a bit about the things he's been up to. Chen Na used to work for him, but she quit because of him, right? Du Chang was stunned, stammering, What? You mean they actually had a thing? Shen Yuan clinked his glass against hers. Nah, Zhang Xianyong was just constantly harassing her, and she left because she couldn't stand his trashy behavior anymore. Du Chang let out a sigh of relief. Well, that's a relief. Otherwise he'd be adding another charge to his list of crimes. She swirled her wine, looking pensive. The truth is, I've been preparing to divorce him lately. I've gathered a mountain of evidence regarding his cheating, and I've seen the messages where he threatens and bribes his own employees. She clutched her head, letting out a frustrated sigh. After 5 years of marriage, I never thought he was this kind of man, but I keep hesitating because he's my child's father. I'm worried that growing up in a single-parent home will mess my kid up mentally. Shen Yuan advised her, It's time to make a clean break. The kid matters, sure, but if they keep seeing this toxic mess, the damage will be way worse in the long run. So, whether it's for your kid or for your own sanity, you have to make the right move. Du Chang nodded in agreement. You're actually making a lot of sense. She looked at Shen Yuan and thought, I used to think he was just young and generous, but he's way more mature than I gave him credit for. He's actually got this unique charisma, the kind of stuff Zhang Xianyong is totally missing. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan took a sip of his wine, feeling pretty satisfied with himself. They say a man shouldn't be judged just by his looks, but being around a handsome guy definitely boosts the mood. doesn't it? After a few strong drinks, Du Chang started getting tipsy, her cheeks flushed as she gazed intensely at Chen Yuan. Raising her glass, Chen Yuan, thank you. Chen Yuan clinked back, no need to be so formal. After finishing the wine, Du Chang stood up and said, we should probably get going. Chen Yuan got up too and replied, yeah, all right. Just then, whether by accident or on purpose, Du Chang tripped. She stumbled forward, landing right on Chen Yuan's chest. Chen Yuan quickly caught her, watch out. Du Chang looked up, her face turning bright red, I'm so sorry. Chen Yuan felt his inner player rising, wondering what exactly she was apologizing for. She smells so good. Before he could process it, Du Chang reached out and planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving him totally wide-eyed and shocked. She immediately turned and ran off, leaving a very confused Chen Yuan behind. What was that kiss even for? Isn't this supposed to be the part where things get messy and dramatic? On her way out, Du Chang couldn't stop thinking about what just happened. She told herself it must be the alcohol talking. For years she's been a dutiful wife, never crossing the line, and the only rebellious thing she's ever done is handle her own needs. And honestly, it's all Zhang Shenyang's fault. The guy is a pathetic loser, but seriously, what possessed me to do that back there? As soon as Du Chang left, Chen Yuan pulled out his phone and called Chen Na. Hey Na, my dorm is closed for the night, so I'm coming over to stay at your place. Even though we didn't hear Chen Na's response, Chen Yuan continued, no need to waste money on a hotel. Don't worry, I won't do anything, I just want to cuddle. 20 minutes later, Chen Yuan arrived at Chen Na's place. She opened the door, wearing a nightgown that was hanging on by a literal thread. The heavy artillery on her chest was basically begging to jump out of those too thin straps. As soon as she saw him, she gasped, oh my god, exactly how much did you drink? Chen Yuan played the part of the drunk mess, face bright red, leaning against the doorframe. The school leadership dinner. I had no choice, babe. Chen Na sighed, went to help him inside, and said, just sit and rest for 10 minutes before you shower, I'll brew you some hangover tea. Suddenly, Chen Yuan wrapped his arms around her curves and mumbled, wait, just a hug first, just hold me. Saying that, Chen Yuan put one hand on her waist and started wandering with the other, heading down under her skirt toward the delicate meadow where a small stream trickled through the rocks. Chen Na blushed, realizing the situation. Is this what you call just a hug? Chen Yuan replied, I'm just holding you, I'm not doing anything else. You know my character, Na, I'm a saint. Hearing this degenerate talk, Chen Na recalled all the previous times and shook her head. The first time, he tricked her by saying he just came over for a drink of water. The second time, he lied through his teeth that he was just practicing for an event. And this time, the excuse was even lazier than the last. He actually had the audacity to claim he was just cuddling without any ulterior motives. She rolled her eyes, too tired to even argue. Your character? Since when do you have any character left? Eventually, the two of them made it into the bedroom. Chen Yuan spotted the two separate blankets on the bed and pouted. Nana, has our trust really hit rock bottom? Chen Na looked confused. What are you talking about? Then, just sleep with that blanket. We don't need to share to cuddle, we can still hold each other. With that, she climbed into bed, wrapped herself up tight, and went to sleep, blushing furiously. Watching her antics, Chen Yuan thought to himself, although the last two times were a bit forced, he felt Nana had accepted it deep down. But he didn't expect her to keep such a distance. But hey, the night is long and full of schemes, and there are plenty of ways to break the ice. Thinking this, Chen Yuan laid down. After a quick calculation, he went full menace mode, faking a sneeze. Achoo! It's freezing in here. Chen Na, thinking he was actually getting sick, sat bolt upright and asked anxiously, what's wrong? Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan curled up in his blanket. The AC is way too cold. Chen Na turned around to find the remote. Oh, let me adjust it for you. Chen Yuan reached out to grab her shoulder. No need to go through all that trouble. You don't need to adjust anything. We just need to share a blanket, and I won't be cold anymore. Before she could react, he crawled right into her blanket. Chen Na was left totally speechless. Chen Yuan. And just like that, the furnace was officially lit. As soon as the potato was placed in the oven, Chen Na started to tremble, her breathing getting heavy as she let out soft, stifled moans. Chen Yuan leaned in, teasing her. See? Doesn't feel cold anymore, right? The next morning, Chen Yuan woke up to find Chen Na gone, leaving a note behind. I went to the coffee shop and did your laundry. They weren't dry yet, so I bought you a new outfit. Breakfast is in the steamer. If you wake up feeling cold, just heat it up. Chen Yuan read it, and felt a wave of emotion. Damn, where can a guy find a girl as good as her? I definitely have to reward her. Maybe I'll find the time to buy her a car. While he was still feeling sentimental, Meng Lu video called, shoving her assets right into the camera. Puppy, when are you coming to the gym? I'm waiting for you. Seeing her flaunt her curves like that, Chen Yuan quickly looked away, determined. Watching this stuff early in the morning? She's Nana's best friend, I can't look. Seeing him like that, Meng Lu leaned in even closer, her chest practically obscuring the entire screen, and smirked. Why are you pulling your phone away like that? What's the matter? Are you scared I might eat you up? Hearing this, Chen Yuan cracked his eyes open to take a look. Seeing her massive assets, he thought to himself, damn, this woman is clearly out here thirsty for my attention. Just as he was watching Meng Lu's low-key flex, his phone rang. It was Le Xiao calling. Seeing it was the teacher, Chen Yuan hesitated for a second before telling Meng Lu, I'm busy with something right now, I'll call you back later. Meng Lu just winked playfully, waved her hand and said, sure thing, you go do your thing. The moment he hung up, Chen Yuan answered the call. Teacher, what's up? Le Xiao replied, the school board and the Department of Education approved your proposal. They'll draft the documents in the next 2 days to start the rollout. Once the student applications and startup plans come in, they'll be sent to you for final review and approval. Chen Yuan immediately asked, do the application forms require them to list their height, weight, and a portrait photo? Le Xiao asked, surprised, why? You want to include those details? What does a business plan have to do with someone's height and weight? Put on the spot, Chen Yuan started spinning a web of lies. Obviously, it matters. Anyone qualified to launch a startup needs to have a presentable appearance. I can judge whether a student is disciplined just by looking at their outward appearance. I have very high standards, you know. Hearing his answer, Le Xiao sensed something was off and asked, really? Is that actually a thing? Then she continued, fine, I'll add that field to the form for you. Secretary Liu has arranged for the student union reps to contact you later tonight. Chen Yuan hopped off the bed and replied, all right, sounds good on my end. At this point, Le Xiao tapped her finger against the desk, sounding a bit shy. Oh, by the way, Chen Yuan, my sister and I are moving tomorrow morning. Are you free? Chen Yuan's face lit up. Definitely, I'll see you tomorrow. Half an hour later, after finishing breakfast and getting dressed to head out, another call came in. Seeing the name on the screen, Chen Yuan wondered, why is Meng Lu calling again? As soon as he picked up, Meng Lu started a rapid-fire interrogation. What are you doing? Didn't you say you'd come find me later? It's been half an hour. You're still not done with your work? How am I supposed to believe that? Chen Yuan replied, I'm busy. I'm literally about to head out. I've got appointments with 2 design firms to talk about the villa renovation. Meng Lu toyed with him, half joking, half serious. So, do you need a little tag-along then? Chen Yuan replied, you just called yourself a tag-along. Why would I bring you? But hey, if you really want to come, feel free. He thought to himself, although Meng Lu is a bit of a green tea snake, she's great at providing emotional support. Having a beauty by your side while brainstorming designs definitely makes the process way more effective. Meng Lu gave a playful wink and did an okay sign. Bet, come pick me up then, I'll be waiting at the gym. Chen Yuan replied, got it. A little while later, Chen Yuan arrived at the gym where Meng Lu worked. As he stepped out of his car, some rich heir approached him to chat. Bro, you waiting for someone too? Heh, let me guess, you're waiting for a girl. Chen Yuan replied. Yeah, exactly. The guy clicked his key fob, revved his G63 and put on a smug face. Your ride isn't bad, it's decent enough for chasing basic girls. But if you're aiming for top-tier quality, this won't cut it. To bag a real goddess, you need to drive something like mine. You've still got a lot of work to do. Kiddo. Chen Yuan just grunted in response. Like that, huh? Right on cue, Meng Lu stepped out. The guy immediately rushed over, wagging his tail like a puppy. Meng Lu, you're finally off work. I've been waiting forever. Let's go. Let's grab some dinner. What are you craving? Meng Lu waved him off. Sorry, CEO Fan, I already have plans. I told you that in my text earlier. She thought to herself, CEO Fan is definitely loaded, but it's all his parents' money. He's got no real control over his own cash, while Chen Yuan is a different breed, so he's staying firmly in second place. The guy called CEO Fan didn't give up. No worries, can I just join you two for dinner? My treat, if your friend doesn't mind. As soon as he turned around and saw Meng Lu hopping into Chen Yuan's car, he froze like a statue. Chen Yuan gave a smug grin. Sorry, brother, I don't really do dinner dates with guys driving G-Wagons. Meng Lu didn't even look back as she buckled up. Let's go. Chen Yuan. Seeing the guy staring blankly at the passenger seat, Chen Yuan gloated internally. Watching that smug look on his face, CEO Fan gritted his teeth in pure rage. Meng Lu actually got into this kid's car? What is going on here? I couldn't even bag her with my G-Wagon, and now I'm losing to some guy in an M9? After they pulled away, Meng Lu explained, that CEO Fan is a VIP at our store. He drops a lot of cash there. His family is pretty well off. That car alone is worth over 2 million. Chen Yuan replied dismissively. And, Meng Lu continued, he's been chasing me forever, but I've never given him the time of day. Chen Yuan answered coolly. Oh, seeing his reaction, Meng Lu puffed her cheeks, pouting, why are you being so quiet today? Not like your usual self at all. Chen Yuan stayed cold and asked, what do you want me to say? Meng Lu looked down. I don't know, I just feel like you're not as lively as usual today. Watching her pout, Chen Yuan chuckled, thinking, I know exactly what you're playing at. She wants to make me feel insecure by flaunting her other simps instead of me being the only option. So he said, guys only get lively when they're working out, and since you won't play ball with me, how am I supposed to get fired up? Menglu turned bright red and shrieked. Chen Yuan, Chen Yuan. She pinched his arm hard. Are all men just as horny as you? Chen Yuan laughed. Why you calling me horny? I was talking about basketball. Seeing him play it off, Menglu turned away, looking annoyed. Don't even try it. Last time at the cafe, why did you rush upstairs to comfort Nana the second I left? You know exactly what you were thinking. Hearing that, Chen Yuan sighed. Looks like Lu Menglu is going to hold that grudge forever. Changing the subject, Chen Yuan asked, why are you so free these past 2 days? You've got time to follow me around everywhere? Menglu replied, it's not that I'm not busy, I just cleared my private tutoring schedule just for you. Chen Yuan replied, well now I feel kind of bad. Menglu leaned in, voice teasing, if you feel bad, then treat me to some good food to make up for it. Chen Yuan grinned, no problem, I've got plenty of things on me for you to snack on. Hearing that, Menglu lost her innocence. What are you even saying? Shen Yuan, you only ever know how to take advantage of people. Shen Yuan just chuckled in response. Alright, enough teasing you, let's go grab a bite to eat first. After lunch, we're heading straight to the interior design firm. Cut to the afternoon. After a quick lunch, the two didn't bother with any extra side quests and headed straight to the firm. As soon as they walked in, the lead designer, Fu Jungmei, strode over for a handshake and bowed. Welcome, Mr. Shen. I'm Fu Jungmei, the lead designer at Guanting. Let's have a seat and talk business. Shen Yuan replied, let's keep it short. I already messaged you my full list of requirements yesterday. Today, I'm just here to see the actual drafts. Immediately, Fu Jungmei led them into a conference room, pointing at the projector to start her pitch. Based on your budget and requirements, we've put together 3 options, ranging from light luxury European vibes to modern Chinese aesthetics. Take a look and let me know which one hits the spot. If anything needs tweaking, we'll adjust it right away. Looking at the designs on the screen, Meng Lu couldn't help but gush. Wow, all 3 designs are absolutely stunning. Shen Yuan, what exactly is your budget for this? Shen Yuan replied casually. 20 million. Hearing that number, Meng Lu's jaw hit the floor. Say what now? She thought to herself. A 1,000 square meter villa, 20 million, just for the interior, and he's dropping 30 million total, like it's nothing. His net worth has to be in the hundreds of millions. Looks like I seriously underestimated our boy's bank account. Can't let him slip away, the previous moves weren't enough. Time to level up the charm offensive. She pulled her top lower and hiked her skirt higher, turning on the full court press. 15 minutes later, after careful consideration, Shen Yuan stood up and said, let's go with the modern Chinese style. Add the adjustments I mentioned and we'll discuss the final details later, but I've got an appointment with another design firm. I need to compare both final proposals before I make my decision. Fu Jungmei replied, no problem, comparing options is just standard practice. By the way, Mr. Shen, are you free to? Our CEO wants to treat you to dinner. He's not just looking to sign a deal, he genuinely wants to network with someone like you. Shen Yuan replied, we haven't even signed a contract yet, doesn't that feel a bit inappropriate? Fu Jungmei didn't give up and pressed on. Mr. Shen, don't worry about it. Our CEO just wants to make a new friend, that's all. Shen Yuan didn't refuse further and agreed. Oh, alright then. Seeing he agreed, Fu Jungmei pulled out her phone. Let me add your WeChat. I'll send you the restaurant address so we can keep in touch about the designs. Shen Yuan pulled up his QR code and said, done, we'll be heading out now. Watching them leave, Fu Jungmei's eyes sparkled, thinking, 20 million for interior design. That's more expensive than the villa itself. This one deal is enough to keep the whole company running for a while. A whale like this definitely isn't your average trust fund kid. I need to treat him like royalty. She ran off immediately to report CEO Mr. Shen agreed to dinner tonight. The man was the big boss of Guanding named Wan Renmin. Hearing the report, he said, if we can get him to sit down for a meal, our closing rate goes through the roof. A whale this big cannot slip into the hands of our competitors. Did he come alone? Fu Jungmei replied, no. He brought a girl, but she doesn't seem like his girlfriend. He smirked. If she's not his girlfriend, even better. Call Su Shuiwei for tonight's dinner. A gold mine like Mr. Shen deserves us playing our best cards. As he spoke, a beautiful, alluring woman appeared on screen. Cut back to Shen Yuan. Right then, Meng Lu pulled her top down even lower, almost slipping out entirely, and purred, Shen Yuan, the AC is on in the car, it's not too hot, is it? Chen Yuan replied with a cold look, oh really? How come I don't feel the heat at all? Hearing his response, Meng Lu purred, no way, seriously? Alright then, where are we heading next? Chen Yuan asked, don't you have work to do? Or, do you want to keep clinging to me, for another free meal? Meng Lu answered without hesitation, since I'm already playing the role of a freeloading tagalong, I've decided to be your tail for the entire day. Chen Yuan laughed out loud and said, "My tails are usually very obedient. If you're going to follow me, you've got to commit for a whole day and night. There's no such thing as only following during the day." Hearing this, Meng Lu's mind went straight to the gutter, imagining an 18+ scene with Chen Yuan. Then she hesitated and said, "A whole day and night? What exactly are you talking about?" "You absolute pervert. I don't care. I'm sticking with you. I am not getting out of this car. I can already tell some drama is about to go down." Ha ha. Just then, Meng Lu's phone rang, and as soon as she answered, a woman's voice came through. "Baby, what are you up to?" Meng Lu replied, "Qian, I'm in a car right now." On the other end, Qian was struggling to keep the buttons of her top from popping off her massive assets, and asked, "Whose car is it? Is it CEO Fan's G-Wagon?" She thought to herself, even though CEO Fan isn't as loaded as Chen Yuan and can only buy a $3 million house, he should at least have enough cash to buy Meng a few designer bags and some cosmetics. Meng Lu answered, "Nope, not that one." Hearing the answer, Qian was shocked and asked, "Who are you with then?" "Chen Yuan? What on earth? Since when did you two get so close?" Meng Lu replied, "It's nothing. I just tagged along today to look at some renovation plans. You wouldn't get it. He just bought a villa for over 10 million, and he's planning to drop another 20 million on renovations." Qian was stunned, taking a deep breath and saying, "What? That is some serious flex. He just spent 3 million, and now he's blowing another 30 million like it's nothing." Qian thought to herself, "Chen Na is seriously lucky to have snagged such a whale of a sugar daddy. The three of us promised to stay broke together, but she's the one who secretly cheated her way out of poverty. Wait, it looks like Meng is about to hop on that luxury train too." Thinking this, she teared up, feeling miserable as she told herself, "It's one thing if my best friend is doing well, but now even the other one is living the dream. Is it really just because their assets are bigger than mine?" Scene shift to the Nanchang restaurant that evening. In front of the restaurant, CEO Wan was already there with his two associates, Fu Zhengmei and Su Shuiwei. Suddenly, a young man walked up, raised his hand to greet them, and said, "Uncle Wan, are you dining here too?" Seeing him, Old Wan smiled and replied, "Little Yao, what a coincidence, I'm waiting for a guest here." This so-called Little Yao was none other than Lin Guangyao, one of the rich heirs in Chen Yuan's circle. He reached out for a handshake, smiling warmly. "I've got a dinner party here too, I'll come back later to toast you, uncle." He thought to himself, this guest must be a big deal. Otherwise, Uncle Wan wouldn't be standing here waiting for them in person. With that, Lin Guangyao headed inside. His eyes couldn't look away from Shuiwei. Since when did Uncle Wan have such a gorgeous girl by his side? If only Uncle Wan wasn't my future father-in-law, that would be great. A girl this top tier, I can't even get her contact info. A moment later, Chen Yuan's car arrived. The moment he stepped out, Fu Zhengmei rushed to introduce him. "CEO Wan, this is Mr. Chen." Old Wan walked up to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Chen, you really are a young talent." Chen Yuan shook his hand and replied, "Nice to meet you, CEO Wan." Seeing Meng Lu, he asked, "This must be your girlfriend, right?" Chen Yuan quickly waved it off. "Don't get it twisted, we're just normal friends. She just happened to tag along today. Her surname is Liu." Old Wan turned to greet her. "Hello, Miss Liu." Meng Lu replied, "Hello, CEO Wan." Afterwards, she grumbled to herself, "That jerk Chen Yuan, why do you have to be so reactive? If I'm not your girlfriend, fine, but nobody forced you to be that aggressive about it. So annoying." After the polite back and forth, Old Wan gestured toward the room. "Mr. Chen, let's head upstairs." Chen Yuan replied, "After you, Mr. Wan." A moment later, the five of them reached a VIP suite, and before they could even sit, Old Wan pulled Shuiwei over to Chen Yuan. "Mr. Shen, my bad, I forgot to introduce you. This is our firm's assistant designer, Su Shuiwei." Shuiwei bowed her head politely. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Shen." Shen Yuan shook her hand and replied likewise. The second he touched her hand, Shen Yuan's inner degenerate kicked into high gear. Her skin was incredibly soft, her hands felt delicate like she had no bones, and she had that innocent, untouched vibe you just don't see every day. Su Shuiwei's aura was totally different from all the other girls he'd ever dealt with. Seeing Shen Yuan's reaction, Old Wan thought to himself, perfect. Looks like Shuiwei left a good impression. Now it'll be way easier to get on his good side. With that in mind, he raised his glass and said, "Mr. Shen, let's skip the business talk today. We're just here to vibe and make friends. Cheers." Meanwhile, seeing Shuiwei just standing there, Fu Zhengmei leaned in and whispered, "What are you doing? Go offer Mr. Shen a drink." Shuiwei scrambled up, raised her glass, and said, "Mr. Shen, cheers to you." Shen Yuan raised his glass. "Sure." Beside them, Meng Lu got jealous and chimed in, "Hey, young Mr. Shen, let's all drink together. How about a toast with the two of us?" Shen Yuan held up a hand to stop her. "You're better off not drinking, otherwise who's gonna drive us later?" She immediately set her glass down and replied, Fine, whatever you say." Deep down, she wondered if Shen Yuan was just using this as an excuse to be a smooth talker and get close to her. But honestly, this were a couple vibe was kind of a rush. Barely a minute after putting her glass down, Zhui Wei walked up to Chen Yuan again. Mr. Shen, allow me to toast you again. Chen Yuan smiled. Tea is fine too, don't worry about it. Zhui Wei hesitated. Old Wan quickly interrupted. Listen to Mr. Shen, he's just looking out for you since you can't hold your liquor. He added, Zhui Wei is a senior at Namcheng University, almost graduated. You're both young and have similar tastes. You should chat more. Old Wan then nudged Zhui Wei. Add Mr. Shen on WeChat, a guy this successful is a great connection to have. Watching this scene, Meng Lu frowned. That old fox is finally showing his true colors. Claims we aren't talking by business, but he's already plotting the deal. Just looking at that girl, you can tell she's just a glorified piece of eye candy. She's annoying to even look at. What's the difference between her and a hostess? Just as Chen Yuan and Zhui Wei were scanning QR codes, Lin Guangyao stumbled in, looking drunker than a sailor on shore leave. Uncle, I'm here to toast the guest. Old Wan replied, Little Yao, how thoughtful of you. He stood up and gestured to him. This is my nephew, Lin Guangyao. He then gestured to Chen Yuan, and this is Mr. Shen. He's about your age. You two should grab a drink and get to know each other. Lin Guangyao grinned from ear to ear. You got it, uncle. He was stoked. Uncle Wan introducing him to a big shot meant he really valued him, and anyone Uncle Wan had to wait for definitely had serious money. He had to make this connection. He might not be useful in real life, but for flexing at parties, this guy was a goldmine. Thinking this, he stepped up to Chen Yuan and raised his glass. Nice to meet you, Mr. Shi. He stopped mid-sentence, panicked. Wait, Chen Yuan, why the hell is this loser here? Seeing the shock on his face, Chen Yuan smirked. Come on, let's have a drink. It finally hit him that the Mr. Shen was actually Chen Yuan. Lin Guangyao's jaw dropped as he thought, why is Chen Yuan Uncle Wan's VIP guest? Uncle Wan wants me to toast him? Isn't that just asking me to lick Chen Yuan's boots? No way, this absolute garbage situation cannot be happening. Sensing something off, Old Wan asked, Mr. Shen, Little Yao, do you guys know each other? Chen Yuan replied, I guess you could say we're acquainted. Old Wan clapped Guangyao on the shoulder and laughed, haha, what a coincidence. Little Yao, you didn't know? Your friend here just bought a villa in the Thon Truc Lake District and dropped 20 million on the renovations through our firm. Hearing this, Lin Guangyao couldn't believe his ears. Huh? Come again. He thought to himself, this broke-ass peasant bought a villa and dropped 20 million on it? How is Chen Yuan making money this fast? Did his family go to Africa to mine diamonds or something? Right now, Chen Yuan looked like an absolute giant inside this fraud's mind. He told himself, Uncle Wan, the guy I tried my absolute hardest to please, is now bending over backward just to kiss up to Chen Yuan. In such a short amount of time, the gap between Chen Yuan and him had already become this massive. Right then, he thought to himself, whatever, forget it. If Uncle Wan wants to simp, I've got no problem jumping on the bandwagon too. With that thought, he lifted his wine glass, flashed a fake smile and said, Chen Yuan, what a coincidence, congratulations. Ah, my bad, I should call you President Shen now. Haha, good times. 3 hours later, after everyone was stuffed and buzzed, Old Wan turned to President Shen and asked where they should hit next, a bar or karaoke. Shen Yuan turned to Meng Lu and asked, Coach Liu, are you trying to go? Meng Lu hesitated and replied. Inside her heart, she was thinking that she only got this killer physique purely through self-discipline. She had never had the habit of drinking late at night. Seeing her still hesitating, Chen Yuan spoke up. Honestly, you're better off skipping it. Sleeping early and waking up early is way healthier. Hearing him say that, Meng Lu shot a glance at Zhui Wei, thinking, if I don't go, this other goblin is gonna steal Chen Yuan away, and if some extra goblin takes a cut, my share gets smaller. Besides, once I'm not around Chen Yuan, knowing President Wan's vibe, his next move is definitely gonna be getting Chen Yuan blackout drunk and dragging both Su Shuiwei and Chen Yuan to a hotel. Plus, you could clearly tell during dinner that Chen Yuan was feeling Su Shuiwei, and with a little liquid courage, our boy wouldn't be able to hold back at all. Imagining this, she pictured a scene of Chen Yuan and Shuiwei French kissing and feeding each other, followed by Chen Yuan shoving her onto the bed. No, President Shen, stop, don't do it. Then moving on to the next scene. Chen Yuan strips her completely bare and says, yeah, Shuiwei, I'll take responsibility for you. Little Shuiwei blushes and stammers, President Shen. Imagining this far, Meng Lu broke out in a cold sweat, thinking this is bad. If I really let these two take it to the next step, I'm not gonna get to play at all. Deciding right then and there, she stood up, raised her hand and said, I'm going. I am 100% going. A moment later, after finishing up at the Nancheng restaurant with approval from both Shen Yuan and Meng Lu, Old Wan carted them over to the KTV lounge. Sitting right next to Chen Yuan, Su Shuiwei poured a glass of wine and slid it toward him. Seeing this, Chen Yuan blocked her and said, no more alcohol, I've already had a bit too much tonight. He asked with genuine care, you rarely come to places like this, right? If you don't want to be here, just leave. At the end of the day, it's just a job. Hearing that, Shuiwei pulled her hand back and whispered, thank you. Sensing her reluctance, Chen Yuan continued. For a girl from an ordinary background, to even get an internship at a massive company like Guanting is already crazy hard. Don't just throw it away lightly. Seeing them chat so intimately, Meng Lu jumped right in. Chen Yuan, how come you didn't ask if I wanted to come? Chen Yuan smiled and replied. Does Coach Lu really need me to worry about her? With a fish pond that massive, didn't that G-Class CEO probably just WeChat you again anyway? Hearing that, Meng Lu reached up to flick her hair, pretending to be annoyed as she said, Ugh, why do you gotta bring up the exact thing I don't want to hear? She thought to herself, all my usual tricks are totally useless here. Chen Yuan doesn't give a single care. I originally planned to trap him. Who would have thought I'd get reverse trapped instead? After a second, Zhuewei turned over and awkwardly asked, President Shen, what song do you want to sing? Do you need me to pick one for you? Chen Yuan replied. Whatever, sing anything, just pick a random track. Eavesdropping the whole time, Meng Lu poked his arm and whispered, Chen Yuan, aren't you even a little tempted? Look at the way that girl is staring at you. She's practically drooling. Chen Yuan turned to her and replied, Am I? I feel like your stare is pretty much the same, totally drool-worthy too. Blushing at that, Meng Lu snapped back, Nope, my stare when I look at you is pure lust, zero romance. Chen Yuan replied, That's actually your superpower. No matter how women try to pull guys in, the final ending is always the same. Looking a bit nervous, Meng Lu asked, What's the final ending? Leaning right in close to her ear, Chen Yuan whispered, Straight to the bedroom, obviously. Hearing that, Meng Lu couldn't help but blush. Boom, right on cue, the favorability meter above Meng Lu's head spiked straight to 68. She thought to herself, how annoying, every time he talks he drags me right into a trap, but at least Chen Yuan is straight up about it, unlike other guys who clearly just want your body and pretend it's true love. Right as she thought that, Chen Yuan already reached out and copped a feel on her plump curves. Caught off guard, Meng Lu whispered in a panic, enough! There are people right next to us. Right on cue, Old Wan walked over, shoved the mic toward him and grinned. President Shen, Zhuewei picked a banger for you. Go get him, champ. And just like that, their karaoke session stretched all the way to 11 p.m. Afterward, they all headed out. Before taking off, Old Wan shook Chen Yuan's hand and beamed. President Shen, man, oh man. Never in a million years did I think I'd be chilling with you like old friends at my age. Let's definitely run this back and hang out more often. Right as he said that, he snapped his fingers as if remembering something and went, Oh yeah, regarding the renovation stuff, our Guanting company is top-tier professional. Hope we can work together. As a brother, I'll definitely hook you up with the absolute best service from our side at Guanting. Chen Yuan didn't rush to say yes. He smiled and replied, I've already checked out a couple of companies, and your designs are super professional. Given the same price point, I'll definitely prioritize your team. Right then, Fu Zhengmai helped Zhuewei over and chimed in, President Shen, we'll take our leave first. Catch you next time. Looking over at Zhuewei's wobbling state, Chen Yuan pointed and asked, Her? Fu Zhengmai quickly cut in, Little Zhuewei is my student. I'll make sure she gets home safe and sound. Watching their car pull away, Chen Yuan finally spoke up, Let me call a cab for you. Hearing that, Meng Lu asked, What about you though? Glancing to the side, Chen Yuan replied, I'm just gonna grab a room around here and crash. Surprised, Meng Lu asked, Why rent a room? You don't have a place to sleep? Chen Yuan turned to her with a sly grin and said, Or maybe you could let me crash at your place. Hearing that, Meng Lu was utterly speechless. She thought to herself, I totally didn't plan on giving myself up this fast, but my gut is telling me that if I don't make a move right now, this ultimate snack named Chen Yuan is gonna get snatched up and split among others. Thinking this, she grabbed Chen Yuan's arm and playfully faked some resistance. In your dreams, I don't just drag random guys back to my place, you know. I'm a good girl. Right above her head, her favorability meter instantly leaped from 68 all the way to 75 points. Seeing that score, Chen Yuan broke out in a sweat and muttered, Oh really? He thought to himself, I literally didn't even do anything tonight. Why did Liu Meng Lu's affection meter for me jump this high? Pulling out his phone right after, he asked, Where do you live? Let me call a ride for you. Seeing this, Meng Lu quickly rejected the offer, I'm not going home. Seeing her practically shoving the prize right into his mouth, Chen Yuan put on a clueless face and asked, Not going home? Then what? Where are you sleeping? Pissed off, Meng Lu snapped, You absolute villain, seriously, I've already thrown myself at you this hard and you're still playing dumb? Hearing that, Chen Yuan reached behind the back of her head, nudged her toward his car, and said, Let's go. We're hitting a different hotel instead. With that, both of them hopped into the ride. Sitting in the car, Meng Lu nervously thought, I hope Chen Yuan is at least a little gentle, as long as he's not as brutal as he was with Nana at the coffee shop. Catching this through the rearview mirror, the substitute driver thought with deep envy, with a body like that, a face like that and luxury car lights flashing. Damn, being rich must be amazing. A moment later, the car pulled up to Junyu Hotel, the absolute most luxurious spot in Star City. Chen Yuan and Meng Lu walked inside, and he told the receptionist, "Give me a luxury suite. A long-term booking for a whole month." Hearing that, the receptionist replied, "Sir, the luxury suite is $368 a night, so for a full month that comes out to $10,640. Hearing that price, Meng Lu broke out in a cold sweat and gasped. Booking it for a whole month? Without missing a beat, Chen Yuan slid his bank card across the counter and said, 110K, swipe the card, I want suite number 1 on the 52nd floor. He thought to himself, since Meng Lu's favorability toward me has already broken past 60, and with the triple cashback system perk kicking in, this is an absolute massive W. Overhearing the conversation, Meng Lu muttered the number to herself and thought, floor 52? Chen Yuan sure knows how to pick a room with a view. Let me drop some knowledge. 521 in Chinese sounds like I love you. Basically, it means he's sliding into those DMs with the ultimate riz. Haha, our boy Yuan is absolutely cooking right now. After finishing up the check-in, Chen Yuan leads Meng Lu to their suite. As soon as they walk in, she excitedly runs to the window, looks down at the city, and squeals. The night view is gorgeous, Chen Yuan, look at this. She blushes, thinking, it's a bit awkward, but I really hope we can start something special here. Without missing a beat, Chen Yuan walks up behind her, hands grabbing her assets, leaning into her neck and whispering, Coach Lu, you are the only one in my eyes right now. Ready to play ball? Meng Lu blushes furiously and says, Chen Yuan, wait, I haven't even showered yet, let me clean up first. Before she can finish, Chen Yuan slides his hand down, hikes up her skirt and says, the shower can wait, baby. Meng Lu starts to panic. Chen Yuan, wait, the curtains are still open. Chen Yuan just smirks and undoes his belt. He whips out his system-upgraded, god-tier equipment. Chill, it's one-way glass, and we're on the 52nd floor. There's no building taller than this, and even if someone could see, let them watch. No hesitation, Chen Yuan goes straight for the goal. Meng Lu shudders, her voice trembling as she whispers, you are such a jerk.
Yup.
And with that, Chen Yuan starts the grind. Under the rhythm of his moves, Meng Lu's body shakes uncontrollably, letting out soft, muffled whimpers. Ah. The two of them go at it, battling it out in an epic match all night long. By the next afternoon, Chen Yuan slowly opens his eyes, grabs his phone, and mumbles, it's so hot, man, I slept until noon. Looking over at Meng Lu, still sound asleep, he chuckles, thinking, I didn't know Meng Lu was that sensitive, she must be exhausted after last night. With that thought, Chen Yuan slides his hand under the blanket to get a feel of her curves. Meng Lu wakes up still feeling the aftershocks of last night, only to have Chen Yuan already moving again. She lets out a soft, defeated cry. Chen Yuan, why are you already up? We only slept at 4 a.m. Do you have no mercy on me at all? She thinks to herself, I guess I really need to build up my stamina. I'm supposed to be the fitness coach, yet I'm getting dominated by this kid. Chen Yuan moves closer, pressing against her as he says, Lulu, it's not that I don't care. Usually it's you begging me to stop. I've been holding back for you, you know. Meng Lu shoots back. Just stop it. Let me sleep a bit more until I recover my energy. And don't call me Lulu. I'm not some sweet innocent girl. Chen Yuan strokes her face and says, All right, Coach Liu did great yesterday. Get some sleep, and when you wake up, I'll take you to get a new car. Pick anything under 300,000 yuan. Hearing that, Meng Lu bolts upright, clutching the blanket to cover her chest, eyes wide with shock. Huh? What did you just say? Chen Yuan, repeat that for me. Meng Lu hugs Chen Yuan, kisses his lips and cheers. A car under 3 million yuan and I get to pick it? Chen Yuan, I think I'm obsessed with you. Watching her reaction, Chen Yuan thinks, the more I spend, the more I get refunded, but buying a house for Nana already costs 3 million. If I spend more than that on Meng Lu's car, I wonder how Nana will react. After the PDA, Meng Lu jumps up and says, this is amazing, can I get a Porsche for 2 million? Chen Yuan smiles, of course. She remembers and adds, I was talking to Nana about it, but she likes Maserati more. That model looks sick too. Chen Yuan is surprised and asks, Nana wants a Maserati? Meng Lu looks at him, yeah, you trying to buy a car for Nana too? Chen Yuan smiles, a gentleman doesn't beat around the bush, that is indeed the plan. Hearing that, Meng Lu felt a bit salty, thinking Nana was definitely luckier, bagging a house and a car worth over 5 million yuan, then she quickly shook it off. No, Meng Lu, why are you out here counting other people's coins? Things with Chen Yuan have only just started, you gotta learn to be satisfied to keep the bag secured long term. Suddenly, a notification pinged, it was Qian sliding into her DMs. Meng Lu, my friend said she saw you at the Junyu Hotel last night. Were you actually there? Meng Lu typed back. Yeah, I got taken down by someone last night. Qian panicked and asked. Huh? By who? Meng Lu replied, who else would it be besides Chen Yuan? I'm such a fool. One look from him, and I was already following him home. Reading that, Qian scowled, thinking, Meng Lu is such a fake, acting all forced like she didn't want it. even though we all know she was definitely thirsty for Chen Yuan first. Thinking about that, she couldn't help but feel a little lonely. Wait, does this mean my other bestie is already on the luxury yacht too? Oh my god, 3 of us are supposed to be besties, why am I the only one suffering out here? This is so unfair. On the other side, Chen Yuan finished getting dressed and, Coach Lu, go pick out a car yourself, just send me the invoice and I'll wire the cash directly. Meng Lu immediately replied, you got it. Her favorability score ticked up to 86. Seeing the number, Chen Yuan smirked, thinking, back when we were hitting balls last night, her favorability peaked at 82, and now it's already at 86. Looks like that 90-point milestone reward is getting closer than ever. A moment later, Chen Yuan stepped out of the car and immediately dialed Chen Na. She picked up right away, Chen Yuan, I've mastered the coffee art, when are you coming to test it? Chen Yuan smiled and replied, nah, I've got stuff to handle today, maybe another time. Oh, and I'm planning to buy you a car, go check out some dealerships. Chen Na was stunned and asked, huh? You just bought me a house, why are we getting a car too? Chen Yuan, don't waste your money, I already have a car, it's just for getting around, it's not really necessary. Seeing her being so humble, Chen Yuan said, don't be like that, I love spoiling my girl, and it's not like I'm running low on cash. What kind of whip do you want? Chen Na didn't know what to say to that. Big spender, she finally gave in and said, fine, a regular BMW is enough, it doesn't need to be anything too crazy. Chen Yuan shut that down immediately. Absolutely not. The ride for my woman can't be anything under 2 million yuan. Hearing that price tag, Chen Na was speechless. 2 million yuan is way too much, that's just insane. We just got a house, and now a supercar? Chen Yuan laughed. Your birthday is coming up soon anyway. Consider this your early birthday gift. Nah, don't stress about the money. Your man is absolutely loaded. At this point, Chen Yuan hesitated for a second before asking, hey Na, if something were to happen between me and Lu Menglu, would you be pressed about it? He thought to himself, this isn't something I can hide forever, better to just come clean now than let Nana hear it from someone else. Chen Na's eyes dimmed, and she slowly replied, I would be pressed, but I know I can't force you to change, and the fact that you're telling me directly shows you actually care about me, but if anything like that happens again, just don't tell me, I don't think I could handle it. Chen Yuan felt a weight lift off his chest and reassured her, nah, don't worry, your spot in my heart is one of a kind, no one else can touch it. Chen Na asked back, for real? You're only saying that to me, right? Chen Yuan replied with a deadpan serious tone. Absolutely, it's only you, I've never said that to anyone else. Hearing those words, Chen Na got all teary-eyed and choked out. I believe you, Chen Yuan, I don't ask for much. If you could just spend 1 day a week coming to the cafe for a cup I brewed, or drop by my place for a home-cooked meal when you've got time, I'd already be the happiest girl alive. Hearing her say that, Chen Yuan thought to himself, Nana really is a rare gem, treating me so well. And she's always looking out for ways to help me save money. With that thought, he said, I'm staying over with you tonight, I want to make it up to you properly. Sound good? Chen Na shot back. Tonight is a legit makeup date, right? Shen Yuan replied, naturally, you know how I roll. Hearing that, Chen Na giggled and said, oh, you're impossible, I'm hanging up now, I've still got work to do at the shop. Right after saying that, she hung up, leaving Shen Yuan sitting by himself holding his head and thinking, man, being a good guy is seriously tough work. How do guys who juggle multiple girlfriends at the same time even manage to pull this off? A little later, over at Li Xia's place, she was in the middle of hauling her boxes down to the courtyard. The moment she spotted Shen Yuan, her face lit up. Shen Yuan, you're here. Seeing her struggling with the boxes, Shen Yuan spoke up, Consultant Li, let me help you with that. He dashed over and grabbed the 2 boxes, saying, give 'em here, let me handle this. Right at that moment, a box full of miscellaneous stuff almost slipped and crashed onto the floor. Seeing that happen, Shen Yuan completely freaked out. Oh crap! Instantly, a massive pile of 2-piece bikinis and lingerie exploded out of the box and went flying everywhere. Catching a load of those items, Shen Yuan's inner degenerate instantly woke up, and his brain started projecting wild visions of Li Xia rocking a pink bikini and beckoning him over. Shen Yuan, do you seriously like pink? Then it swapped to a different color, asking if he liked white or maybe sky blue instead. Imagining this, Shen Yuan blushed hard and thought, man, if only that stuff was actually real. Right at that second, Li Xia picked up a bra, tossed it back into the box and said, Shen Yuan, let me pick these up myself, go haul the other stuff instead. Once she said that, she turned away to grab something else, her face burning bright red like a ripe tomato. A moment later, Lemeng lugged another box down and loaded it into Shen Yuan's car saying, one trip isn't gonna cut it, we've probably got 2 more runs left, so I suggest you guys head out first. Finishing up, she marched right up to the passenger seat and glared straight into Shen Yuan's eyes with pure hostility. Seeing that, Li Xia spoke up, all right. She turned back toward Shen Yuan. Chen Yuan, lead the way to Dongsheng District. Chen Yuan replied, got it, Consultant Li, let's roll. Once the car pulled away, Li Xia finally spoke up. Chen Yuan, don't take it to heart. That's just how my little sister's personality is. She's not trying to be rude or have any bad blood with you. Chen Yuan answered, it's all good. She actually feels way friendlier than the last 2 times I saw her. Li Xia leaned her head against the window, stared out at the street, and sighed. Honestly, she wasn't always like this. Back in college, she was head over heels for this guy, looked pretty handsome in photos, wore glasses and gave off total studious vibes. Recalling those days, she mentioned how deeply in love they were, despite doing the long-distance thing. One Christmas, Lemeng went to visit her boyfriend, only to catch him wrapping his arm around another girl's waist, right before walking into a hotel. Lemeng was completely heartbroken and crushed. Ever since that exact moment, she totally shut her heart off to men. Hearing this, Chen Yuan loudly yelled out, total trash. Guys like that are absolute societal waste. Wait, did I just insult myself? Haha. Hearing him roast himself, Li Xia covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled. Yeah, what about you? Aren't you a total scumbag too? Looking completely dead serious, Chen Yuan replied, me of course not. I am the purest breed of good guy. What about you though? Are you ready for what comes next? What is your general attitude toward men? Smiling, Li Xia replied, me, I just keep a normal mindset. Since I don't have the same baggage as my little sister, it doesn't really repulse me at all. Hearing that, Chen Yuan took the opening to push further. So, what do you think of me? Caught completely off guard by the question, Li Xia couldn't help herself as her face instantly flushed red, her heart pounding heavily against her chest. Blushing intensely, Li Xia finally turned back to him and asked, Chen Yuan, what did you just say? Driving with one hand, Chen Yuan casually replied, nothing, just messing with you, why are you so stressed out? Hearing that response, a strange wave of disappointment washed over Li Xia's heart. She thought to herself, wait, so he was just joking around? If Chen Yuan actually meant it, I honestly wouldn't even know what to do. A moment later, over at Li Xia's brand new rental place, the two of them finished unloading everything, and Li Xia handed a bottle of water over to Chen Yuan, saying, we're finally all moved in. Thanks a ton for your help today. How about I treat you to dinner? Hearing that, Chen Yuan replied, actually, you don't necessarily have to treat me to dinner to show your gratitude. Raising her eyes, Li Xia blushed and asked, then how else? Before she even finished her sentence, Chen Yuan pulled her straight into his arms and planted a kiss right on her lips. Caught totally unprepared, Li Xia couldn't react in time and let out a soft Seeing that she wasn't fighting back, Chen Yuan kept the pressure on, kissing his way down to her neck while his mischievous hands slid right under Li Xia's shirt. Letting out a soft moan, Li Xia murmured, Chen Yuan, stop, don't do it. Shen. Right at that exact second, Lemeng showed up right outside the front door. Knocking on the door, she called out, open up sis, I forgot my keys. Hearing that, Li Xia panicked and shoved Chen Yuan away, gasping, oh, she's here. Flushing bright red, she stammered, Chen Yuan. I think I'm frozen, I can't move. Hearing that, Chen Yuan whispered, no worries, let me help you out. With that, he let her go and walked over to open the door. The second the door cracked open, Lemeng immediately started grilling her. Sis, why is your face so red? Did you get heat stroke or something? Reaching up to touch her glowing cheeks, Li Xia answered, I'm totally fine, just need to rest a bit and I'll be good. She thought to herself, Chen Yuan is way too bold for his own good. Thank goodness Lemeng didn't jump to any wild conclusions. Otherwise I'd never live this down even if I jumped into the Yellow River. She quickly pivoted to talking shop with Chen Yuan. Hey Chen Yuan, the student council arranged for Fu Yingzi to help you out with the investment stuff, and the school even set up an office for you. I'll text you her WeChat info so you can hit her up when you get back to campus. Stepping toward the door, Chen Yuan replied, got it, I'll reach out to her. I won't stay in your hair any longer, I'll take my leave. He thought to himself, I totally wanted to stay with Consultant Li a bit longer, but she's probably just shy in case Lemeng finds out. After Chen Yuan took off, Lemeng turned to her sister and asked, sis, what's your actual game plan regarding Chen Yuan? Caught totally off guard, Li Xia slapped her hands over her face in a panic and flusteredly asked, what do you even mean? Cutting straight to the chase, Lemeng said, stop playing dumb with me. Anyone with eyes can see what he's after. You two are way too close now. That is definitely way past a normal teacher-student relationship. Hesitating, Li Xia replied, honestly I don't even know, I'm not entirely sure myself. Letting out a long sigh, Lemeng said, oh boy, I knew it. You've fallen for him. She then continued, honestly, if you ignore the fact that he's your student, his background and conditions aren't half bad. But I still feel like he's super sketchy. Seeing that her sister's reaction was totally different from what she expected, a shocked Li Xia asked, you're not against it? Wrapping her arms around her sister in a sweet gesture, Lemeng said, what good would me being against it do? It's your life. As your little sister, I don't have the right to meddle. All I can do is remind you to keep your eyes wide open and check if this dude is actually worthy of your love. Hearing these heartfelt words from her sister, Li Xia fell into deep thought. An hour later, over at the campus cafeteria, a girl was sitting quietly by herself before suddenly leaping to her feet, excitedly waving and shouting, "Chen Yuan! Over here! Over here!" This girl was none other than Fu Yingzi, the head of the campus broadcasting center. Recalling Li Xia's earlier words, Chen Yuan walked over with a smile and asked, "Have you been waiting long?" Yingzi replied, "Not at all, I literally just got here myself." Chen Yuan sat down and said, "Your voice doesn't sound quite the same in person as it does on the radio." Unzi laughed and replied, "When I'm on air or voice acting, I have to get into character for the scene, so it's naturally different." Then she added, "Let's get back to business. Secretary La has already ordered someone to help you tidy up the office in the next few days." Hearing this, Chen Yuan replied, "Got it. Besides the tasks arranged by the Youth League, if I have other things to handle, can I count on your help?" Unzi agreed, "Of course you can." Hearing this, Chen Yuan continued, "Then help me out starting in the next few days." Before he could finish, a random NPC walked over, shoving a bag toward Unzi and saying, "Unzi, so you're here. I bought you that oolong tea you like." He then turned to Chen Yuan, looking surprised and asked, "Unzi, who is this guy?" Looking at the way he was glaring, Chen Yuan thought to himself, "This guy's toxic gaze says he definitely thinks I'm his love rival. Yikes." Unzi finally spoke up, "I'm cutting down on sugar this week. I'm not drinking milk tea, thanks." The guy started begging in a low voice, "Come on, Unzi. I ran 5 kilometers and waited in line for 20 minutes. Just take it." Before he could even finish his sentence, Unzi shut him down. "Feng Zigui, how many times do I have to repeat myself? I'm not drinking it." Seeing her reaction, Feng Zigui pointed at Chen Yuan and asked, clearly triggered, "Who the hell is this guy anyway?" Unzi retorted, "Does it have anything to do with you?" Hearing that, Feng Zigui turned around and stormed off. Those words hit him like an arrow straight to the heart. The crowd nearby started whispering and gossiping immediately. "Oh my god, did you see that? I've got some spicy tea. Is it for real? Are Fu Anzi and Chen Yuan actually dating? Chen Yuan and Feng Zigui are out here fighting over Fu Anzi. No way." Just then Min Hui and Ling Ling walked over. Hearing the gossip, Min Hui looked absolutely shocked. "Chen Yuan with Fu Anzi? How is that even possible?" Ling Ling chimed in from the side. "You've been on 2 dates with Chen Yuan already. I bet these gold diggers can smell that his family didn't actually go bankrupt." Hearing this, Min Hui marched forward aggressively. Let's see how shameless this girl can get." She walked up to Chen Yuan and waved, saying hello. When Chen Yuan turned around and saw her, he smiled and replied, "Hui Hui." Min Hui asked Chen Yuan, "Don't you have classes today?" Chen Yuan replied, "Nope, I'm discussing some important business with Fu Anzi from the student union." Min Hui leaned in close, her face flushed as she said, "You haven't been to class in ages. Are you really trying to fail every single subject?" Watching this, Anzu thought to herself, Feng Min Hui is basically declaring she's Chen Yuan's girlfriend. I wonder how long they've been a thing, but whatever, it's got nothing to do with me. She stood up and cleared her throat. "Ahem, Chen Yuan, there's still work at the radio station. I'm heading out." Chen Yuan nodded. "Yep, bye-bye." Watching this little drama unfold, the boys in the school couldn't help but gossip. "Oh my god, how does that loser have 2 goddesses fighting over him?" Feng Min Hui looked just like an official wife catching a mistress. Talk about embarrassing. Someone else asked, "Who even is that guy? Since when did Zhang Ming have such a high-tier student leader?" After Nzi left, Min Hui started probing for info. "Chen Yuan, what were you talking to her about?" Deep down she thought, Fu Anzi is beautiful and has such a nice voice. I can't let a girl like that hang around Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan replied, "It was about the school's startup incubator. The student union asked her to coordinate with me." He thought to himself, Min Wei's ambition is way too high. If she keeps this up, how is she supposed to handle the real world? Hearing the response, Min Wei stood up and said, "Is that so? Too bad. I really wanted to stay with you a bit longer since I haven't seen you in 2 days, but I have to go. Class is starting." Leaning in close to whisper in Shen Yuan's ear, Min Wei added, "All right, tonight I want to grab some cold drinks with you. Extra large." With that, she spun around to leave, waving her hand and saying, "Hee, I'm off. Bye-bye." Shen Yuan replied. Yeah, he thought, Min Wei really is a cute little glutton who can never get enough. Just then, his phone started ringing. Shen Yuan picked up and said, "Hello, Coach Liu, what's up?" On the other end, the goddess replied, "Babe, I'm almost done checking out the cars. There's one ready to go, and after the discount, the final price is 2.52 million. Shen Yuan replied, "Just send me the dealership's bank details. I'll transfer the cash right now." Menglu answered, "Got it, love you, sending you the info now." She then added, "Oh right, we're still meeting at the Junyu Hotel tonight, right? I brought 2 different sets of lingerie, the kind you like. I want to model them for you." Shen Yuan asked, surprised, "Which 2 set? How come I don't know about this? Menglu laughed. You'll find out when you get there tonight. Hearing this, Chen Yuan got a headache, thinking, but I already promised to go out with Nana tonight. Now Minwei wants to go grab cold drinks too, so who am I supposed to pick, Nana, Minwei or Coach Liu? He blushed and sighed, struggling with the burden of having too many options. Switching scenes to Le Xiao's place, Lemeng's voice could be heard from outside. Sis, let's cook dinner at home tonight. Le Xiao replied, sure, I'll go grocery shopping now. Lemeng asked, should we invite Chen Yuan over for dinner? Hearing her sister, Le Xiao jumped, blushing uncontrollably as she gasped. Seeing her sister's reaction, Lemeng continued, just text him and invite him over to show our appreciation. He helped us out a lot today anyway. Le Xiao asked, flustered. Huh? What are you planning? She thought to herself, just thinking about his cheeky, mischievous face makes me want to bite him. Thinking of this, Le Xiao immediately remembered what happened in the kitchen last time. Answering her sister, Lemeng stood up and said, sis, obviously I'm helping you test him out, what else would I be doing? Le Xiao pulled out her phone and said, fine, I'll give him a call. She sent a message to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, Lemeng is really grateful for your help with the house today and wants to invite you over for dinner. You coming? He already had plans for the night with Chen Na, Menglu and Minwei. And now the Le sisters were added to the mix. Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel helpless, wondering what kind of lucky star he had hit today. Why are so many girls after me all of a sudden? Even a master of time management wouldn't be able to handle this schedule. Whatever, greed is a trap and I can't let my little man suffer from burnout. I'll just politely turn down Minhui and Coach Liu. By evening, Chen Yuan arrived at Le Xiao's place. As she opened the door, she blushed and said, come on in and make yourself at home. Dinner will be ready in a bit. Turning around in a rush, she quickly scurried back inside to dodge his burning gaze. Seeing that, Chen Yuan smiled and said, cool beans, I'll just make myself at home then, you just focus on your stuff. Glancing around the place, Chen Yuan thought to himself, as expected of Consultant Li, she turned this pad into a cozy little nest in no time flat. Striding right toward the kitchen, he called out, where's Lemeng? Avoiding his gaze, Li Xia answered, she's in the shower. Hearing that, Chen Yuan let out an "oh" and immediately started sneaking up on Li Xia like a stealth predator. Noticing him creep up, she blushed and waved her hands in a panic. Chen Yuan, stop right there, don't come any closer. Laughing, Chen Yuan replied, why are you so stressed out? I'm just here to see if I can lend a hand, you know? Watching him inch closer step by step, Li Xia blurted out, you don't need to come over here, dinner's almost done. Go sit on the couch and wait. Keeping up his advance, Chen Yuan said, it's cool, I'll just chill in the kitchen and chat with you. Blushing hard and looking away, Li Xia muttered, fine, this distance right here is close enough to talk. With a sly grin, Chen Yuan asked, close? There's still like half a meter left between us. Seeing him close the gap even more, Li Xia completely panicked. Chen Yuan, what are you trying to pull now? Reaching out, Chen Yuan yanked her straight into his arms and flashed a goofy grin, I ain't doing a thing. Shivering and stammering, Li Xia whispered, my little sister is literally right down the hall. Leaning right in close to her ear, Chen Yuan murmured, isn't she taking a shower? Girls take forever in the shower anyway, she's not coming out anytime soon. Right as he spoke, Chen Yuan slid his hand underneath Li Xia's pants. His big hand copped a firm feel of her plump curves, sending her into a total tailspin. No way, Chen Yuan, not there, you can't touch me there. Ignoring her protests, Chen Yuan planted a deep kiss right on her lips to shut her up while his other hand snuck right under her shirt. Muffled and flustered, Li Xia could only let out a soft right at that exact second. Of course it had to be Lemeng, always the ultimate party crasher, yelling out from the bathroom, sis, I'm done showering. Is dinner still not ready yet? Hearing that, Li Xia frantically shoved Chen Yuan away, her face burning brighter than a stoplight. With a calm, reassuring smile, Chen Yuan said, relax, don't sweat it. Fixing her top strap with an annoyed look, Li Xia warned, don't you ever pull that stunt again, or next time I swear I'm gonna— Before she could even finish, Chen Yuan cut right in. You get me, don't you, consultant? A little while later, all three of them sat down at the dining table. Surveying the spread, Chen Yuan started gushing like a total simp. Consultant Li, your cooking is absolute top tier. Food Network really needs to film an episode right here in your kitchen. Looking unimpressed, Lemeng shot back, cut the brown-nosed flattery. My sister isn't falling for that trick. Hey Chen Yuan, I've got a few questions for you. Chen Yuan replied, sure, fire away. With a deadpan serious look, Lemeng asked, how many girls have you actually dated? 2, what's up? Chen Yuan answered. He thought to himself, geez, this sounds like a police background check, but technically it's only 1 high school ex and Chu Yuanting, since the rest are way too messy to audit. Raising an eyebrow, Lemeng said, oh, so your dating resume is pretty stacked then. She thought to herself, my sister has literally never dated before. She's gonna get totally scammed by a player with this much mileage. Sweating bullets internally, Chen Yuan muttered to himself, 2 already counts as stacked. If she found out about Hui Hui and Lulu too, I'd literally be cancelled for life. Lemeng kept up the interrogation. Any other siblings in your family? Got a little sister, Chen Yuan replied. How old is she? Lemeng asked. She's a senior in high school this year, turning 18, Chen Yuan answered. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuan let out a massive sigh of relief and thought, thank God the interrogation is finally over. Since Lemeng agreed to test out their dynamic, it clearly meant the teacher had already talked about him with her. Looks like Lemeng is slowly accepting him after all. Progress is looking pretty massive. Thinking about this, Chen Yuan shot a quick sideways glance at Li Xia and thought to himself, right teach? Am I right, or am I right? Huh? Right on that thought, he slid his foot forward and gently brushed against her leg under the table. Huh? Right on that thought, he slid his foot forward and gently brushed against her leg under the table. Caught totally off guard, Li Xia jumped in surprise. Sweating bullets internally, she thought, is Chen Yuan seriously pulling this move right in front of Lemeng? I totally underestimated how massive this guy's confidence is. Thinking that, Li Xia quickly stood up and said, you guys go ahead and eat, I'm gonna go wash up some fruit. Pulling out his phone to check a text, Chen Yuan replied, don't bother teach, it's getting late, you guys already wore yourselves out cleaning up the place, you should turn in early. I'll grab some grub on the way out, no need for fruit. Watching her sister's reaction, Lemeng thought with a blank stare, my sister is acting super weird today, she's way quieter than usual, and her vibe is totally off. Shouldn't a normal girl be super stoked hanging out with the guy she likes? Turning back to Chen Yuan, she asked, are you seriously sure you can't stay a bit longer? Standing up, Chen Yuan replied, nah, I've got stuff to take care of. He thought to himself, you gotta know when to bounce so you don't annoy the consultant. Don't be greedy and lose everything, plus I've got the next battlefield to raid. After Chen Yuan took off, Lemeng stretched her arms and said, sis, I already asked everything that needed and didn't need to be asked on your behalf. I strongly suggest you double-check and thoroughly audit this kid. Recalling all the past events, Li Xia thought to herself. Even though Chen Yuan is way more mature and independent than most college guys, his boldness is off the charts. We haven't even officially locked down our relationship yet, but he already dares to pull moves like this. Me and him, oh gosh. Right at the same time, over at Chen Ta's apartment, the moment they stepped inside, Chen Yuan hauled her straight into the bedroom. Looking shocked, Chen Na asked, Chen Yuan, didn't you say we were going to the cafe to try out the coffee I brewed? Why are we rushing home like this? Without answering, Chen Yuan anxiously asked, do you still have that gray office skirt and black fishnet stockings here? Looking completely bewildered, Chen Na asked. Hey, what are you trying to do? Rifling through the closet, Chen Yuan replied, take a guess. Chen Na fired back, didn't you promise tonight was just gonna be a proper makeup date? You even told me to trust your morals, did you forget already? Chen Yuan answered, it is a proper makeup date, I'm making it up to you to the tune of a few $1,000,000 right now. Panicking, Chen Na stammered, that is definitely not the kind of makeup date I meant. A short while later, Chen Na was fully suited up in her office outfit. Blushing furiously, she asked Chen Yuan, why do guys even like this kind of stuff anyway? Wearing an absolute degenerate grin, Chen Yuan closed the distance and said, you'll understand once you experience it, kiddo. Right as he finished, he planted a kiss right on her cheek. Both of his hands immediately started wandering and exploring. Flushing bright red, Chen Na let out a couple of soft whimpers. Gah. An hour and a half later, Chen Yuan and Chen Na were going hard through the Sacred Martial Arts Manual, swapping from the legendary root-pulling radish stance straight into the arhat-pushing the ox cart technique. Just as they transitioned into the carrying the plow across the mountain ultimate stance, the favorability meter floating right above Chen Na's head suddenly spiked all the way to 90. Seeing that, Chen Yuan's jaw hit the floor in sheer disbelief. Damn, it broke 90. Turns out grinding physical stats actually boosts affection ratings. Right on cue, the system flashed a shiny notification. Alert! Host has unlocked a second female lead, reaching 90 favorability, completing the milestone quest and triggering reward distribution. Looking hyped, Chen Yuan muttered to himself, let's see what loot dropped this time. The moment he thought that, the system popped open the reward window. Rewards unlocked. Permanent stat enhancement for Peter's length, $5 million in car shopping credits, and exclusive skill pouch exchange card X1. Gazing at the rewards, Chen Yuan's eyes widened in absolute shock. Wait a minute, is that first reward actually real or just a glitch? Holy moly, they actually buffed that too? Tapping to claim the loot, he thought to himself, let's test out this exclusive male weapon card and see what kind of divine buff it actually gives me. Sorry, nah, you're gonna have to tough it out tonight. Instantly, right down there in the dungeon, Sun Wukong's legendary golden cudgel stretched out to epic proportions. Seeing that sight, Chen Na completely lost her mind in total panic. Chen Yuan, what's going on? Inside, it's inside. Chen Yuan smirked and replied, Nah, didn't you just ask me why men love women dressing like this? This right here is the answer. At this moment, Chen Na was totally high, moaning his name out loud. Chen Yuan. After their intense session, Chen Na was completely wiped out, her body still shivering from the aftershocks. She whispered softly, Hey Chen Yuan, why does it feel different this time, like my body's been hollowed out? Chen Yuan heard this, looking smug and leaned in. Different how exactly? Chen Na replied, It's just different. Hearing this, Chen Yuan dropped the act, smiled, and said, I'll bring you even more surprises in the future. Chen Na smiled happily, her face flushed red as she replied, Then they both drifted off to sleep. Chen Yuan flipped over, pillowing his head with his hands, thinking, Nah, if I could level up even more, that would be legendary. I wonder if I can break my limits next time? Lost in thought, he remembered the system's rewards, and muttered to himself, Let me see what this special skill is all about. He opened the system interface to check the loot. The system immediately announced that this skill card could be swapped for any of the skills listed above. The skill list immediately appeared. Basic cooking, basic appliance repair, basic haircutting, basic dancing, basic combat, basic racing, basic basketball. There's nothing related to combat prowess at all. Chen Yuan was shocked and thought to himself, Huh? What kind of trash is this? The appliance repair stuff I get, but cutting hair, what the heck is cutting hair supposed to do for me? He scrolled through, muttering, If I really have to pick, the combat skill is probably the best bet. Even though it's a society of laws, I've got money and girls now. In case I run into some local mobsters, combat skills are still useful. Suddenly, something crossed his mind and Chen Yuan froze. But what if one day the female advisor has something broken, like her TV? If I have the appliance repair skill, I can easily find an excuse to go to her place and level up our relationship. His mind immediately went to a movie scene where he and Le Xiao were the main characters in a classic Lucky Plumber and the housewife with the broken appliance flick. The advisor says, It's all fixed. If there's any trouble in the future, you have to be the first person I call. You look so exhausted, you're soaking wet. Come here, let me dry you off. Saying that, Le Xiao approaches, holding a towel in her teeth, gently unbuttoning his pants, and says with a wink, Let's clean your whole body. Thinking this far, Chen Yuan immediately changed his mind, his face glowing with excitement, thinking, Looks like the repair skill set is definitely better. Then he mused, It seems I've figured out the system's rhythm. The rewards this time were richer than the last, which means the third NPC is likely to be way higher tier than the first two. Who's the next one to hit 90 favorability points, I wonder? I'm actually looking forward to it. Suddenly Chen Na's phone rang. She sat up, answered and said, Hello, Mom. We couldn't hear what her mom said on the other end. We only saw her expression turn worried, her voice trembling as she asked, What? Is it that serious? Is there enough money? Do you need me to wire some over? I'll send it. Right now. After listening for a moment, Chen Na said in a low voice, Got it. If anything happens, tell me immediately. After hanging up, Chen Yuan asked, Na, what's wrong? Can you tell me? Chen Na replied sadly, My dad. He was hospitalized after a stroke from drinking. He already had high blood pressure. Saying that, she covered her face and started sobbing. It's all my fault. They kept telling me to come home for a matchmaking date, but I kept pushing it off. If I had just gone back to see him. He wasn't even mad enough to drink that much. Shen Yuan saw the vibe and pulled her into a hug to comfort her. You want to head back now? I can drive you home. Chen Na wiped her tears and replied, Driving at night is sketchy. I'll just head back tomorrow morning. Shen Yuan answered, Sure, I'll be here for you whenever you need me. Hearing that, Chen Na remembered Min Hui at the 4S dealership and thought, even though Shen Yuan is sweet, we're still in that weird gray area, plus my dad is sick, so bringing a guy home is a massive awkward move. She thought about it and said, It's fine, I'll just head back by myself. Shen Yuan didn't push it and said softly, All right, if you're short on cash or need to transfer hospitals, just hit me up, I'll figure something out. Chen Na replied, Thanks. Shen Yuan. Early the next morning when Shen Yuan woke up, Chen Na had already bounced. She left a note with some rushed handwriting. Breakfast is ready. I'm headed home. After reading it, Shen Yuan smiled to himself. She's in such a rush but still took the time to cook breakfast for me. Nana isn't like Coach Liu who's always chasing the bag or like Min Hui who's just thirsty for attention. She's super thoughtful, truly a top-tier waifu. Suddenly, Shen Yuan's phone started ringing. He checked the caller ID and felt a bit sus. Huh? Fu Yingzi, what does she want this early in the morning? As soon as he picked up, Fu Yingzi started rambling on the other end. Shen Yuan, the office is cleaned up. I sent you some desk layouts. Which one do you vibe with? Once you pick, I'm heading straight to the furniture store. Shen Yuan replied calmly, You decide, whatever works for you. Fu Yingzi said, All right then, I'm hanging up. I'll hit you up once the office is set up. Look at how she handles business. Chen Yuan chuckled. This girl is actually solid, not even talking about her work ethic, just her proactive attitude is S tier. As soon as she hung up, her sidekick Feng Zigui chimed in, Yingzi, what's the next move? She gave him the side eye and said, what do you mean, what's the move? Can you stop stalking me for 5 seconds? Even just now, it's not like there wasn't anyone else to clean. I told you not to bother, yet you still jumped in and made a mess of things. Feng Zigui looked awkward and said, Saman, Yingzi, I was just trying to help you out. Yingzi grabbed her bag, turned around, and said, what are you even gonna do for the student council? You aren't even a member, so quit clinging to me, or I'm actually gonna lose it. Watching her walk away, Zigui felt a sting in his heart, thinking he's been simping for 3 years only to get ghosted for a guy she's known for 1 day. Meanwhile, Fu Yingzi couldn't care less about his feelings. In her head, the only thing that mattered was Chen Yuan's background. She thought, that startup zone is a cheap area, yet Chen Yuan dropped nearly 10 million on it like it was nothing. That clearly shows he doesn't give a damn about money. So his net worth must be at least in the hundreds of millions, if not more. Behind her, Feng Zigui was still chasing after her and shouting, Yingzi, Yingzi, wait for me. Ignoring him, Yingzi kept spiraling. The real kicker is he's the same age as me, just 21, like how is that even possible? Her mind immediately started playing a movie of Chen Yuan as a total CEO boss, patting the curves of his favorite secretary, which was, of course, herself. Thinking about that, she told herself, even if I can't be his girlfriend, being his assistant or secretary would be a massive W. With his kind of wealth, he's definitely running more than one business. So I need to flex my work skills and show him I'm the best choice to keep by his side. At the same time, at Chen Na's place in the countryside, she grabbed her mom's arm the moment she stepped inside and said urgently, Mom, let's go. Let's head to the hospital. Didn't you say Dad had a stroke? Her mom gave a warm, awkward smile and said, Nah, let's go inside first. Let's go inside and talk. She pulled Chen Na into the house and said, Nah, I didn't mean to lie to you. It's just that you're almost 27 and still don't have a boyfriend. Your friends Xiao Lei and Ting Ting are the same age and already have 2 kids. I'm getting worried. Inside the house, an older woman and a random guy were already laughing and chatting with Chen Na's dad. As soon as she spotted her, the lady beamed and introduced her. Oh, Naka is finally back, huh? Come here. Let me introduce you to the guy drinking with your dad. This is Dong Kaitao. He specially flew back from the Chu Corporation just to see you, and he's my son's best friend. The guy named Dong Kaitao stood up immediately, flashing a bright, eager smile to greet her. Leaning in close to Chen Na as if sharing a top-secret tip, the lady whispered, Listen, Kaitao runs his own company, manages dozens of employees, rakes in millions a year, and already owns his own car and house. With that, she turned back to Kaitao and asked, Kaitao, what kind of car do you drive again? Acting all humble, he replied, It's nothing special, just a BMW 5 Series. Hearing that, Chen Na offered a faint smile and replied, Yeah, not bad. She thought to herself, whether the car is good or not doesn't matter. I just need to save some face for the guy. Meeting his blind date, Dong Kaitao didn't hesitate to flex, pulling out a small box and saying, Auntie, besides the booze and cigarettes for Uncle, I also picked up a little gift for you, hope you like it. Chen Na's mom looked absolutely shocked. Wait, there's a gift for me too? Kaitao popped open the box to reveal a shimmering gold ring, handing it to her while saying, I specifically picked this out from a top-tier jewelry store, it's the real deal. It only cost over 3,000, not expensive at all. Chen Na's mom replied, Oh my, you call over 3,000 cheap? The matchmaker lady stepped in to stir the pot even more. Look at that, Kaitao is so thoughtful, he's definitely going to be the perfect son-in-law, right? Chen Na's mom laughed heartily and agreed, Haha, you're absolutely right. Chen Na's dad chimed in and called Kaitao over, Don't just stand there, come over here and sit. Meanwhile, Chen Na grabbed her mom's arm and pulled her inside. Mom, come to my room, we need to talk. As soon as they entered, her mom looked annoyed and said, Seriously? Little Dong's still waiting outside. Being this rude to a guest is just not okay. Chen Na replied with total attitude, Rude how? You two lied to me just to set this up. Do you even care about how I feel? Her mom sighed, her voice full of worry and contemplation. Don't you think your dad and I are just looking out for your future? Look at Xiao Li upstairs. She's a year younger than you and already has 2 kids. Chen Na looked unhappy, sighing wearily. Why do I have to be compared to them? Forget it, Mom. I don't even want to talk about this anymore. She pulled out her phone and started texting Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, I'm so mad at my mom. It turns out Dad isn't even in the hospital. They just tricked me into coming home for a blind date. Don't worry. I'm heading back this afternoon. Chen Yuan replied instantly, I'm almost off the highway. Send me your location. Chen Na's eyes went wide with pure shock after reading that. Wait, is Chen Yuan coming to my house? She wondered suspiciously, what is he planning to do? Could he actually be Thinking that, Chen Na felt like she had just won the lottery. She turned back to her mom and said, Mom, a friend of mine is coming over later. Her mom asked in surprise, a friend, a guy or a girl? She smiled mysteriously. You'll see in a bit. Outside, the matchmaker was still pushing the agenda. Sir, this Kai Tao guy and Nana are perfect for each other. They're literally soulmates. Chen Na's dad lifted his glass and said, drink up, everything is settled in this glass of wine. Kai Tao clinked his glass and replied, cheers uncle, let me toast you. 15 minutes flew by and Chen Yuan had already arrived at Chen Na's place. Seeing him loaded down with bags, Chen Na asked, Chen Yuan, why did you buy so much stuff? Chen Yuan laughed. It's my first time visiting your parents. I couldn't come empty-handed. Chen Na's mom walked over and asked, Na, who is this guy? Without missing a beat, Chen Yuan handed the pile of gifts to her and said, hello, auntie! I'm Chen Na's boyfriend. My name is Chen Yuan. You can just call me Little Shen. It's just a small token of my respect. I hope you accept it. After those words, the entire room went dead silent. Kai Tao was left speechless, looking like a total clown. The matchmaker couldn't believe her own ears and asked, wait, what did he just say? Wait, what? Nah, what are you even saying? Her dad's jaw hit the floor, stammering, boyfriend? Boyfriend? Why have I never heard you mention this guy? Her mom's eyes went wide with pure shock too. Wait, what is going on? After the awkward greetings, Chen Yuan plopped a pile of gift boxes on the table and cracked them open, revealing stacks of gold and shimmering jewels. Chen Na's mom tried to be polite. Xiao Shen, you shouldn't have. Your presence is gift enough. Why all this stuff? You're being way too extra with these gifts. Chen Yuan just flashed a grin. I wouldn't dare be formal with you guys. Nana is my girlfriend, so naturally, we're all family now. Staring at the mountain of luxury goods, Chen Na's parents' eyes bulged out of their sockets, mouths hanging open as they stuttered. So much stuff. How much did all this even cost? Chen Yuan chuckled. It's nothing at all, just about 300,000 or so. Hearing that, all four of them shrieked in unison, 300,000? In their heads they were like, just? Did he really say just? Is this even humanly possible to say out loud? After recovering from the mini heart attack, Dong Kai Tao finally spoke up. Wait, why does Na even have a boyfriend? Didn't she say she was single? Auntie D saw the guy was spiraling, so she jumped in. Kai Tao, calm down, don't panic. I only just found out about this too. Why would she bring home a guy this rich now of all times? Kai Tao thought to himself, the guy drops over 300,000 on his first visit. It basically makes me look like a total clown. He quickly followed up. Wait, auntie? Does this mean the boyfriend is just a fake? He told himself, you'd have to be insane to spend this much just for a meet the parents gig. If this is all just an act, the production value is way too high. Auntie D covered her mouth and whispered, let me probe this guy and expose his identity. With that, she strutted over to Chen Yuan and asked, nice to meet you, Xiao Shen. I'm Nana's aunt. You look younger than Nana. How old are you exactly? Shen Yuan smiled smoothly. Nice to meet you, auntie. I'm 21. Hearing that, she leaned right into Chen Na's mom's ear and whispered, only 21? Doesn't that make him 6 years younger than our Na? She thought to herself, this is looking more and more like a scam. A 27-year-old girl landing a super rich boyfriend 6 years her junior? Who would actually believe that? Hearing the shade being thrown, Chen Na's mom started sweating and shot a suspicious look at her husband. Chen Na's dad was deep in thought too, his eyes twitching like crazy. Seeing their vibe shift, Shen Yuan kept the flex going. I'm currently in university, but I've got side hustles. I'm big into finance and real-world investments. Auntie Dai felt smug as hell inside, thinking, called it. What a total fraud. Everyone claims to work in finance these days. Only a fool would buy that. She let out a sarcastic cackle. Oh, so from what you're saying, you're planning to marry Na, right? If you're gonna tie the knot, you at least need a house. Did you even buy a place yet? Shen Yuan responded with zero chill. Obviously, I have. We've got 2 units, one in my name and one in hers, both in the Jingcheng district. Hearing that, Dong Kai Tao grit his teeth so hard he almost cracked them, glaring at the aunt in total frustration. I'm sick of this guy's cap. He's literally lying without even blinking. Reading the room, Auntie D shot him a look. Kai Tao, chill out. Keep your cool. Leave the exposing to me. She covered her mouth again and sneered, Xiao Shen, having pride is fine, but pretending to be a big shot when you can't afford it is just sad. In a relationship, honesty is the only thing that actually matters. She thought confidently, a house in a city like this is at least $1 million. Even if you've got some pocket change, there's no way you'd put a house in her name before marriage. Hearing her toxic jab, Chen Na's parents stood there like statues, staring at each other in total silence. Not wanting to waste time with her, Chen Na whipped out the property deeds and said, Auntie D. Shen Yuan already bought me a house. Yesterday I finished the network contract, and I've got the house purchase documents and receipts right here. Everyone, take a look at this. As he spoke, the aunt and Chen Na's parents all huddled together to get a better look. The aunt sneered again. Yi Feng is quite the actor, even forging fake house contracts now. If you have the money, you play by the rich man's rules. Chen Yuan didn't even bother to explain himself. He pulled out his phone and said, Nah, we should be getting the place soon, right? I'm transferring you 1 million yuan for the interior design. If that's not enough, just let me know. He thought to himself, they definitely think I'm a total scammer, but since they're Na's family, I should at least put their minds at ease. Chen Na was stunned and asked 1 million yuan? But the soft furnishings don't cost nearly that much. As soon as she finished speaking, a notification popped up on her phone. ICBC, your account ending in 5854 received a deposit of 1,000 yuan at 12:18 p.m. on May 19th. Seeing the transfer notification on the screen, Chen Na's parents couldn't believe their eyes. Her mother started counting the zeros. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. 6 zeros. Her father's jaw hit the floor in total shock. It really is 1 million. Hearing them talk, the aunt scrambled over and said, no way, let me see that. As soon as she saw the number on the screen, her face turned pale. Oh my god, it really is 1 million, and he transferred it right in front of everyone. How could I have doubted him? To be able to casually drop 1 million on your girlfriend for furniture, just how massive is this guy's net worth? Seeing their reaction, Chen Yuan smiled at Chen Na. It's just pocket change. If you don't spend it all, keep it for your allowance. Hearing this, Dong Kaidu froze, thinking, thank God. If it wasn't enough for pocket money, and if the aunt hadn't jumped in first, I would been the one getting face-slapped right now. Thinking this, he quietly backed away and started packing up his stuff. Looks like there's no chance here. Better bail now and cut my losses. I wonder if those two clowns, Wu Longyi and Diao Huatu, can still get their money back. What a total disaster, getting played before I even made my move, but since the blind date is a bust, I can't leave empty-handed. Who knows, maybe a big shot like this could become a useful connection later. With that, he approached Chen Yuan and said awkwardly, Brother Chen, if you're spending 1 million just on furniture, those 2 houses must have cost a fortune, right? Hearing this, Chen Yuan thought, this guy is pretty slick, giving me a chance to flex, might as well go all out. He smiled and replied, they weren't too bad. Na's place was about 3 million, and my villa was around 10 million. Dong Kaidao scratched his head and stammered, 10 million plus, and you call that not too bad? Compared to you, my place is hardly worth mentioning. Watching him kiss up to Chen Yuan, the aunt thought with disgust, this kid is a total opportunist, how pathetic. Then again, she smirked to herself, Xiao Chen is basically family now, time to secure the bag while I can. She let out a laugh and said, Xiao Chen, no, I should call you President Chen. Sorry about earlier, I was being a bit rude. Please forgive me. Ha ha ha. Chen Yuan chuckled. Aunt, don't be so formal. We're all family now. It's really nothing. Chen Na's father finally let out a sigh of relief and smiled warmly. Hey, Xiao Chen, don't be a stranger when you come over next time. Her mother nodded enthusiastically. That's right, Xiao Chen. You're so thoughtful. Suddenly, a girl who looked just like Chen Na burst through the door with an eye-popping figure. Mom, Dad, could this be Chen Na's younger sister? Chen Xinyu saw Chen Na and cheered, Sis, you're back? She ran over and hugged her sister tightly. Chen Na gestured toward Chen Yuan and introduced him. This is your brother-in-law. Chen Yuan. Xinyu turned around to greet him. Nice to meet you, brother-in-law. Chen Yuan smiled. Nice to meet you too. Checking out the pair of assets that were clearly a tier above her sister, Shen Yuan secretly thought, she looks just like Nana. Lacking a bit of intellect but packing way more innocence. They're from the same mom, so why did the younger one turn out so much better than the older? Uncle is really playing favorites here, huh? Just then, the voice of Chen Sa's dad echoed through the room. Alright, everyone is here. Let's start eating. A moment later, everyone was seated at the dining table. Shen Yuan grabbed a wine bottle, poured a glass, and said, Uncle, I'd like to toast you both. Raising Nana wasn't easy, and I'm honestly so happy to have such an amazing girlfriend. Once we finish dinner, let's head out to pick up a new car and a house. Chen Na's aunt heard this and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. No way, buying one for Nana is one thing, but now he's buying for the future in-laws too? Is this son-in-law a literal god or what? Chen Na's parents on the other side weren't doing any better. Their faces were frozen in pure confusion, minds flooded with question marks. Don't know how long it took, but after dinner, Shen Yuan went ahead and bought the car and the house for Chen Na's family. Chen Na's dad said with a slightly guilty tone, Little Shen, we're getting old and don't drive that often. Why spend money on such an expensive car? Xin Yu saw this and chimed in. Dad, our brother-in-law is just being thoughtful. Why are you complaining? Her mom added, and that new 280 square meter house too. My daughter and I won't be living there often. A place that big just feels empty. As she said this, her voice cracked a bit with emotion. Chen Na saw this, reached out to hold her mom's hand and said, Mom, I'll definitely come back to visit you often. Seeing the mother and daughter getting all emotional, Chen Na's dad chuckled. She used to complain about not having a boyfriend. Now that she has one, she's crying. Oh, for goodness' sake, stop crying and go upstairs to cook dinner for little Shen. After dinner, Chen Na took Shen Yuan to a room to get him settled for the night. She leaned her head on his shoulder, smiling happily as she said, Chen Yuan, thank you. Chen Yuan replied, thank you for what? You're my girl, this is nothing to be thankful for. I've only got one question though. Hearing that, Chen Na looked up, feeling a bit anxious, and asked, what is it? Shen Yuan answered, your parents won't let us share a room tonight, will they? Chen Na couldn't help but blush at that. Just sleep in the guest room. Once my parents are asleep, I'll sneak over to you. Plan set, 11 p.m. The parents had just hit the hay, and Chen Na was already creeping over to his room. She whispered, Shen Yuan, are you asleep yet? Shen Yuan suddenly grabbed her hand, whispering back, haha, I haven't had a deep dive session with you yet. How could I possibly be asleep? He flipped her onto the bed, sliding his hands down as he said, nah, you aren't wearing anything. You really do understand me. With that, Shen Yuan went straight to work, the sensation peaking as Chen Na trembled, hurriedly covering her mouth to stifle a whimper. At this moment, Xin Yu woke up, stumbling sleepily toward the bathroom. Hearing the whimpering, she couldn't help but feel suspicious. She leaned against the door, listening to the soft moans coming from inside. Shen Yuan. She peeked inside, and her eyes went wide with pure shock. Staring right at her was Shen Yuan and Chen Na practicing their secret technique with all 72 variations. She blushed, thinking, I've seen movies like this with my friends, but the intense sounds of impact at this close range. Brother-in-law, he's just too strong. After witnessing Shen Yuan's god-tier stamina, Xin Yu clutched her skirt, feeling the heat rising within her, then grabbed her own chest and gulped hard. After a brief mental struggle, she turned and sprinted away, telling herself, I can't keep watching this. An hour and a half later, after the bird was fed, Chen Na returned to her sister's room. She climbed into bed as quietly as she could. Just then, Xin Yu turned over and wrapped her arms around her. Chen Na was startled and asked, Xin Yu, you aren't asleep? Her sister whispered back, sis, I just wanted to cuddle you to sleep. Chen Na heard this, lay down next to her sister, pulled her into a hug, patted her head and said, all right, let's cuddle. Sleep tight now. Tan Wu saw this and snuggled into her sister's arms, creating quite a mountain of scenery. Chen Na couldn't help but blush, thinking this kid has really grown a lot lately. Cut to noon the next day. Shen Yuan had finally returned to school. Fu Yingzi led him to the office and asked, Shen Yuan, do you think this setup works for you? Do you need any adjustments? Shen Yuan plopped down into the chair, looked around and replied, no need, everything looks good already. He thought to himself, turns out Fu Yingzi isn't just a beauty, she's actually efficient and gives clear updates. She's basically the top-tier secretary candidate. Everything is smooth. Fu Yingzi immediately handed him a stack of documents and said, these are the startup applications and business plans from the first batch of students I got from the Youth League this morning. There are about a dozen or so. Do you want to take a look first? Shen Yuan reached out and took them, replying, all right, let me check them out. Shen Yuan flipped through a few pages, paused at one girl's CV, and muttered to himself. Gender female, height 156 centimeters, weight 70 kilograms. Just a quick heads up, in China, 1 jin is 0.5 kilograms, so 7 yen here is actually about 35-40 kilogram folks. Otherwise, a 156 girl at 70 kilograms would be an absolute unit. Haha. Looking at the ID photo, he thought, what is this madness? Do they even Photoshop ID photos that hard these days? He clicked his tongue and thought, whatever, too lazy to look at photos. Let's just check the business plans directly. Then he started scrolling through them. The more he read, the more Shen Yuan's face twitched. Opening a coffee shop on campus, a pet store, an esport cafe. He flipped through, stopped at a plan for a sexy lingerie store on campus, and read it. Shen Yuan immediately wanted to bin it, saying, which genius came up with this absolute masterpiece of an idea? Who is actually going to come by that? Wouldn't you just die of embarrassment if your classmates caught you? After reading through, he couldn't help but hold his head in frustration, thinking, the quality of these proposals is mid at best. Even if we're using 10 million from the school fund for this startup center, we can't just be throwing money at random trash. I didn't come here to play pretend with some school kid hobby projects. Thinking about this, a mental image of himself as an 80-year-old on a wheelchair chasing a girl popped into his head. Sure, I can currently rely on farming favorability with girls for high rebate rewards. But am I really going to do this for the rest of my life? Am I still going to be grinding on the beach, doing tricks for girls in bikinis when I'm 80? I don't want to just be an old man who spends his whole life flirting at campus startup hubs and Nana's coffee shop. These two projects must be taken seriously to build actual startup experience. Once the conditions are ripe, I have to enter the real market, turn this small company into a giant, and build a massive multinational conglomerate like Samsung, Banana, or Tesla. I, Shen Yuan, cannot just be some playboy rich heir. I need to be a legend of this era who contributes to society and the country. With that in mind, he furrowed his brows and said seriously, Miss Fu, it seems I overestimated the students in your department. These are unrealistic proposals that don't account for the target market or consumer base. I don't need any of these. You guys need to get serious and redo the planning from scratch. Yingzi stuttered. This might be because there were very few people interested in the first place. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. That's possible. He then asked, so can the school and the youth league ramp up the promotion efforts? Yingzi replied, sure, the old secretary already told me to cooperate with you fully. Then she suggested, I'll take charge of the school radio station starting tomorrow. We'll broadcast twice a day, morning and night. At the same time, we'll sync up promotions across multiple channels like the school's WBO account, the public page, and the Quisu channel. Do you think this plan works? Chen Yuan heard this and added, alright, let's do exactly that. Also, make sure to submit an additional document for the second round of evaluations. The test will cover key fields like business management, investment strategy, marketing, psychology, and international trade. Anyone who passes the screening phase will be invited for the final round. Hearing Chen Yuan's commands, Fu Yingzi immediately grabbed her notebook and scribbled them down. Got it. I'll get that done ASAP. Hey. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. You've been working hard. Deep down, our boy realized that ever since he unlocked the system, his life had just been a non-stop dopamine rush from burning cash and stacking wins. But this was the first time he felt the thrill of pulling the strings and having someone move exactly how he wanted. Turns out, money doesn't just buy you mansions, supercars, and top-tier waifus. It buys you straight-up authority. With that thought, his gaze locked onto Fu Yingzi. Scoring talented powerhouses like her is the real secret code to leveling up his future. It's not just about building his harem, he needs to speedrun recruiting some high-value subordinates too. Meanwhile, at the gym where Lu Menglu works, some insecure manager marched up to her and barked, Lu Menglu, look at the time. You're just now showing up? You trying to get fired or what? Menglu rolled her eyes and snapped back. I already sent you a leave request message. Plus, I personally informed all my clients for today's session. The manager kept the saltiness flowing. You really think you can just message me about leave? Did I ever give you the green light to take off? Hearing that, Menglu shut him down cold. Why don't you go back and reread the message you sent me? Let's have lunch, then I'll approve your leave. Manager Gong, is that seriously the only trick you've got in your pathetic little playbook? Manager Gong stood there, absolutely triggered and speechless. He eventually stuttered, I said I don't approve, which means you're basically AWOL. He tried to flex his authority. Do you know how much they dock from your paycheck if you quit without notice according to company policy? Menglu kept it 100. Dock whatever you want, I'm out. I quit. She didn't even look back as she strutted out the door. Just then, a gym bro walked up and asked, Manager, did Menglu really just quit? The manager replied with a sour face. How many years has she been here? All her clients are locked in with us. If she leaves, how's she supposed to survive? Hearing the manager cope, the guy pointed down at the supercar in the lot. Manager, look at the ride Menglu just pulled up in. Manager Gong took one look at the Porsche 911 and almost face-planted, stuttering, 911? No way, did she hit the jackpot or something? At that moment, Menglu was already chilling in the driver's seat. She immediately dialed Chen Yuan, putting on her best damsel-in-distress voice. Chen Yuan, I lost my job. My boss actually fired me. Are you not even going to come comfort me? Chen Yuan kept it smooth. Even better. Since you're not a coach anymore, how about you become my exclusive private trainer? Menglu blushed, teasing back. And what's the bonus for being your full-time trainer, huh? Chen Yuan smirked. Oh, there's a bonus. I'm coming over to work out with you, and maybe I'll throw in a few small fortunes to keep you happy. Hearing that, Menglu made a heart shape with her hands and winked. Alright, I'll be waiting for you in the VIP lounge. Love ya, big guy. Time flew like a speedrunner on a mission. By 8 p.m., Chen Yuan finally showed up. Hearing the knock, Menglu cracked the door open and pouted. Showing up this late and you think you're actually getting in? Watching her play these games, Chen Yuan thought, this girl is such a handful. Oh, so she wants to know how to play hard to get? Alright, let me show you what a true pro looks like. He turned around to walk away. Not letting me in? Fine, I'm leaving. Menglu panicked, threw the door wide open, and chased after him. Aya, honey, don't leave. Chen Yuan pretended to be annoyed. Didn't you say I couldn't come in? Menglu grabbed his arm and acted all cute. Oh my god, Chen Yuan. I was just playing hard to get, please don't go, okay? Chen Yuan let his eyes drift down to her curves in that silky dress, whispering with a grin. If you want me to stay, you've gotta beg. I need to see if your attitude is actually sincere. Catching his vibe, Menglu pressed herself against his arm, blushing. Is this attitude not sincere enough for you? Right about now, Chen Yuan's inner Rizzler was definitely waking up. He swallowed hard and smirked. Alright, I guess I'm starting to feel a little bit of your sincerity. Alright, fine, just for you I won't leave. With that, Chen Yuan buried his face straight into her chest like a wild beast and started inhaling deeply. After launching an attack on the Twin Peaks, Chen Yuan slid his hands down and slowly edged her backward toward the bed. The second she dropped her butt onto the mattress, Meng Lu put on a mega sassy expression and teased, "Daddy wasn't a good boy just now. Is Daddy gonna punish me?" Hearing that, our boy Chen Yuan's little brother instantly stood at attention. Leaning in close, he said, "What did you just say? Say that again for me." With her cheeks glowing bright red, Meng Lu leaned right against his ear and whispered softly, "Daddy?" Hearing those words, the beast inside Chen Yuan completely broke out, tackling Meng Lu down and hovering right by her ear. "I love that nickname, so today Daddy's gonna crank the intensity way up for you." Shivering all over, Meng Lu stammered out, Daddy, Just like that, Chen Yuan pulled out his legendary pillar and unleashed an all-out assault on Meng Lu. Meng Lu wasn't about to back down either, deploying her ultimate technique to swallow up Chen Yuan's giant cudgel whole. And just like that, an intense war raged on for a solid hour straight. By this point, Meng Lu's entire body was completely numb, and with dazed eyes she thought, forget about money for a second. Just based on this stamina alone, Chen Yuan is way too cracked. Barely even taking a 2-minute breather, Chen Yuan wiped the corner of his mouth, flashed a wicked grin, and said, "Hey, aren't you supposed to be my personal trainer? I'm totally warmed up and ready for round 2, don't you dare tap out now." Right as he finished, Chen Yuan locked onto the narrow valley between her twin peaks and shoved his weapon straight in. Seeing that, Meng Lu's eyes went wide in pure disbelief. "No way, bro, you literally just finished and you're already back at it this fast? How is this even possible? This is straight up breaking the laws of physics." And just like that, they went right back to drilling the oil well for another full hour. Only after the well overflowed completely did the two of them finally call a timeout. By this time, Meng Lu was dripping in sweat, gasping for air as she whined, "Oh God, I'm actually gonna die. Is this how you treat me? What happened to all those sweet promises of being gentle?" Laughing triumphantly, Chen Yuan replied, "I was being super gentle just now. I was only using 5% of the power I used on Nana." Snapping back, Meng Lu yelled, "Stop capping. I literally heard all about it from the coffee shop. How could that intensity possibly compare to just now? 5%? Yeah right, you were definitely throwing out 12%, and the difference from last time is way too wild." Hearing her say that, a wave of suspicion crept into Chen Yuan's mind. Looking down at his own physique, he thought, wait, did I accidentally trigger a hidden cheat code? This divine skill lets me run infinitely without ever getting tired, but my core energy actually seems to be draining. Lately, I've low-key felt like I'm losing weight. Thinking about that, Chen Yuan immediately barked out an order. "System, check my stats." Instantly the system flashed a status window. Height 182 centimeters, health index 69. Staring at those numbers, Chen Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. Holy crap, I actually dropped a full 2 kilograms compared to half a month ago and my health index went down by 3 points. I'm 182 centimeters tall and only weigh 70 kilograms now? This is seriously not looking good. Reviewing his stats, he turned to Meng Lu and said, "Coach Lu, let's actually do some real workouts tomorrow morning." Surprised, Meng Lu asked, "You're locking in tomorrow's plans right this second? What if you change your mind later?" Realizing she completely misinterpreted him, Chen Yuan said, "Is that seriously the only thing bouncing around in your brain right now? I'm talking about actual legitimate exercise. Just look at me right now. Don't you think I'm getting way too skinny?" Hearing those words, Meng Lu burst out laughing and cackled. "Ha! Do you finally realize you're turning into a skinny stray dog? I'm telling you, you're the one who needs to shape up. Let's see if you can even keep up with me tomorrow." Smirking, Chen Yuan replied, "Bet." Looking extremely dissatisfied, Chen Yuan replied, "If you keep running your mouth, I'll make sure you can't stand up for a week." Panicking, Meng Lu waved her hands in a rush and answered obediently, my bad, daddy, I won't do it again." Seeing that, Chen Yuan flashed a smug grin. "That's more like it. Anyway, you still need to map out a professional workout plan for me." Right on cue, Meng Lu stood up, grabbed a towel to cover her massive twin peaks, and said, "I'm gonna go take a quick shower. I'll draw up your diet and training routine in a bit. You gotta make sure you get enough rest and balance both aerobic and anaerobic training, okay?" Chen Yuan replied, "Got it. Once the plan is ready, we kick things off starting tomorrow." As if remembering something, Meng Lu turned back and added, "Oh right, Junyu has a gym downstairs. Let's just use their facility. I'll head home tomorrow morning to grab my gym clothes and pick up 2 sets for you while I'm at it." The moment she walked out, the system popped open a notification window. Ding! Detected that the host is initiating a fitness arc. A truly elite lifestyle isn't just about stacked cash and career success, it's also about upgrading and polishing your personal branding. Since the host proactively recognizes the importance of leveling up his physique, the system will provide full assistance throughout the training journey. Time-limited quest. In 1 month, if the host hits 75 cal keeps body fat at between 12% and 15%, the system will upgrade the host to level 3 and unlock the supreme physical stats buff. Note, this physical buff remains active for 2 full years. Right after that, the system flashed open a brand new interface. Tapping on it, Chen Yuan muttered to himself, a fitness stats review? The system even has stuff like this? The second he tapped it, the system dropped another status readout. Height 182 centimeters, health index 69, BMI 21, body fat percentage 21%. He thought to himself, the quest only requires shedding weight and trimming fat, I just need to hyper-focus on those two metrics. Right at that moment, Chen Yuan's gaze locked onto the enter button right beneath the status menu. Tapping that button, an ultra-long drop-down list popped up showcasing options like business management, investment strategies, commercial negotiation, and human resource recognition. Gazing at those functions, Chen Yuan couldn't hide his hype. Turns out, physical conditioning is literally just one piece of the puzzle. There are tons of other skill trees waiting. Looks like I just gotta clear these system quests to unlock all these god-tier abilities. Thanks to the system's cheat codes, stuff that takes regular people years to master only takes me a single month. Absolute Giga Chad moment. Time flew by instantly to the next morning, and Meng Lu headed back home to grab her workout gear. Walking back and carrying a lunchbox, she giggled and said, hotel breakfast is way too heavy on calories, so I prepped a custom fitness breakfast and lunch for you. Dig in, I literally woke up at 6:30 a.m. to cook this at home. Taking the lunchbox and opening it up, Chen Yuan saw it was packed with heavy protein. Praising her on the spot, he said, looking gourmet as hell, good job, Coach Lu. Hearing that, Meng Lu put her hands on her hips and nagged, at least you know I busted my ass cooking this, so don't you dare treat me as trashy as you did last night. Teasing her with a cheeky grin, Chen Yuan asked, is that seriously the only way you felt treated? Don't tell me you didn't feel anything else? Giving him a quick thumbs up, Meng Lu snapped back, you're amazing, you're so amazing, happy now? Hurry up and eat. Once we're done, we're heading down to the gym. Smirking, Chen Yuan replied, bet. A little while later, after finishing off breakfast, Chen Yuan followed Meng Lu down to the hotel's luxury gym. The second she walked in, all the gym bros instantly turned their heads in unison. A dude lifting weights glanced over at her massive twin peaks and thought, since when did our gym start housing top-tier elite trainers like this? Another guy on the treadmill stared straight at her curves, thinking her physique is straight up unreal. Meng Lu led Chen Yuan over to a machine and bent down to adjust the weight stack. Right behind her, another guy caught that exact view and instantly popped a reaction. Grabbing himself in a panic, he muttered, I can't look anymore. If I stare for another second, my pants are gonna betray me. On the opposite side, a veteran gym bro flexed his biceps hard while shooting a sneering side-eye at Chen Yuan. A skinny, zero-effort casual like him doesn't deserve a goddess-tier waifu like that. What an absolute waste of a heavenly treasure. He should just step aside and let a real alpha handle it. Back on this side, Meng Lu smoothly continued showing Chen Yuan the ropes. Chen Yuan, you gotta widen your stance a bit more. Stop relying on momentum to carry you. These moves happened to catch the eye of a certain guy hanging around nearby. Yup, none other than our boy Ho Jin, the absolute clown who snatched Chu Yanting away from Chen Yuan. His eyes bugged out as he thought, wait, is that Chen Yuan? And who on earth is that goddess standing next to him? Didn't he have a total hottie with him at the mall just the other day? Now he's already swapped her out? This guy's playboy game is elite. Over here, after a solid workout session, Meng Lu handed Chen Yuan a bottle of water and said, see? You're usually too lazy to train, so getting winded this fast is expected, but for day one, you actually cooked. Drink up, take it slow, haste makes waste, my guy. Chen Yuan took the bottle and hit back with a smirk. Oh really? So when exactly do I get to taste that hot tofu? Picking up on the flirting, Meng Lu blushed and muttered, you're such a menace. Watching this cozy moment, Ho Jun was fuming, thinking, this piece of trash is out here living his best life with a new girl, while I can't even get Chu Yanting to pick up my calls. Blocked on socials, don't know where she lives, and she dipped without giving a reason. It's actually tilting me off the face of the earth. Suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. Wait, is this guy juggling multiple girls at the same time? Time to expose this fraud's true colors. Any normal girl would be throwing hands in drama right about now. Haha, let's see how he handles the heat when I drop the bomb. He pulled up to Chen Yuan and tried to act all buddy-buddy. Chen Yuan, what a coincidence, you're here too. Chen Yuan looked over, acting surprised. Oh, it's you? What's up? You need something? Ho Jin waved it off. Nah, just saw a familiar face and figured I'd drop by to say hi. Chen Yuan hit him with the cold shoulder. If there's nothing else, I'm getting back to my set. Meng Lu was mentally screaming. Just get lost already. Stop interrupting us, can you? Ho Jin thought to himself, you really want me gone that badly? Slow your roll, I'm not done yet. With that, he put on a fake innocent face. Hey, that girl you were with at the mall last time, how come she's not here today? You two looked super tight that day. I saw you dropping some serious cash on her. After dropping the hint, he gave a sinister little smirk to himself. If they're just normal friends, she should be grilling Chen Yuan and blowing up right now, right? Hurry it up, I'm dying to see this train wreck. Reality check. Nobody gave a damn about what he was saying. Meng Lu just kept focused on adjusting Chen Yuan's form while dabbing the sweat off his face with a towel. After 20 seconds of silence, Hojun's face fell flat. Nothing? Not even a reaction? No way, right? Aren't they supposed to be that kind of couple? He tried again. Hey, you hear me? Are you even listening? That girl, I mean. Before he could finish his pathetic attempt at drama, Chen Yuan cut him off. Hojun, do you mind keeping your nose out of other people's business? Since when were we that close? Stung by the disrespect, Hojun stopped holding back and turned to Meng Lu. Listen, girl, beauty is only skin deep, you gotta watch out. This kid is playing the field. Don't let his smooth talk fool you. Meng Lu looked visibly annoyed and snapped back. Even if he was juggling 3 girls, I'd still be down to be with him, so mind your own business. Hojun still wasn't taking the hint. He kept running his mouth. I'm telling you, the guy dropped like 10,000 on bags for that other girl. I'm only telling you this, for your own good, you know. Meng Lu just ignored him and locked eyes with Chen Yuan, giving him a look that said everything. So, what if he does? It's his business. He can like whoever he wants as long as he's happy. If he's happy, then I'm happy too. She thought to herself, what's a couple of bags for someone else? Chen Yuan even dropped over 2 million on a car for me. Hearing this, Hojun's face shriveled up like a dried raisin. What is going on? This girl knows she's being played, but is still this happy. What exactly is their relationship? Not letting him keep barking, Meng Lu wiped sweat off Chen Yuan's forehead and glared at him. Please back off. Looking at your face is genuinely ruining our workout. Getting roasted, Hoju stormed off, teeth gritted in anger. What kind of people are these? Absolutely ridiculous. Watching him walk away, Chen Yuan mused. Coach Lu is my personal trainer and butler. Her role is super clear. Why is this NPC so pressed? Next time you want to play, do your research before showing up so you don't act like a total buzzkill. Meng Lu turned to Chen Yuan and said, Chen Yuan, let's keep going. Just like that, they grinded for 2 hours straight until the session finally wrapped up. Meng Lu cheered him on. You crushed it today, your form was spot on, but we're cranking up the intensity tomorrow. Chen Yuan teased back, I increase the intensity for you at night. You increase it for me during the day. Are we doing some kind of revenge training? Meng Lu blushed. That's not it. Today was just about getting used to the machines. Once you're comfortable, we're definitely hitting heavier weights. Seeing her so serious, Chen Yuan decided to stop messing around. Alright, the muscles are loose. Let's head back and shower. A while later, they were back in the room. As they stepped into the bathroom, Chen Yuan pulled Meng Lu close. Coach Lu, there's one more spot we need to get familiar with. She jumped in surprise. Huh? Before she could get a word in, Chen Yuan pulled out his heavy artillery, pushed her against the wall, and started grinding, saying, I meant this spot. Meng Lu could only surrender to her fate. You bad guy. Who knows how long it took, but after finishing the whole session, they finally got clean. Drying her hair, Meng Lu asked, Hubby, wait, no Pop, are you heading back to campus tonight or? Before she could finish, Chen Yuan cut her off. I've got stuff to do tonight, just sleep here. Meng Lu replied, this room is too big. I don't feel comfortable staying here alone. I'll just head back to my own place. Chen Yuan smiled, sure, whatever you prefer. Oh, and give me one more call before you go. Meng Lu sat on the edge of the table, washing her hands, posing in a way that was asking for it, and asked, what was that? Then she called out, lingering on every syllable. Ah, Papa, and just like that, her favorability meter spiked to 88. Seeing the result, Chen Yuan thought, up 2 points since last night, 90 points is right around the corner. Can't wait to see what kind of legendary loot the system drops. Later, after dressing up, Chen Yuan left the Junyo Hotel to head back to school, only to see Feng Jiagui tailing Fu Yingzi. He couldn't help but think, this simp is possessed, right? He walked straight into the room without saying a word. Yingzi rushed over. Chen Yuan, I'm sorry. He saw me in the cafeteria and wouldn't stop following me. I've told him off multiple times, but he just won't listen. Feng Jiagui quickly interjected. Don't blame Yingzi. I just wanted to see if I could help, strength in numbers. Hearing that, Chen Yuan stopped and replied coldly. We really don't need it. There's nothing you can help with. He walked inside and slammed the door shut right in Jiagui's face. Not only that, but the curtains were immediately drawn shut, too. Jiagui was stunned, thinking about how it was just Chen Yuan and Yingzi in there. Plus, the door was locked and the curtains were closed. What on earth are they trying to do? It's just a lounge, why do they need curtains? Thinking of this, he imagined them getting intimate and grabbed his face in a panic. My Yingzi, don't tell me. Meanwhile, inside the room, Chen Yuan sat down and asked, how's the progress on the campaign? Anzi looked down at the prepared report and said, the posters and promo content are already live. We've hit the public account, WBO, Quisu, and even the school's anonymous confession page. Views and engagement look solid, but the startup incubator plan still needs a bit more time to cook. Hearing this, Chen Yuan replied, I'm planning to trigger a hype spike to send our reach into the stratosphere. Zi looked surprised and asked, what's the specific game plan? Do you need me to help coordinate anything else? Chen Yuan held up one finger and said, link my identity to the startup zone so every international student knows this place is backed by me. Go ahead and drop some posts or captions that really pop. Like, oh my god, someone actually dropped 10 million yuan into our school's startup incubator. Can you believe the incubator was funded by one of our own students? This school is absolutely wild. We've got a hidden super rich boss among us, but keep their identity completely under wraps to keep the mystery alive. Hearing this, Zi immediately guessed, so we're going to drip feed the info to keep everyone thirsty for answers until the hype hits its peak, and then you'll make your grand reveal, right? She thought to herself, I don't get why Chen Yuan wants to put himself in the spotlight like this, but that's not my business. I just need to execute his orders. Chen Yuan looked satisfied and said, exactly, doing it this way will make the hype skyrocket and the number of signups will explode. By the time we have a large enough data sample, we can filter out the elite projects way more efficiently. He thought to himself, I'm doing this for 3 reasons. First, to build my rep within the school and the academic scene. Second, to make it easy to scout high-quality talent, both seniors and juniors. Third, once I burn through this 10 million, I'll unlock a new industry reward from the system. He added also, to get the best results, keep the news tight in the early stages. Any issues with the rollout? Zi replied, understood, we can have the unofficial accounts post first, then use our burner accounts to hype up the comment section. Chen Yuan nodded, good, let's go with that. Now, let's talk about you. Chen Yuan looked up and asked, what do you want from me? Caught off guard by the blunt question, Zi was visibly startled. Huh? She thought, I didn't expect Chen Yuan to just lay it out like that. At first, I definitely wanted to see if we could catch feelings. But now it looks like he's already taken and doesn't seem interested in me at all. After a moment, she lightened the mood and replied, I start my internship next semester. But you know, for students from private colleges like us, landing a job isn't easy, especially in a field like marketing. So I was thinking, if I could work under you, maybe I could score a higher salary than the typical entry-level gigs out there. Chen Yuan thought, she's still a college student, she's definitely playing it shy. If she'd just been honest about wanting me, we could have rolled with the vibes and taken it to the next level. But he just asked, higher salary? How much exactly? Zi hesitated for a moment before answering, 8,000. She told herself, entry level in my field is usually only 3,000 to 4,000, so 8,000 is already double or triple what a fresh grad makes. Just as she was worried about being rejected, Chen Yuan said, I'll bump that up to 10,000 to make it a clean number. If you perform well, there's extra bonus cash and perks on top. From now on, you're working for me. Hearing this, Zi's eyes went wide. Chen Yuan is paying me that much? Wait, when he says work for me, does he mean something else too? The tension in the room was peaking when Feng Zhaigui's wailing voice echoed from outside. Zi, are you two done talking yet? Why is it taking so long? Hearing that, Chen Yuan couldn't help but groan. That obsessed simp is a straight-up embarrassment to all men. Zi said, sorry, let me go handle him. Chen Yuan stopped her. Hold on, I'll take one for the team, and let's settle this trash-tier drama once and for all. Zi turned back, surprised. What? Before she could react, Chen Yuan lunged forward and left a hickey on her neck. Seeing his handiwork on her neck, he said with satisfaction, let's go. Then the two walked out, hand in hand, putting on a full show of affection. As soon as the door opened, Chen Yuan announced, Zi, you need to put up a sign on this door. No obsessed simps allowed. Seeing this, Feng Zhaigui's little heart shattered into pieces, and with teary eyes he asked, Zi, what is this? She replied coldly, don't come looking for me anymore. I already have a boyfriend. Hearing that, Feng Zhaigui burst into tears and loudly interrogated her, a boyfriend? Since when did you two even make it official? Zi responded frostily, just now. From now on, I suggest you keep your distance, or both Chen Yuan and I will find it extremely annoying. That absolute bombshell completely shattered Zhaigui's tiny world. He collapsed to the floor in defeat, tears streaming down his face as he wailed, Zi, this can't be real, that's not like you at all. Boo hoo hoo. After a good cry, Feng Zhaigui and got up and trudged away, looking like a total wreck. Watching him leave, Chen Yuan chuckled to himself, sorry bro, but you gotta face the facts. The power of Mummy is just unbeatable. Zi then pointed down toward her waist and looked up, asking, so, is Chen Yuan just about done yet? Chen Yuan finally let go and replied, yep, he probably won't bother you ever again. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading out. With that, he turned on his heel and left, leaving Zi behind to watch him go with a lingering gaze. A short while later, Chen Yuan made it back to his room. He slumped onto his bed and thought, honestly, Fu Yingzi would make a great secretary, but right now, I don't even have the skills to manage a company properly. Thinking that, Chen Yuan pulled up his business management skill tree and muttered to himself. Without professional expertise, even if I have all this cash, people will just see me as a tacky nouveau riche. I need to unlock these skills ASAP and level up my game. Let's start with the basics. Even though he took some management intro classes in school, looking back, he felt like he lacked the confidence to actually run things. Right on cue, the system sent him a notification. Ding. Detected that the host is planning to study business management. To lead a business, you need serious expertise. The host has realized his need for self-improvement. Business management dashboard successfully activated. Limited time quest. Within 1 month, if the host masters the core management concepts, the system will upload the entire curriculum. An MBA from the Chinese University of Hong Kong will be injected into the host's brain. Chen Yuan stroked his chin, thinking, an MBA emphasizes the perfect blend of theory and practice. Plus, it's from one of the top business schools in Asia. But mastering all that in just 1 month, the difficulty level is definitely no joke. That thought reminded him of Le Xiao. Right, his academic advisor is a high achiever with a double degree, and her first major was business management. Just then, Chen Yuan's phone buzzed with a message, and seeing the sender, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Is that Miss Lin? She texted. Are you there? Can you grab a few drinks with me tonight? Chen Yuan smirked, remembering that the last time they met, he knew a follow-up was coming, so he typed back, busy tonight, let's do tomorrow. Du Chang read the text, feeling a wave of disappointment, and toyed with her wine glass, thinking, tomorrow? Why do I have to wait another long day? Back in Shen Yuan's room, an hour flew by until Minhui arrived, giving him a playful wink. Shen Yuan finally caught you. Does this outfit look good on me today? Shen Yuan chuckled, stroking her hair. Of course, my Minhui looks stunning in anything. With that, Minhui pounced on him, wrapping her arms around him and planting a passionate kiss. Shen Yuan recalled Du Chang's message and thought, sorry Miss Lin, but for dates like this, there's a queue where I come from. The two then dove back into their little world. Who knows how much time passed, but eventually, Minhui slumped over, her outfit a mess, with her favorability score hitting 93. Shen Yuan smiled internally. Hui's favorability went from 91 to 93. I think I've figured out the pattern here. Once you pass the 90 mark, raising favorability gets way slower and much harder. But looking at it another way, higher difficulty means better rewards, just like clearing a high-level dungeon in a game. Thinking this, he leaned in, groping her assets while planting a kiss on her cheek, saying, I promise to take you house hunting. If you're free this weekend, I'll take you. Minhui jumped for joy, hugging him tight. Yes, I love you. Scene shift to the next morning at school. As soon as she walked in, Minhui heard everyone buzzing about the posters and promotional articles for the school's new startup zone. The girl in the pink top scoffed, Are you kidding me? Most of these rich kids at our school just live off their parents' money and party. How could they possibly invest in a startup zone? The girl in the blue top agreed, I don't believe our school has students that talented. A billionaire heir actually submitting an application? That's just insane. As someone who knew the truth but couldn't spill the tea, Chen Ling was dying inside. It made her so restless, she whispered. I really want to tell them. What should I do? Minhui raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Zip it, Shen Yuan said, not to talk right now. Chen Ling turned around, winking mischievously. Oh, I wonder what our boy Shen Yuan is planning. Isn't he basically hiding his wealth like a secret millionaire? You're spitting facts. Landing a golden turtle like Shen Yuan is a total W. Hui, why don't you ask if they need a maid or assistant? I'm honestly done with the grind. Minhui patted her shoulder and laughed. You talking about those live-in personal assistants? Chen Ling shot back. Nice try, Minhui. You think I want to be a side piece? I mean, I'd want to, but would he even look at me? Chen Ling poked Minhui's chest and teased, You're still the goat, big Hui, I can literally imagine it. I bet he was going crazy last night. Minhui blushed. Shut up, stop messing around. Chen Ling didn't stop, rubbing her own chest against Minhui's while smirking. Tell me, am I wrong? Am I? Minhui sighed helplessly. You're the worst. At the same time, inside the library, a tomboy-style girl walked in and said, Yu Ping, have you heard? Some student just dropped 10 million on the startup incubator zone. Yu Ping replied, I heard, but don't be naive. You believe every random rumor you hear? The tomboy continued, I guess, but that's 10 million. Who just tosses 10 mil into a startup hub? You'd need at least 100 million in the bank to do that. If our school actually had a big boss like that, I'd be ready to flip the script and slide into his DMs. Yu Ping retorted, Are you daydreaming in broad daylight? Someone that loaded wouldn't even glance at you. The tomboy cleared her throat. If someone really dropped that much cash, they'd definitely be flexing. 10 million isn't exactly pocket change. Besides, why would a guy like that be so low-key? It's sus, honestly. Yu Ping nodded in agreement. Facts. Look at Chen Yuan, he's got a little cash and is already acting like he owns the place, hooking up with everyone and helping older women run cafes. The other girl nodded along. Exactly, I gave him a little advice last time and he straight up humiliated me. Ugh, don't even get me started on that trash tier guy. Meanwhile, rumors were popping off all over campus. Everyone was whispering about the new super rich heir appearing on campus. Some were buying the hype, others were straight up haters. All the while, Chen Yuan was still sticking to his grind. He opened his car door, still on the phone with Le Xiao. Hey counselor, I need a massive favor. I want to dive into business management, and I need you to drop some knowledge on me. Le Xiao sounded skeptical. Chen Yuan, what kind of trouble are you cooking up now? Chen Yuan sat in the car, buckled up and said, I'm literally trying to be a serious student for once. Le Xiao replied, oh is that so, fine whatever. Chen Yuan added, I'm almost at your place. Le Xiao couldn't help but feel suspicious. Coming to my house? You aren't planning to cause a scene again, are you? Chen Yuan put on his most serious face. You know me, I'd never do anything weird. Seeing she was still hesitating, Chen Yuan pressed, trust me, counselor. A while later, Chen Yuan pulled up to Le Xiao's front door. She opened the door, voice laced with anxiety. Chen Yuan, you have to promise me you won't pull the same stuff as last time. Without missing a beat, Chen Yuan fired back. Bet, I promise. Le Xiao asked, her voice trembling with concern. You sure about that? Chen Yuan looked at her with pure unadulterated sincerity and said, I'm absolutely certain. Le Xiao finally caved, opening the door while saying, fine, get in here then. The second he stepped inside, Chen Yuan made a beeline for the table and sat down. Le Xiao whipped out a stack of documents and said, this is the business management syllabus I used back in college. I've already highlighted the high yield, must-know concepts in the first 3 chapters. She handed the papers over to Chen Yuan. Stuff like this is pure rote memorization, so just grind it out. Try to connect the theory to real-world scenarios, so the info actually sticks in your brain. Chen Yuan took the bait and replied, got it, I'll memorize the whole thing. And just like that, Chen Yuan locked in and started studying with serious dedication for the whole session. Le Xiao sat right next to him, watching in silence. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Yuan finally stopped. He fixed his gaze on Le Xiao, staring her down intensely. Seeing that, she asked, why'd you stop studying? What are you looking at me for? Keep your eyes on the textbook and get to work. Chen Yuan propped his chin on his hand and replied with a dreamy, checked-out voice, hey coach. How can these boring books even compare to your beauty? Le Xiao flushed bright red and scolded him, embarrassed. Oh, here we go again. Didn't you promise me you came here to actually study seriously? Chen Yuan moved like a blur, leaning in close to whisper, I am studying seriously, but I also want you to be my girlfriend. Those two things don't exactly cancel each other out, do they? Hearing that, Le Xiao jumped up, looking annoyed and snapped, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Chen Yuan immediately pounced behind her, wrapping his arms around her and saying, I'm not playing games, I'm dead serious. You hear me, coach? Le Xiao started panicking and hissed, cut it out, Chen Yuan, my little sister is literally sleeping in the other room. Chen Yuan flashed a villainous grin and replied, even better that she's home, let's just go announce our relationship to her right now. Le Xiao tried to push him off weakly and said, let me go, Chen Yuan, I haven't even said yes to you yet. Before she could finish, Chen Yuan spun her around and planted a kiss on her lips, saying, you'll be saying yes soon enough. Watching the chaos unfold, Le Xiao thought to herself, he promised to behave before we even entered the room, but one lesson later, it's clear men are nothing but broken promises. Just then, Chen Yuan's mischievous hands started wandering into uncharted territory. Le Xiao finally snapped and shoved him away. She said firmly, stop it, Chen Yuan, that area is strictly off limits. Suddenly the door swung open, and Lemeng stumbled in rubbing her eyes, only to freeze dead in her tracks. Standing right there were Chen Yuan and Le Xiao, caught in a very compromising position. She was absolutely shook, thinking to herself, what in the world is happening here? My sister is straight up wrestling with Chen Yuan on the sofa? This is zero chill. When did my sister become such a wild child? With that thought, she slammed the door shut in a panic. Le Xiao hurriedly pushed Chen Yuan away and cried, what have you done? My little sister just saw the whole thing. Chen Yuan pulled her back to comfort her, if she was going to find out sooner or later anyway. Isn't it better to just break the news to her now? Le Xiao replied with a disgruntled tone. It's not better. Chen Yuan is basically a walking disaster, clearly the ultimate menace to society. She continued, I haven't even agreed to be your girlfriend yet, and now I don't even know how to explain this to my own sister. Hearing her say that, Chen Yuan pulled her back to face him, locked eyes, and went straight for the kill. So, study coach, do you like me or not? Blindsided by the sudden question, Le Xiao was caught off guard, not knowing how to respond, stumbling over her words. Oh, she thought, if I admit I like him it's true, but we're stuck in this teacher-student dynamic. At the same time, the favorability meter above her head ticked up to 71 points. Chen Yuan saw this, and couldn't help but feel a little hyped internally. Thinking that her feelings for him had gotten slightly better than before, getting 2 points wasn't bad at all. No gifts or cash needed, just pure vibes and consistent grinding. And sooner or later, she'll definitely realize his real feelings for her. He didn't push for more, and just said, "It's all good, I'm not giving up on you." Hearing that, Le Xiao was taken aback, her cheeks flushing bright red as she went totally silent. Seeing her reaction, Chen Yuan couldn't stop himself from feeling satisfied. He got up, walked to the door, and said, "Alright, I'll head out first, catch you later." The second Chen Yuan left, Le Xiao spoke up, "You can stop hiding in the bedroom now, come out." Lemeng finally poked her head out. She walked over and asked, "Is it over already?" Le Xiao bent down to pick up the files and replied, "Yeah." Lemeng leaned in and whispered, "Sis, you and him are official now, right? Do I need to start calling him my brother-in-law?" Le Xiao felt shy, clenching her hands and stuttering, "Not really, actually." Lemeng was shocked and asked, "Wait, you guys aren't even official yet and you've already done that?" Le Xiao hesitated, "We haven't taken the final step yet." Lemeng pressed on, "So what exactly are you thinking?" Le Xiao's brain was basically lagging, her voice shaking with embarrassment as she said, "I don't even know." Looking at her expression, Lemeng saw right through her, laughing internally at how the girl had fallen hard into the trap of love without even realizing it. By evening, Chen Yuan had already arrived at the MS Cafe. Du Chang was already there, waiting and ready for the night. She chose a slim spaghetti strap dress that really put those massive assets of hers on display. As soon as she saw Chen Yuan, she said, "Chen Yuan, I hope it's not too much, but I've been feeling super down lately and just wanted to vent to someone. I'm not taking up too much of your time, am I?" Chen Yuan sat down opposite her and replied, "You're good, Ms. Du, what's up? You look like you've had a rough day." Du Chang lowered her head, looking deep in thought before saying, "Tang Shanzhenkik is getting way out of line, staying out all night constantly. Lately, he isn't even trying to hide it. Every time he comes home, he reeks of other women." She started opening up, thinking, if he's playing games outside, I can totally go out for drinks and chat. It's not like I'm doing anything wild, and besides, who cares if he gets cheated on? The guy's been wearing a green hat for a long time anyway. She thought for a second and asked, "Chen Yuan, is Chen Na your girlfriend?" Chen Yuan nodded. "You could say that." Du Chang continued, "Does she know you're out drinking with me?" Chen Yuan replied, "Nope, but even if she did, she wouldn't care." Hearing that, Du Chang thought, "All right, I get it now, no need to feel guilty since I'm not messing up anyone's relationship." She lowered her head, cheeks flushing, and asked tentatively, "Chen Yuan, can you give me a hug? Just a quick one." Chen Yuan didn't hesitate for a second, sliding over to the side of the booth to make room, and saying, "Get over here then." Hearing that, Du Chang stood up, her figure looking absolutely lethal as she moved. She walked right up to Chen Yuan, and instead of the seat, she hopped straight onto his lap. Chen Yuan didn't hold back, wrapping his arms around her and asking, "Does he know you're out drinking with me?" At that exact moment, Du Chang threw her arms around Chen Yuan's neck. She pressed those massive assets against him and planted a scorching hot kiss on his lips, whispering, "Don't even mention that guy." Faced with such a sudden vibe check, Chen Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. He thought to himself, "Damn, being in Nana's cafe with another woman makes me feel a bit guilty." But then again, in the face of such a temptation, who could actually say no? Chen Yuan quickly teamed up with her, thinking to himself, "Screw it, I'm already a scumbag, no point in overthinking this now." His hand immediately started hit the territory down south. Just as he reached for her panties, Yu Chang stopped him, holding on to the last shred of her dignity, and blocked his hand saying, "No, you can't." Chen Yuan heard that and asked, "Why not? Are you really trying to put me on a vegetarian diet?" Yu Chang blushed and replied, "Shen Yuan, let me help you instead." Hearing that, Shen Yuan decisively yanked her panties down and retorted, "Not today, I'm in the mood for a full-course meal." He then proceeded to drive his heavy artillery straight into the cave. She could only let out a surprised gasp. Yu Chang felt a wave of pure ecstasy washing over her, as if her youth had been completely rejuvenated. She thought to herself, is this what heaven feels like? Half an hour later, Yu Chang was still trapped in that blissful daze, moaning uncontrollably. Once finished, Shen Yuan gestured to his little soldier and said, "Clean that up for me." Yu Chang immediately knelt down. We'll skip the messy details of what happened next, but let's just say Shen Yuan looked like he was in absolute paradise. He recalled the saying, "One doesn't know the value of a mature woman when they are young, blindly mistaking young maidens for treasures." Damn, that couldn't be more true. Afterward, Yu Chang still seemed to be savoring the aftertaste, licking up the leftovers with a look of pure intoxication, while an affection score of 63 popped up above her head. Shen Yuan was genuinely surprised, thinking how strange it was that other girls usually reached this level of intimacy only after hitting 60 points. But for her, it triggered only after they finished the deed. The system immediately popped up a notification congratulating the host for reaching over 60 favorability with 5 NPCs. Stage mission completed. A perfect life is built on these kinds of sparks with the opposite sex. The system distributed rewards: 1x efficiency study card, 1x special skill package exchange card, 2 perfect life lucky spin tokens. Looking at the notifications, Chen Yuan couldn't help but grin, realizing the system didn't just count the affection score, but also the number of NPCs involved. Thinking that, he told himself, let's see what kind of loot we're getting this time. With that, Chen Yuan tapped to check out the efficiency study card. It allows for instant memory retention of anything read, deep-rooted in the brain, with each card lasting for 1 hour. He smirked, thinking, now that's some good stuff. Learning from textbooks is too slow, but with this, I can finish the business administration crash course in just a few hours. With that in mind, Chen Yuan checked the next item, Perfect Life Lucky Draw, which offers a chance to pull various cards, stat boosts, physical items, or even cold hard cash. His eyes sparkled as he read that. This is way too OP. Oh my god, the potential for insane rewards is just getting me hyped. It would be legendary if I could pull an actual girl from this. By this time, Yuqing finally snapped out of her euphoric trance. She stood up, tucked her hair back, and said, you seem to be in a great mood. Emotions between two people really are contagious. The last 30 minutes were amazing. I've never felt this kind of joy before. Hearing that, Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment. Yu Chong turned to leave and added, let's go, Chen Yuan, we should head back now. Oh, and let's meet up again sometime. Hearing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Wait, she wants to make this a long-term thing? After his romp with Lin Yuchong, Chen Yuan headed back home, and just as he stripped down, a notification popped up on his phone. He opened it to take a look. It was a series of screenshots. At our international business school, literally nobody drives a G-class. My guy, if you're going to lie, at least do a little research first. Forget the business school or the finance department, even the foreign language school doesn't have a single student driving a G-class. This kid really is just running his mouth without a brain. Everyone just take this as a joke. Lying doesn't cost anything anyway. Seeing these comments, Chen Yuan muttered, these are the posts Fu Yingzi sent over. After sending the photos, she messaged him, people trashing you is actually a good thing. Doubt creates drama, and drama creates heat. Chen Yuan saw this and replied, you can leak some details slowly, like what department I'm in, my major and my year. Just don't drop my name or class number. Unzi saw the message and typed back, sure thing. With that settled, Chen Yuan tossed his phone on the desk and muttered to himself. Project stuff can wait. Let's see what other surprises the system has cooked up for me. Saying that, our boy pulled up the system interface. A notification popped up instantly. Current status, host has 2 gacha spins available. Would you like to spin now? Select yes or no. Chen Yuan didn't hesitate. I choose yes. The system immediately hit him with a notification. Congrats host, you've just received a 500 square meter storefront in the Yungqi Yayuan district. Please visit the Yungqi Yayuan Business Center within 1 week to claim your prize. Seeing the reward, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up like Christmas lights, and he cheered out loud. Yo, a prime storefront in the Yungqi Yayuan district. That's the most high-end neighborhood in the whole city, bro. Bagging a shop in that location means a sweet passive income stream for life. Even if I don't run a shop myself, I can just be a landlord and chill. Feeling hyped, he tapped the screen again. Still had 1 more spin left. Keep it rolling. The system gave him another notification. Congrats, host. You've received 2 stat adjustment points for your fitness profile. Chen Yuan rubbed his chin and thought, adjusting fitness stats? If I tweak my body fat or weight, wouldn't that just insta-complete my fitness quest? With that thought, Chen Yuan pulled up his personal stat sheet. Fitness info, height 182 centimeters. Weight 70.6 kilograms, health and body fat 19.5%. He sighed, knowing guys with his skinny build had a hard time packing on mass. Alright, let's bump up the weight. The system instantly showed a notification that it was adjusting the host's stats. 1 attribute point equals 2 kilograms of muscle mass. Adjustment progress, 1%, 2%, 3%. At the same time, the Chen Yuan in the mirror started changing right before his eyes. A moment later, the system pinged, stat adjustment complete. Our boy grinned, feeling like a champ. Done already? Let's check out the gains. Add the weight I gained from Coach Lu's intense meal plan, and I've put on a total of 10 kilos of pure muscle. Still a bit off the fitness goal, but the progress is visible to the naked eye. Man, these stat points are absolutely broken. Thinking this over, Chen Yuan started connecting the dots. From what I've observed, the system operates on 2 main rules. 1. Favorability spikes lead to massive rewards. 2. Reaching a certain level of intimacy with NPCs definitely triggers a loot drop. In other words, it's time to keep expanding the harem. With that goal set, Chen Yuan checked his remaining loot. Originally, I was just gonna study while getting close to my advisor, but with this, high-efficiency learning card, I'll have way more topics to flex with her. Over the next few days, Chen Yuan kept busy studying with Le Xiao and grinding at the gym with Meng Lu. On top of that, he copped an MC20 for Chen Na and decided to treat himself to a brand new G63. The career fair for international students was just around the corner. The crowd showed up, some out of pure curiosity, others desperately hunting for a golden ticket. Someone chimed in, "There's no one like that in this entire school. That car costs a cool 300 million, man." Another person added, "See that, everyone? Word is, the investor in the startup hub is a business major who drives a G-class." Huh, just like that previous comment said, talk is cheap, and this is a total fairy tale. Why would someone driving a luxury tank like that even bother with a second-tier private school like ours? Forget it, stop the cap and let's just focus on the job fair. The person next to them nodded in agreement. Besides, the companies here aren't even big-name conglomerates, just small local firms from the city. Meanwhile, inside the hall, that snake Yu Ping and her short-haired sidekick made their grand entrance. She spotted someone and asked, "Hey, doesn't your family have a company? Why are you even here at a career fair?" Across the way, a blonde guy in a suit with his nose so high it could smell the clouds replied, "Just here to scout for talent and steal some corporate strategies. You can't just isolate yourself while running a business. You gotta keep up with the times, right?" The girl Zongbo trotted over to start flirting. She asked, "Senior, if I can't find an internship, can I just join your company?" The guy grinned, radiating fake confidence. "If you're interested, just drop your resume. I'll put in a good word for you. Easy peasy." Hearing this, the girls' eyes turned into hearts, and they chorused, "For real? Thank you so much, senior." The blonde fraud pointed at some other girls, chin held high. "If you guys haven't found a spot, just shoot me your resumes too. We're all schoolmates. I'll make sure to take care of you." Hearing his ego trip, the Li Jianping squad stood by looking triggered. The guy on the right hissed, "Why is this clown Biao even here? He's clearly just here to farm some simps." The other two nodded in total agreement. "Right, this loser is just LARPing as a big shot senior. So cringe, he's just trying to drag everyone down to his level. If only third brother were here, he'd have put this fraud in his place." Just then, Zongbo whispered to Yu Ping, "Our senior is so talented and humble, unlike that loser Chen Yuan who just runs a cafe and hits on girls. Running a cafe versus running a corporation is night and day. Chen Yuan has zero vision and is honestly so basic." Hearing Chen Yuan's name brought back the memory of her last humiliation, and Yu Ping snapped, "Don't even mention that guy. He treated us so trashy last time, zero class. My respect for him is officially non-existent." Back at the main stage, the blonde clown continued his performance. "Hey Dean, you free this afternoon? Let's grab a bite after the fair." The girl gushed in excitement. "Yes, definitely." Right on cue, a beast of a vehicle roared into the parking lot. A G63 rolled up, no need to guess which clout chaser is behind the wheel. Ha! The moment they saw it, the crowd went silent in shock. Wait, aren't private cars banned from driving into campus? What is going on? Their expressions shifted instantly, eyes popping out of their sockets. "Hold on, that's a G-class." Hearing the commotion, Yu Ping and Zongbo whipped their heads around to look. G-class. That's all everyone's been talking about lately. The student who dropped 10 million on the startup hub is supposedly the one driving that G-wagon. Zongbo whispered, eyes wide.